2 or 4 CS for a very, very long time. And so then, Griffin can then play to that side, and Griffin uses his Shen. I really like this because it allows a lot of these FlyQuest styles where they go super aggressive pushing bottom lane and aggressive topside matchup. So usually you're like, I feel a little bit worried when I have a Jace top into a Sion top, because a lot of the times the Sion's going to just like farm and be chilling and then be very useful for your team later. But if your bottom lane and your top lane both can just keep up pressure the entire time, playing for turret plate money, and then your Shen has Stand United available for whichever one you try and attack, it did feel really, really good for FlyQuest. Plus, they drafted in a world where teams across the world are first pick blind picking Cassiopeia because how strong she is right now. Quad, who's a player who, upon joining the LCS, everyone's like, never gets this guy Cassiopeia. This guy is a Cassio one trick. Never get this to him. And it's like in prime time Cassiopeia meta, they also get Cassio for Quad. I was like, oh, this is a draft gap as well as a bot gap. And so this game 2, that felt like this was a super slammer in FlyQuest's favor.
We had we have this kill clip as well from bot lane where they had already at level 1. I mean, they forced Rahel to base with 1 CS, after you were talking about. They got the early push. They're kind of trying to play the bush, and then they realize they can't really get to Lucian, so they start poking at the Melio and stuff, and it's like, then once they spent their spells, Lucian just runs at them with W and the the buff from Melio. They force out to heal the barrier, and then when he came back, they did a really clever thing where they kind of like fake based and then wrapped around behind them through the tri-brush and came in behind and were able to get the first blood onto Rahel. And like after that, it's just so cooked.
They ganked their own lane.
They ganked their own lane.
It was genius. The bot lane just ganks the bottom lane, wrapping around the tri-brush. That was the beginnings of a very, very successful Lucian Melio game.
I will say bot lane was obviously the biggest gap by far. But one of the actual pretty noticeable gaps I actually thought was on the other side. I thought that Darkwings was actually kind of owning. I thought Darkwings was really good in all of the games. It felt like you're going through these games, and every time there's just this giga lead in bot lane. We had like multiple 4,000 or 5,000 gold leads for Masu over Rahel, but it felt like all the time, Darkwings was the hope for his team. He was building some big leads over Quad. I felt like he was laning well. I felt like he was team fighting quite well. And throughout a couple of these games, he really was the only one that it felt like had much of a chance to actually get them back into it. And I was really impressed by him and his development. Quad is a player that like I have a lot of respect for, that is really consistent, really strong in a lot of these matchups. And even when they gave over the Cassio, like you're talking about, which is supposed to be kind of this death sentence, Darkwings was doing great on the Orianna matchup, and he played, I think it was like a Rise game, was it, in game 1? If I recall, that he was like giga ahead on, and the Victor, he was like kind of their only hope in the Victor game because their bot lane was getting pounded, it felt like, and their MF is getting dove mid on repeat, and so like I was actually really impressed with Darkwings, and to look good as a control mates player in a series where your team gets swept, I think is not easy. I think a lot of those times you just are like farming even, and then you get slammed every team fight and you're 0-20.
Yeah, this is why I was really glad he got the some points for the All Pro voting, like got the shout outs there, because he's been really good in a lot of situations, even when, like you're saying, they're losing. So they
were losing.
They definitely lost pretty quick.
Oh man, yeah, the bot gap was just, it was so rough. I feel like Rahel, when he got those votes for All Pro, I was like, are you voting for Rahel or Rahel's Caitlyn? Because I think on Caitlyn he's really good, but on other champs, I don't know. I just didn't see it this split. I feel like his drop off from his best champion to like, pretty much all the others was like extreme. I think I don't know if he just spams Caitlyn all the time and that's like his most comfortable champion or what, but yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, it's interesting because the other super memorable games from him, I feel like, are like on Varus, and Varus is also getting permabanned. So he, definitely targeted and definitely
Successfully.
crunched down. Yes, very successfully targeted there. Again, props to Masu and Cryogen though, because we've been singing their praises pretty much all split long. About how aggressive they have looked in the 2v2s and how well they have executed, especially with how young Cryogen is. It seems like just yesterday we were talking about how young Masu is and him coming in, and now, Cryogen with the promotion, like basically straight from tier 3 onto the team, and has had a lot of growth and a lot of success early on, and super cool stuff for FlyQuest. That was our first 3-0. The 3-0s did not stop there though.
No, they did not. We had TL versus Shopify. This is the one that I think people all kind of thought was going to be pretty one-sided. And the one caveat was like, ooh, but like, what if contracts go Super Saiyan, right? And it just didn't happen. This kind of went, I think, largely to expectation. I will say game 2 felt like by far the most competitive of the series. Shopify Soul Laners were actually doing really well in that game, and contracts got way ahead on the Kazakhs, and you're like, okay, maybe they could actually come back, win this game, and start to even out the series. But when you lose a game like that you're so far ahead in, and you have all the edges, it's pretty cooked.
I feel like we should talk about game 1, because game 1, it wasn't an action-packed game, but Zinni's build, oh my god, that felt like this guy might need to be investigated for what he did this game. So that was a game where, I don't know, this kind of thing happens occasionally in League. It seems like it's more in solo queue than full-on pro play, but basically it's like somebody sees a potential build and then tries to over-optimize for one thing. In this case, it's Jack of all trades. Someone got the idea that like, hey, wait a minute, like Doran's helmet gives 3 stats, upgraded Stork Boots gives 3 stats, now I just need 4 more stats somewhere. Oh my god, Shirelia's Reverie. And it's like, okay, dude, you got your Jack of all trades, and now you're a Galio with Doran's Helm, Stork Boots, Shirelia. It's like, cool, you got your Jack of all trades, but like that doesn't make the rest of your build like not terrible. And I don't know, man. That was hard to watch for me. I don't know. Like that build just seems so unplayably bad. And it's like, you're not tanky. You don't do any damage. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely was rough, because I also thought he was not using the utility that well. Like the Shirelia is active, and he kept getting into bad spots where him being squishy was really apparent, because you're getting into a bad spot and you're caught, and you're like flashing out and then still like being in the fight and re-engaging. This fight around mid, there are several fights around mid where he like starts it out with a justice punch and like does he engage, but then flashes out, but then they're still trying to kind of fight it, and then the rest of the team his team leaves, and then he doesn't have flash to leave and he dies also. And so all of the early deaths were him, so it also made it look even worse, even if the cook was to be successful. Like we were trying to cook with the new mandate on the last episode, and yeah, Galio has 3 abilities that apply CC, so they would benefit from it. But again, you're squishy as hell. The new mandate, it doesn't give you any like tank stats or anything, and so that's on top of he already had the Shirelias and Jack of all trades build that you're talking about, and so he was already squishy, and like you're more squishy. And it just none of it came together for him. But I did like that APA was on the analyst to explain at least the thought process. Even if it's not a good cook and not a good execution, that was at least one part for it.
I will say, I think we're going to see it more, though, because I've seen other pros that are spamming this in solo queue. I know...
on Gallia specifically, or other champions?
A number of champions. So, I mean, not the exact same build always, but like Showmaker, I know, was doing TLAW with Mandate, because I think... I haven't tested it myself, but I was told that the TLAW R counts as a CC ability.
Because if you hit people, then
exactly. So like you get the reduction on that. So I've seen he was spamming Mandate TLAW, so you get it obviously on the flick and the R, and then he was also doing Galio.
What about the rock field? Does the E count? Because if someone gets knocked over, it can stun. So I feel like it should be 3
so
abilities.
then it'd be triple. And then Galio, I know he was doing Rocket Belt Mandate on Galio.
See, at least Rocket Belt gives you HP too.
Yep. Yep. I'm not saying he was doing the full thing, but I saw that his delay was doing that, and I was like, oh, it should be 2, but maybe it's even 3. I wasn't even thinking about the rocks because the stun should count as well. And then I see him playing it on even like a zillion and like all kinds. People are just trying these builds on a lot of stuff. So I think it will not be the last time. I see him doing Mandate, Shrillia's, Doran's Helm, Syndra.
This is solo queue though, right?
Solo queue.
Okay. Yeah. So
you're trying.
So I'm just saying people are cooking it. So I don't think he's going to be the last chef to bring it out on stage.
Also, to me, if you're doing it on Syndra, who's like range, it is a little different than if you're indexing so heavily on.
I'm not saying I think it was good.
Look, yeah,
I'm just saying other people are doing it, so it may become meta. I wouldn't be surprised because the items are very cheap and they're very efficient. That game I think was a horrible game no matter what he built, because I think like you were saying, he was in dumb spots all the time and chain dying.
Well, I don't know though. I don't think he dies if he has like any kind of reasonable build. If he had Hollow Radiance, if he has Rocket Belt, if he has like Storm Raider Surge, Merc Treads, anything. I just think this whole package. So I do agree that I don't think it's terrible on everyone. I think, you can optimize your jack of all trades with some of these new things, and it could be good in some situations, but not this one. Like Galio going super squishy, but also not doing any damage. To me, it's just like, what are you doing? Like
I did, and I said this like a couple times during the game. Even when I think, something is bad or something's not working or whatever, I do appreciate when teams that are expected to lose try to cook. So I was like critical, and then I'm like, don't let this stop you from cooking though and trying, because I would rather watch you cook something and lose than if you just played normal standard stuff and lose. So then when they also I'm trying to look up, the next game was a game.
You're trash at cooking. Don't just make me a mistake.
I mean, there was the AP Zhao in game 3.
Yeah, he kept on cooking.
Okay, I liked that one at least because AP Zhao actually is strong. Like, he's statistically one of the highest win rates in solo queue right now. Yeah. And I've played it a little bit, but I'm not particularly good at it. This champion's so hard to last hit with. He just does no damage. And he just always leaves the minions at 1 HP. Was my experience at least. But that's probably user error.
Yeah.
But I mean, either way, he heals so much off of his passive with the AP ratios. And then there's also the static interaction where you proc it on a wave.
Like full heal off the wave.
Yeah, I mean, it procs your passive twice from the static alone if it hits 6 minions. So it does have some strength.
Or outside if he needs to kite him, and you're just like, this is, I mean, I know Quid has not had a great split or whatever, but I mean,
but
he went 11 kills. It was 11-0-5.
He almost solo killed him as well, like at level 2 or something like that. Like it was looking tough early and late. Yeah, he gets inside the Crescent Guard. Then he would lose 80% of his health in a millisecond, and then pop the Crescent Guard and then just die. And so yeah, I think it's worth trying things. Clearly they were big underdogs, but it is funny. When I talked about Quid with people going into playoffs, people were like, yeah, you know how to draft against Quid. You just don't give him a good Akali angle, and and then you got the Akali, and you're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't give him an Akali angle because he was looking pretty nasty on it as per usual. But yeah, I at least appreciated that Zinni tried something. It didn't work either of the times.
I actually think AP Xin could unironically be good, especially if you just take it early in a draft and then you hold as a flex, because into ranged champions, he's kind of oppressive. That's why I think he's been finding a lot more success mid than top or jungle, because his downside is that he's not actually that good in all-ins because he doesn't have enough damage to kill you most of the time. But
he's so squishy.
Yeah, he is squishy, but he has a lot of sustain. So you play him against a ranged champion who's not killing you in the all-in.
Control mages and stuff that you feel it all.
He has very high engage range too. If you just land a W on them, it's like they can't really be in range to hit you without at least you having the chance of Wing them. And then you go in for a big trade, you heal it all back up, and the ult's very effective against ranged champions as well. That was not the case here though. I liked a lot that Quid went Ignite, because we almost never see Ignite mid in pro play, and it's something that in the back of my mind, I've always been curious about, especially in those metas where people are just running like Yone with Doran Shield second win, and you just see them farming under their turret with 100 HP for like 5 minutes straight in lane. I'm like, what if you just ignited them and they died trying to do that? And so AP Xin Zhao, not the exact same thing, but he does have a lot of healing. And then Quid just took Ignite, and it's like, wait a minute, like I can't heal through your damage when you're igniting me. So I did like that little adaptation from Quid. I think Zinni could have also ran Ignite though, because that's what I've seen in solo queue most of the time with Xin Zhao. It's like he doesn't do a lot of damage, but all of a sudden you stack an Ignite on them, and like it can turn some of those lost fights into one fight. So
yeah, it's definitely a cool pick, and I agree. I think it could fit. I was playing some Flex U the other day, and I played against a Mid-Season Zhao when I was playing Orianna, and that was not fun. I felt like I could not move his health at all. So I definitely could see it in some of these matchups, but it's always that thing of like, sure, the matchup is great, but like, does your team comp look like trash with it? And that was kind of how I felt, honestly, about their comp in this one, where it was like they were so melee heavy. I feel like even if the matchup is good, your comp still has to work, and it can be tough sometimes when you are like that melee heavy. I mean, maybe in this specific matchup, the comp could work fine, but it was like their comp was Sion, Sejuani, Xin Zhao, Pyke, and Mel, right? And it was like
they picked this one for Kobe. They said, "Yo, you want some cook? We got you. Yeah. We're not going to win this game, but we'll put on the show."
Like when I was looking at this, I was like, I don't know how this mid lane matchup goes. Maybe he can beat Quid, but I was kind of thinking to myself, who the hell is killing Morgan? And it's like, who is going to kill this Zehen that you're trying to dive through with 4 melee champions, where Zehen is just cleaving you all?
With a Seraphine on the Zehen's team to keep him alive.
So I was struggling to see the vision on this one for sure, but it was
you gotta really
Okay, one shout out I can give to Zinni though is that he played this game really loud and proud and died all over the place to hide to do it for Seos, because his Pyke performance was so bad. Like, I'm not good at Pyke. I'll admit that. But I'm also not picking it in a pro game. But I tell you, Seos is also not good at Pyke, because he wasn't running Hail of Blades, which every Pyke runs. It's like what gives you so much kill pressure. Like Ignite or Elixir was like a 4% lower win rate on him, and he just every situation was just like played wrong. He was just like missing ults. He was like missing E-flash stuns. It was a rough Pyke game. He did not look confident at all on this champion. And if there's one champion that you have to be extremely confident to play, it is Pyke. He's, if Bard for a while was kind of like the protagonist support, it's like you only pick him if you know you are him on the champion. Not so much nowadays, but Pyke, he's for sure that, right? Like, I don't think there's even a champion in the game that's more just like, hey man, I'm going to 1v9 this thing. Like, just pass me the ball. I got this kind of deal. But yeah, there was some fumbling going around. He wasn't obviously the only problem with the team. There was quite a few of them, but yeah, I do feel like that one kind of went under the radar because of what the rest of the team was doing. But I had my eye on it a bit during the game, and it was not very clean.
Yeah, Pyke definitely, if you are not successful with it, looks so useless later in the game. Does not get a lot of value. And he felt like he had to go QSS because of the Ashe Seraphine in this game too. So that's also like cuts into your damage that you're going to be building a lot too. So Shopify get kicked out of playoffs, but you know what? That just leaves us with a very, very strong top 4.
Yep, the top 4 from the first weekend when they all played. It was 2 5-game series, which were super exciting. And remember, we are back in the Riot Games arena for this coming weekend, and it's going to be, I think, really, really good matchups. There are tickets still available. Sunday is, I think, last I heard this morning, only a couple tickets left. Saturday, there are some tickets left. So if you guys want tickets, definitely get.
And that's the FlyQuest day. If you want to see FlyQuest, get your Saturday tickets.
Yeah, so definitely get your tickets because they are going to be sold out here pretty soon. So it should be really fun. This is going to be our last weekend at the Riot Games Arena, because then, of course, the weekend after this is going to be Arizona for finals. So get your tickets for that too. It should be a lot of fun. And there's going to be a link in the description if you want to buy tickets for either this weekend or for finals. But of course, those matchups coming up on Saturday is going to be Team Liquid Alienware versus FlyQuest. I think this one should be so fun because these teams have a lot of history. It is with previous rosters, but they were battling each other, in finals after finals. It felt like big series after big series. And then FlyQuest lost 3/5 of their roster, and you thought, okay, well, that's kind of the end of that because FlyQuest isn't going to be competing for a championship maybe right away. But here we are, once again, only one of them can go on two finals in Arizona, and only one of them will have a chance to go on to MSI and to win the LCS championship. So this is such a big series for both these teams.
Yeah, especially because TL were like spent a lot of money to reinvest in this team and rebuild it, around Daejeon and Core JJ, and they're expecting big things, and they haven't made a lot of the benchmarks that they wanted to make. That's an organization that really did take EWC qualifiers seriously and really wanted to qualify for them. And guess what? FlyQuest beat them twice in that. And so there is definitely a lot on this. If FlyQuest also eliminate them from playoffs here, that would be super big rivalry.
I think we see changes from TL if they lose this series.
Yeah, even between, like, in the middle of the year is usually rare because it's hard to find other people. But if they could find a suitable replacement, I could see that happening.
I wouldn't be surprised, just because I think the expectations are astronomically high for this TL roster. My view of it is that this TL roster was sold as this is going to be like a super team. This is going to be a team that is winning or in the finals or competing for championships, like, for sure, right? When you go out and you get Quid, that is kind of the expectation. And Inspired was on the table, but they said they weren't interested in him. They liked Jose more. They thought he was a better fit, and Jose has actually really performed very, very well. But the team has not lived up to the expectations that I think they had for it thus far. Of course, they could still win this whole split, and then the story completely changes. But I think the pressure is really on for TL and for these players. And for FlyQuest, not to say that it's not high pressure, not to say that these players don't want it, but FlyQuest as an organization, I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with how they've done already. Like, this was supposed to be a kind of a rebuilding year and see how things go. But this team is in the mix for sure. And I feel like, we already saw them go 5 games against C9. They easily could have taken that series. This is a team that is in the mix just with all the other top 4 teams. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these teams could win the title.
Yep. I actually don't think I would want to be Team Liquid in this series, just because the whole vibe of the team feels so different. As far as Liquid, like you were saying, super high expectations. I think they're going to be feeling incredibly pressured during this series because they actually have to win this one. And even in the upper bracket against Lion, when we saw them, it felt like both teams were really pressured, but especially Liquid. They were kind of making some uncharacteristic mistakes, which is normal for that kind of super high stakes situation, right? It's like, it's called high pressure for a reason. It affects how you play, no matter how mentally tough you are or whatnot. So I think Liquid's going to have way more pressure on them with these high expectations. Probably they're also knowing that there's going to be changes if you don't win, right? So because not even making it to the finals weekend would be a massive disappointment for their team. They're obviously wanting to win the whole thing. Whereas FlyQuest, I feel like they're probably going to have a similar approach they had last week. They're just going to be confident in themselves, having a good time. But I think the big difference is if FlyQuest lose, they're not going to be upset about it. Like, they're just going to be like, all right, well, we did pretty good. There are no expectations. So I actually think it might be hard for TL just due to the external forces at play on this one.
Yeah, plus just considering how much FlyQuest have improved. I know this is sounding really FlyQuest sided, but they really have just made leaps and bounds improvements in their focus and shot calling, their macro. I feel like their drafts are in a really good spot too. That being said, for the Team Liquid side, they're looking quite capable right now too. So I expect this one to be a banger. I'm hoping we get 5 games for each series again this weekend.
We could.
I think I could see either of these teams, winning and going to Arizona. So I think it should be a banger. Both of them have made adjustments to their drafts too. I thought TL had been so predictable for so long. And then versus Shopify, again, it's a 3-0 and it's Shopify, but it did feel like they had put some good thought into some adjustments, and they kind of they do the thing where I play around you knowing that you think you know what I'm gonna do, type of.
Okay, I think I'm following.
Yeah, type of thing.
You know that I know that you know that we know that I want to think that you think that I'm gonna.
Exactly. So So maybe TL have some cooking going on of their own.
Yeah.
And it's this one should be an absolute banger, especially the jungle matchup here with Jose actually getting first team All Pro.
Mm-hmm.
And Griffin really being the young upstart challenger, Big G, coming to take down that first team All Pro. That could be an opportunity for that all chat.
Yep. I think it's going to be a really, really good series. I do think there's a lot more pressure on TL because of the reasons that I stated. I feel like Quid needs to play better. If this team is supposed to be winning the championship, I think we need more from Quid. I just don't think he's been nearly good enough for the expectations for him coming into this year. He's not playing like himself. Yes, that is partially meta, but Saint has looked better on Melee Champions than Quid has. Maybe that's because he is able to open more opportunities for himself by being stronger on the other picks that people have to leave the door open or something. But I feel like Quid has just not been playing as well as I want from him. The advantages that I really see for FlyQuest is I think TL has been quite a slow team. As much as we have heard a bit that they want to play more like the LPL style, I feel like they've looked kind of slow and inactive. And FlyQuest feels like a team that wants to fight you and force plays and look for outhandsing. And I feel like TL hasn't really been a fast-moving team. When I think back to their loss against Lion, Jose talked about how they weren't really kind of capitalizing on the moments when they needed to be aggressive. And I think that's something that's going to hurt you against FlyQuest. If you let FlyQuest make the first move, I think that really does benefit with them because they are going to look for aggressive plays. They are going to try to do that kind of stuff. And I do like FlyQuest drafting a lot more. I think TL did make some adjustments, coming in against Shopify. But specifically, I think that the ability for Griffin to play all these tank junglers, I just feel so strongly that these tank support items are super OP, and if he can bring out Shen and Skarner and Sejuani and these style of champions and be successful on them and still have pocket picks and aggressive picks, things like the Shyvana and the Nasus, I think that's really hard to draft around. And I feel like TL Jose is best when he is on kind of the aggressive playmakers, and I don't think they really want him playing that defensive style. So it's going to be interesting, but I do feel like draft definitely favors FlyQuest, and I feel like the aggression favors FlyQuest. Just need to see TL actually have some step ups from their big stars to be able to actually show kind of what we expected. Because I feel like Morgan started off incredible, but has been on a bit of a downward trajectory. And I think Quid has not been where we expect from him. But these players at their best, I still feel like TL should be the best team in the league, but they just haven't shown it.
Yep. I think that one thing I'm wondering is, does Griffin play Lee Sin? Because I think that's, when I'm looking at the junglers, that's one of the things that's kind of different about him is Griffin has all of his weird picks that he'll pull out. But I think Lee Sin right now has kind of seemed to just be the best champion, at least best jungler in the game right now. And Jose loves that champion. So I think that could give him a bit of an edge, or at least, dictate how you have to draft. Maybe they just keep it banned kind of deal. So I mean, I don't really know if Griffin plays it.
Maybe is no Lee plays him this year at least.
So I'm looking at his solo queue account, and in the last 2 weeks, he has played 10 games of Lee Sin.
Okay.
At a 40% win rate.
Zero played in his career all time, but he hasn't been obviously in pro for very long, to be fair. So
he has even 18 hours ago, he played a Lee Sin game. So he's at least playing it in solo queue.
But it is one of those games, to your point, where it's you need a bajillion games of Lee Sin to actually be really good. And if it is powerful, Jose has a nasty Lee Sin. So that is definitely an advantage. I do wonder if Skarner is his answer, because they let Hambach have Lee Sin and then just did Skarner early as the answer there. So that is something that I'd be kind of curious if they're willing to give it over. But I also just feel like this is Jose's best champion, I think, by a lot. When you look at his career, it's his most played by so much. He has 69 games of Lee. His next most played is 37, right? So he has so many games of Lee. It is his best win rate champ, over a certain amount of games, and I feel like he just looks amazing on it. So I wouldn't be mad at them banning it out anyway, even just as a pocket pick type thing. But I would be interested to see if he has an answer, because I feel like if you haven't put in a ton of games on it, it makes more sense to prepare a counter rather than try to play it.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of the nice thing about Fearless though, because if this wasn't Fearless, that would be way bigger problem for draft if there's an OP champion, because it's just we have to just perm ban him the whole series, or just deal with it or lose to it the whole series.
Yep.
But with Fearless, they're like, it's one game. Hell, maybe I'll take him and I'll get him out of the way. I'll do my little pseudo ban. I'll just pick him, run it down, and no more Lee Sin this series. So, that was something that was coming to mind. But obviously, it's only going to be one game, if that. So, probably not going to determine the entire thing. But both these players have kind of been on this support tank jungler play style, which just seems really strong. I think that, to me, that feels like how the meta is shaking up with enchanters were nerfed this patch, but I don't think they're necessarily like not going to be playable. And obviously with the Knight's Vow. So I think we're going to be seeing some hyper carries. That's my prediction.
Yeah. I mean, you could have Team Liquid try and emulate that, but it would be so much worse because Impact it feels like their tank player is in the wrong role and opposite, Morgan, and they had Morgan go Ornn and Shen, so he starts out with the Shopify, at least the Shopify series again, with 2 tanks for the team, and if you have Jose, like you're saying, he feels so much more effective. Lee Sin, Naafiri, Nocturne, Pantheon, all these things to get in there, make a bunch of kills. And especially if you want Quid to perform, I feel like you need those types of junglers to help your mid laner perform.
It's tough because it's like, if we're saying Quid needs to play the melee guys that go in and Jose needs to play the melee guys that go in, I kind of feel like that. I mean, Core is a great enchanter, but I always feel like historically, TL has always looked better when Core also plays the melee guys that go in. But it's like maybe that
all melee guys that go in.
Exactly. Everyone can't be the melee guy that goes in, right?
Or can you?
Or maybe you do play full dive with Kaisa and you just full sender or something. But that hasn't been what they have been drafting for.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because like the Jose point on Lee Sin is a good one. That is definitely a big downside of some of the brand new players is they haven't played through all these metas. So when the meta changes, it can hurt them, right? Cryogen has been really good on the enchanters. But I know when I was watching Griffin stream the other night, and some people were asking questions. I was asking some questions and so on. And he was saying even that like, if the meta shifts in support, it could hurt us because Cryogen is so good at these enchanters. But he hasn't really played through engage support meta. Like he went from tier 3 to tier 1, and he's like 18, 19, right? He hasn't played all these different metas. So if the meta does in fact move towards hard engage and they're playing, like Rakan and Nautilus and Rel and all this, Core is going to be way better at that. At least he should be, right? So I do think that could be an edge for TL if they could kind of like cook up some ways to kind of force the meta away from comfort, for these guys.
I would expect that's TL's best plan. Just target Cryogen, not necessarily because he's a weaker player, but just there's not like that many enchanters in the meta right now. There's Seraphine, Lulu, Karma,
Milio.
Milio. And there's like
Core played Sona.
Yeah.
As well.
He did pick it. But you can run out of enchanters, especially with Justify Fearless, on top of the fact that you can just ban stuff. And so I would expect TL to, try to make it into melee support meta because I think Core he can play enchanters, but I think he's a lot better at the melees just because he's the kind of guy who's, I think, very smart with vision and understanding, like, he understands what information the enemy team has and how they're probably going to use it. And then he's able to find good angles like that.
Yeah.
And that is way more important when you're on Alistair or Nautilus or Rel than when you're on, like, Lulu.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because you could either try to, like, ban that stuff out, or you can try to do the other option of counterpicking. I know some supports feel like Blitz is really, really good in some of these support matchups and playing, some more aggressive lanes. If you're going to play a ganking jungler and you pair it with, Rel or Blitz or Rakan or Nautilus or whatever, and you just try to like blast the Seraphine or the Sona or the Lulu or whoever they're picking. So it should be good. What are you guys feeling for predictions for this one? I feel like we're all kind of leaning towards FlyQuest, but I really do feel like it's a close series.
It's one of those ones where it's 50-50. So I could easily be convinced to go, Team Liquid side.
My biggest feeling, the more we talk about it, is just still I like FlyQuest drafting more, so I'm going to favor them 3-2. But I do think this should actually be a really close series, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like if Quid steps up, they could absolutely slam him.
Yeah. I don't know. The more we talk about it, the more I feel myself going back and forth on it. But I'll probably stick with FlyQuest just because I think that like the external pressure on Liquid is actually going to hurt them a lot. It kind of felt like watching them in the upper bracket that they were being affected by it. And also, I just think, like you mentioned, their solo laners haven't really looked as good. I think like if FlyQuest can pick around Gakos and get him in good spots, he's just looked really strong and capable of carrying. I think like Griffin has a very wide champion pool, and he's kind of leaning into these Knights Vow junglers. Some concerns about support. I feel like that's where Liquid should probably target, but I don't know. I think I would say 3-2 FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean that's where I am right now. I like I said, I could be convinced to go over to TL, but my default is for FlyQuest 3-2. And I just they are continuing to improve on the things that they had as weaknesses before, and multiple of the players all tweeted out after the Sentinel series, you know, and they're like, yeah, they were worried going versus Sentinels, and this is one of the teams that has really had their number. So I think that's going to give them a lot of like confidence.
Yeah. C9 and Lion, I think, or sorry, C9 and Sentinels, I think, were the two teams that had a winning record against.
Yeah, the only two.
Said. Yeah, exactly.
And so they really had it on their mind. And so kind of getting over the hump of being able to beat Sentinels, we'll see about the next step.
Yep. Well, the other series on Sunday, which, like I said, as far as I know, the tickets are basically sold out. So get a ticket ASAP if you want one. Is going to be the upper bracket finals, and this is a really big one because top two go to MSI, and this puts you into the grand finals, which means you go to MSI if you win this series. C9 has not been to an international since 2023 MSI. So it's actually been a long time at this point. So this would be a massive series for C9. It's kind of crazy to think that it's like years and years since they've been to an international, let alone, you know, won the trophy. So, you know, for C9, huge stakes. And they are going up against Lion, who is the team that took them out in spring. You know, that kind of ruined their big run. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, I think I associate spring
the first
with
thing.
the first thing.
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
thing, lock-in, exactly. And now it is spring. In Split 1, yeah, took them out in lock-in. And it's wild because that is the only series that C9 have lost in NA this whole year. They won all the way to lock-in finals, lost to Lion. Then beat Lion at the start of the split, then won all the way to the upper bracket, and now they're playing Lion again. And as much as, you know, I'm sure it was nice, you got a little revenge in the regular season, doesn't really matter unless you do it in playoffs, because that is the story. That is what's on everyone's mind for C9 is that, are you going to choke in playoffs or can you get the job done? It's kind of MSI or an LCS title or bust.
Yeah. And you know, Jack really wants to get back to an international. They have had so many successful regular seasons during this drought of no internationals that you're talking about, this multi-year drought. So it would be huge for the organization. It'd be huge for the fans who are used to, the longtime Cloud9 fans are all used to having international performances, because for so long, they had a long history of being
they were our best
performing international team, even when they would qualify as like our third seed or whatever. Yeah. Then they oftentimes would have the better
quarters or
exactly. So C9, I definitely agree. It would be so huge for the org, for the fans, if they could get this win. And if you think back to the lock-in finals, that was a very tense finals, which had a lot of all chat going too, especially between APA and Saints. And it came down to that the Annie versus Ari matchup where Saint picked the Ari into Annie, and then APA started out by typing to him, and then Saint solo killed APA with the Ari into Annie, and then he's like typing back to him, how do you get solo killed in this matchup? And zero answers, and APA was silent for the remainder at that one. So yeah, like you're saying, even though in the beginning of spring, the very first series that they play, you get a little revenge. After that series, though, even in the on stage interviews, I believe it was Vulcan that was on stage, and he was like, yeah, you know, it's nice to get a win and know that, you know, we've improved and like where we stand, but
It's not even. They stole your car and you stole their T-shirt. It's not the same thing.
Exactly. So they definitely need to have the win with real stakes and real, big rewards behind it is going to be so much more meaningful.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time predicting this one. I don't know. I kind of feel like Lion is who I would favor, but not in a really one-sided way. I just think that to me, Lion seems a little bit more well-rounded, especially Saint. And I do think the last time they played in that series you mentioned, APA actually took a mental blow from that one that took him a while to recover, just getting solo killed by Saint. Because I like, it's as funny as this to say, like, APA loves doing his all chat, and like I think most players just mute him. I think Saint's one of the only players that doesn't mute him, and then the fact that he doesn't mute him and he responds to him, I feel like that might throw APA off a bit, because I feel like he was genuinely shook after he got solo killed by Ahri like that, and then he started making some bigger mistakes. I think that, like we were talking about earlier with the mid lane vote, I think that Saint is very good on a lot of stuff, especially a lot of champs that are strong right now. I think APA's got his picks, but in a 5-game series, I think you need to be able to win with a lot of different things. And I would kind of give Saint the edge there overall. I think for what C9 has going for them is, they're a solid team. I think that Thanatos over, I assume their line will keep playing Dokla. Maybe they could bring out Castle, but that would be weird. I think Thanatos will be really solid. I think that's, a challenge for whoever's playing top.
Yeah.
So I think C9 can win, but I think that because it's best of 5 now, you have to be able to win with a lot of different things. And to me, I think that Lion's more solid, because when C9 loses, sometimes they'll pick stuff like they brought out Senate a couple times, and Sven has looked very shaky on it, like having low soul count and just kind of like dying in really bizarre ways. So I'm leaning Lion a bit on this one.
I feel like top side is clearly C9 favored. I think bot side is clearly Lion favored. I think mid lane is definitely Lion favored, but I don't feel like massively. And I feel like jungle also probably Lion favored, but not massively again, because I think Blabber's actually been playing really well. I think these last couple of weeks, APA has been playing really, really well. And I feel like APA has had some very impactful games, especially on these engaged champs. He's found really good flanks. I can think of, multiple Annie games where it felt like he was making the game-winning play. Obviously, the teleport in game 2 in their best of 5 against FlyQuest was massive. But even in their series against TL, I think the previous week, finding a flank on Jose, who had been running over Blabber and turning around the game there. So I feel like APA is not nearly as well-rounded of a player as Saint, but I think he is really excelling at some of the champs he excels at. So I think, he could definitely make his mark on this series. My biggest concern for C9 really is Sven, which I feel bad saying because I love Sven, and I think his good games are really, really good. And sometimes that kind of gets ignored in the equation, where sometimes he does have these really dominant games. But it feels like when he has a bad game, it's really bad. And when he makes a mistake, it's a big mistake. I think back to some of these games where it's like they're winning the early 2v2, and then he runs back and he knows, that Vulcan's roaming somewhere else, and he loses his summoners and dies, or he gets caught and it costs them the game, or,
goes up to auto the Skarner. And
exactly.
Skarner
flashed on
him and...
Like, these kind of mistakes are so punishing. And it is tough, because you can be playing really well. And I think Sven is playing really well for 95% of those games. But as an AD carry, generally, in a big moment, if you mess up, you just lose. Like, in a late game team fight, the AD carry often is the team fight, right? It's like, if your AD carry messes up and theirs does not, it's GG. And I feel like Berserker has been so consistent. So that really is my kind of big concern, is how will Sven play? If Sven plays to the best of his ability and he has a really good series, then Cloud9 are fully capable of beating Lion. I think it really could happen. But I am a bit concerned for how Sven will perform in the series, because I think Berserker and Isles have been incredibly consistent, and I think that Berserker has clearly been the better team fighter.
It was interesting listening to the pros podcast, because it seems like C9 have been doing really well in scrims lately, because all the pros were feeling a bit Cloud9 sided. And something they also touched on that I agreed with is, and everyone, whenever you watch Lion, you're like, oh, wow, they do play and then Inspired really slow and controlled. Like they'll give up any objectives if they think there's even a chance that it's a bad fight for them or not a good timing. And if you look at the average game times for LCS, they for the regular season were longest average game times, tied right there with Sentinels that also play a really slow game, and then only slightly faster in their playoff series. So Lion definitely do have this kind of very slow, methodical. We're going to give it the fights that we don't want. We're going to wait till we have our conditions all met to get our plays ready. And the pros were citing that as a possible weakness versus Cloud9 with how apparently Cloud9 have been performing recently in scrims. So it little things like that do make me kind of want to switch the other side. So, everyone's not always in agreement. And I kind of want to ride that Cloud9 side, especially because everyone's also against them with the narratives of playoff times, you're going to choke during the ones that matter, and this type of stuff that is kind of building against them. It makes me kind of want to be, I want to go with that side.
I think even if they lose this series, I think they will go to MSI. I think this will be the split that they do break it. And I think we'll see Cloud9 back international. Because, I have been hearing they're playing really well in scrims, and I do think this team is a very good team. I think all the teams in the top 4 are capable of winning the championship, but Cloud9 has 2 chances now. They just have to win one of their next 2 series, and you're going to your first international in 3 years. And I think they're going to get that done. I would not be surprised at all if they win this series, but I am still favoring Lion. I think Inspired has had Blabber's number in big series in playoffs. I think that, when you talk about meta changes and stuff, I feel like Lion has some additional flexibility, especially in mid lane. And I think we have seen Lion show us a blueprint for dealing with a really dominant top laner. And I feel like how they actually beat TL and Lock-in when Morgan was really on fire. And I feel like they can utilize Dokla, who I think it's not really debatable. He's obviously a weaker player than Thanatos, and especially a weaker laner. But I feel like they can utilize picks to cover their weaknesses in a way that I think we haven't necessarily seen that same flexibility from Cloud9, or at least that same willingness to kind of like adjust in draft. And so I just feel like draft matters so much in these best of 5s, and that's kind of like where I'm looking at both these series, where I think it's 2 very even teams, and I feel like I like FlyQuest a little bit more in draft. I like Lion a bit more in draft.
I kind of see it as the flexible, crafty, change for draft type player that's willing to accept that burden is just in a different position on each team. For Dokla, it's definitely Dokla. And then on Cloud9, it's APA, who some of the plays that you are referencing that he's done really well are him, thinking about the vision and playing around for, Midas was talking about the teleport angle so that they don't see him going that way, or Annie walking up the river and getting access to the back line. He's pulled out the Swain, the Twisted Fate. They actually did use the Twisted Fate well. Yep. Some of our teams, like when they swapped the Twisted Fate up the top lane, definitely not as good. But the Twisted Fate mid lane one, play around the gold card ranges, and go for the single target stacking stuns and stuff like that. So I feel like they can try and APA is definitely not as good of a carry player as Saint. I think 10 out of 10 times, if I'm like, I want my mid lane to hard carry us, I'll pick up Saint. But APA could be like the crafty one, and Dokla's like, well, you'd probably rather have Thanatos hard carry.
He can be the crown.
But I'm
to Saint's Faker,
there you go. I'll lock that Malzahar in, baby.
Every time.
So it makes it really cool that the solo lanes are kind of swapped like that, where you're like, Cloud9's definitely got a better carry top laner, and then Lion definitely have a better carry mid laner. So we'll see. This one, I mean, it makes sense that sounds like the tickets are getting very close to sold out, because this one should be an absolute banger. Lock-in finals rematch. Let's go. See if they pick up the all chat right where they left off. Get some solo kills going down for the drama.
So what's your guys' predictions?
I'll say Lion 3-2, but I don't feel super strongly about it. I can see C9 winning. I think I kind of want C9 to win in the sense of just breaking the narrative of being playoff chokers, because it's always sad when a team just doesn't show up when it matters most. So I hope C9 shows up, but I think based on what we've seen lately, Lion looks pretty hard to beat.
I'm gonna make the swap. I'm gonna go Cloud9. I'm gonna go Cloud9 3-2.
Cool. Yeah, it should be good. I'm Lion 3-2, but I feel like Lion will win. But yeah, I also feel like I feel bad for the Cloud9 players and this choker narrative.
Yeah.
So even if they lose, I think they're going to go to MSI. I think they are going to break that streak, and I think we are going to see them succeed this split.
Especially Blabber and Sven. I feel like Blabber and Sven have just been punching bags for community criticism. So I think it would be really sick for them to have, to win, to have some big games. Like you were saying, Sven. He had the Jin game to finish off the FlyQuest series, where he had
smurfed.
He had 16 kills or something
like that, yeah.
And was blasting. So we'll see if they can do it.
It's going to be a really good one, but that is going to do it for this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Be sure to follow, subscribe everywhere you watch your podcast, and we're going to be back this coming weekend. Saturday, we got a banger. Sunday, we got another banger. And then the week after that, we're going to be in Arizona for finals, so get your tickets. We'll see you there.
Too.
It's going to be fun.
Especially situations like this where Faker's trying to find a 1v1 against Perfect.
Well, he's just going to go in for it anyway. The Shroud is there. There's the R1. He's looking for it. There's the cooldown. The flash again. As Perfect gets out of the way. He's like, oh, so close.
Might. No chance of locking down the soul. And now the bros just want to leave, and Ruler just doesn't want to let them. The exhaust comes down. The Feather Storm is gorgeous as somehow Duro mops two of them.
The Baron reset, by the way, so they're going to have to chip away at that health bar again. And they say, okay, let's...
Oh, the play carrier!
Unbelievable angle! He catches 4 in the team fight, and the game just ends. It's just over!
And Delight taking a lot of damage here from Keen, charging up that Nabbar as well, as Gen G do not want to give this one up without a fight. Keen goes in, there's the ulti from Zeus, so fantastic. Canyon steals away the Baron and kills Zeka! Oh, man!
It's gonna force a big trade, though, is Doran, and I think that might bait Perfect in. Doran does have to flash away. He's taking damage, though, and 1Q gets the first blood, as Perfect's like, oh, so that's why you were doing that. Now, Perfect doesn't have flash now, and should almost definitely go down, I think, as... Nope, he doesn't have his Q in the walls. As that's going to be the ult forced. As now, Faker going in, he is challenging the Giga-fed Jace. Can he do it? There's a shock blast. Faker says, no, the flash is good!
Let's see whether he can help himself out of this situation. There are no teleports available for anyone, but he does have a ghoulie wall. And Keen is just trying to play some alcove gaming. He flashes in, he looks for Zeus, the ghouls get mad, and he's now trying to keep himself alive against Zeka as well, finds another Q, and I think he's out of there. I think he just won a 1v2. And the rest of Gen G are gonna show up. Oh, thank you, Keen, for a potential game 3.
We have a fight down here on the bottom side as well, going the way of Gen G, but Guma gets his ult.
Yeah, let's see whether the Feather Storm is going to work out here. The flash forward from Gumayushi, and goes backwards, but then lands on the grand entrance. Duro with the sick outplay, and Ruler gonna get the passive. That's the double. Duro in a weird flank angle, looking for Zeus as the Strybreaker does go wide. Canyon looking to try and get himself in there, and he steals away the dragon. The grand entrance is so good as the quickness charms them all up, and the kick. Oh, Canyon, you absolute gem, as Gen G will slam their wallets down. Stuff. Gio also back after a very long time, as she was going to get hopped on here by Rich. Does have the exhaust, but I don't think that Shiu wins this one, as he's tumbling, and Rich is just going to kill him. Oh, flash! And they kill each other!
Being a big threat. Showmaker sacrificing some minions to get in position to help. Flash is level 6, by the way.
The dash in from Shiu as the culling comes down, the barrier comes in, and Jiu just dies. More damage.
Oh, yeah. What do you
pretty
call
cool.
that?
I think it's Hyper and Silver Bolts, or a 3-hit passive. As now Shiu's going to get ulted back. Not sure about this one. Final hour does come on down. He's got the exhaust as Rich. I think might have been baited out of that one. The flash over the boomerang is gorgeous. As Clear looking to make his way in, but Yukao finds him down to 50% health as now Willa is in amongst it as they do get the Orbit Deception down. The charm lands, and that is going to be the Drake denying the Soul Raptor. Immediately then dies though as Vikla throws himself into that backline at the same time, but Yukao takes out the both of them, and then the snare is going to land. Yukao should be able to get this one as well, as it's a triple for the Mal. Oh man, it's your solo queue nightmare as Daejeon is trying to save it, but Rich gets on top of him, and Daejeon outplays it. Now Yukao, can you do it? There's the Quadra, and Kellen eats some honey fruit and walks away.
Not a lot of sums left available. Keria just waiting for the passive to come back up as FaZe is stepping on every trap that exists in the entire universe, as there is another shield that does go the way of Keria, but he will fall. And now Kellen's like, well, I'm a Karma up against FaZe, so maybe I can trade this one back. FaZe will respect it for now, but eventually some cooldowns come back. FaZe trying to kite it out, trying to use the range of the Mel, but the Karma W does come through with the Mantra. And there's the big root as well. FaZe in a rough spot, and eventually just getting autoed down. I think Kellen wins this as, ooh, the Q is going to sail to the left, and Kellen just autos him to death.
But this time it does feel like they're getting hit by a patio.
I think they're the potato getting smashed by a patio.
Well, Sponge is going to go in there looking for Showmaker, but the tempered Faker to save him again. The hands, stop it! He is able to go down finally as Lucid goes in, but I don't think he's getting out this time. It's a double kill for Smash though, make it a triple as give him the Quadra because it's Jin. He only wants to get 4 as Kingin could be the pentakill, but no Smash, no! Your Jin, it needs to be 4 kills, no! Oh, and there it is, the pentakill to ruin the vibes of the Jin.
At least was able to dissuade them further.
All right, Smash able to get out of the way of that bubble as Diablo is just dead in the 2v2, the culling and celebration as Lehen still doesn't have his flash, and that means a double.
It's now or never. If they're going to stay, they're staying.
Clear trying to get in there, trying to peel, but they just go immediately onto Vikla as the timing on the stun not there. But Clear, literally 1v5, trying to make it happen. Is not quite able to. Kellen comes up, Raptor does come up as well. And, I mean, they're still sticking around. Raptor immediately goes in, just gets feared as he's trying to Cyclone, trying to clear the wave. Kellen, with the follow-up, gets the root on the FaZe.
They're trying to focus the Nexus owner. It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen this time around. T1, they stick around for too long. DK Fearx are pushing the mid lane right now, and 7 seconds on the death timers. They might just have enough time. Keria trying to clear the wave, but the turrets are already down. Paranoia used, and they will clear them off of the Nexus easily. Not even close for B&K Fearx as one throw into another, but T1 I think will get the last laugh.
This is too much, Valdez.
There you go.
Is that Relish is on the bot side, so they can't start the... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is happening already.
That's a
just with the
solo
recurve bow. You think so? Well, I'm starting to think, yeah, because Main's ulted to the wave.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because, like, Deathfire Touch is, like, the better rune on the Fury, I'd say, in sense of scaling.
Dredgeline and melee. 70 gets caught up. He flashes away, but it's matched with a Valkyrie on top of his head. The 2v2 going arrive for Na'Vi. There's a step up from Kalista. A couple more autos needed. Heat barriers. He lives. And now Paris the next in trouble. Walking away is Kalista into fog of war. The Gatling gun out, and Paris almost finding the kill, but Kalista running away from the minions while Busio tries to take the next, and he will. Yike and Yehu for the defense. Will the series go on? The first game ever, Na'Vi against KC in the LEC. As one Nexus turret falls on down. Yike goes in for an unborrow. The spell shield there. Sam D survives and kites out. They're going to do it. Their first ever win against KC. As KC drop the ball, but Na'Vi know how to play catch. No, the Nexus exposed. Paris,
Just be careful not to stand too close to the wall. If he gets stunned, he dies pretty much immediately. If a miasma connects, he's going to be in trouble. He's trying to trade his life for something. He can't. Looking to turn back, dashes back into Fleshy. Interrupt there. You use the board.
Everything seems to be going wrong. He made us get two. He healed. Are you kidding me?
Isma ends up falling. Arzi hoping to get something back as one tower will fall. Linson's on the flank. Jun getting lower and lower. The double root going to connect. The follow-up is there in the form of the Zanyas. Now it's Fleshy who's in trouble. That tower blinking away. GX set to close it out in the face of Vitality and their chaos. GX staying composed in this game one to bring it home and take first blood.
A quadra kill. It was the fight before that.
Yes, true. All in now, TP on the way forward. Humanoid finally going to drop the bear down. Isma is way less fed than he thought he was.
Wait a sec.
Humanoid taking his time, hoping to use the bear to body block, but now needs to back up. Buys himself an extra second, but it's Nako now who is set to fall because Noah starting to come alive in the fight. Jackie's on the way out, takes down Carzzy.
Turned around.
LeBron James.
Wolfcamp, and you can see how much vision control they have in the enemy jungle, so...
Okay, maybe the egg crystallized under tower with the Flash Frost. Jackie's caught out in the eye of the storm.
I do feel like the story has been a little bit different for Giant X, though. Like, I think it's easy to look at what could be the result of
Maybe now as well. Inferno Moonlight Vigil, Kana unleashes, flashes forward, under Noah.
If they want, they can just maintain those.
Nicely done there from Huhi with the dredge line onto Masu. Counterattack arrives from FlyQuest, but now Hombok's getting locked up here in the front line. Masu's still very low, staying alive as the curtain call opens up. The bullets aren't hitting the target. Beautiful Dragon's Rage to set up the fourth shot. Hombok making it look easy there.
Yeah, that is really nice. Oh, Rahel in trouble.
Yeah, Rahel has to try to flash, but it won't matter. That's first blood. Clip of Griffin hyping up Cryogen with a motivational speech right before the game. Take a look.
I'm so anxious, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on. Bro, it makes sense you're anxious, bro. I know why you're anxious. It's playoffs. You've never been here before. But don't worry. The big G's, Masu and Quad, bro, we have been here before. We played against the greatest in the world. So when you're nervous, just look to your right and see the big G's on your team, and you don't have to feel nervous. It's like you look to your right and you see fakers on your team. Bro, just trust yourself. Bro, just trust yourself. So when you see, and you look to your right, you see Masu, Quad, Griffin, Gakus. Bro, just know it's a free win, bro.
Quad still on the approach, trying to go the long, long way around. Tempered Fate flies out, but Griffin flies in, steals away the Drake. Now Impact going to be focused on the front side of the fight, while Quad immediately finds the backline. Impact over the killing spree.
Here goes unstoppable, so the Bardo will not hit him, and then gets the flea. Obviously doesn't stop Smite, so just presses it faster.
Play with the swap back, and then B-Boy snipes Jan.
The tempo play. Jan's got to go for a later reset here. Is now the flash stun from Fudge. Straight onto Morgan. Gets the shield back, and now taunts up on the B-Boy, who goes down. Morgan with the outplay! And the shutdown for the top laner of Team Liquid. Morgan just clears out the mid wave anyway. Now Contracts jumps in onto Jose, but they already lost Seos. And it does not look like they can turn onto Jose, but Zinni is there, and they got the shutdown. Team Liquid keep going forward as Quid unstoppable right now. They don't need their AD carry, they just need their mid laner.
Vem chegando o Ackerman e o Feixe. O Ackerman tem ultimate, também não tem. O Barão vai sendo feio.
Passou.
Ele vem se aproximando. Pega que é ladrão! Cance rouba o Barão do time do Fluxo. Não vamos ter abate, eles vão só se posicionando. Passou ali o Carreto por cima do Bal e o Dudu. Vai de novo mandando
Tem barreira.
Vai pegar a barreira do Bal e o Dudu insiste. Debaixo da torre, ele quer esse abate, mais um flash. Coloca o Bal longe e o Dudu.
Do Fluxo, e agora no mid ela vem aquela lapada, pegou. Vai dormir.
Vai dormir, mas a lapada já tinha vindo. Que nada!
100% pro Zesh essa partida. Porque o Ackerman não saiu do top em nenhum momento e o Bal, não sei se sai do mid não.
Não sai não, quer dizer, saiu, foi pra base. Pega 2 eliminações e vem pra cima com tudo. Só que o Dudu ficou livre. O Dudu pulou no meio da galera, ele tem que usar um flash. Resetou! Conseguiu baitar, resetou. Veio no triple, guarda pra ele já.
É o Silas.
I block him. Yeah. Can we someone fight? Someone look?
Vamos olhar, né?
Can you go?
Pode ir.
I can look here, guys. I can look here. Watch.
Aí, palavrões em coreano.
A Red não consegue fazer a mesma coisa, não tem muita informação. A Louça parecendo sempre que tá um passo à frente. Busca agora o Cance, iniciação pra cima do Zitzi, meus amigos!
Ali o segundo dragão do jogo pra conseguir empatar. Eles vão pra cima de novo.
Pinstouro, que beleza! Ackerman, ele é eliminado. Vamos ver se vale a pena. Por enquanto não. São 2 eliminações a favor da equipe da Red, que conseguiu somente uma. O Steps vai saindo vivo e no limite ele também é eliminado. Fica um 2-2, mas é muito bom pra Red.
蹲得很好啊。
是的，
转角遇见
嘎啦没闪哦，
而且这样感觉嘎啦也很危险，
要 solo 了，变大了，
有踢，
来一掌，
单杀了，单杀了，隧道里勾了出来，狗也交闪现打出最后致命的伤害，君豪这个位置捅回去也要死，京东最后完成了一波非常精彩的拉扯，伴随着纳尔也被击破。
那还有个 TP 来自狐狸，
也不那个大招也空掉了。
但这样的话，可能还是得拼城啊。
是的，看一下打中，
少爷 A 掉了。
这是一个双城。后面的话，风月在残血的情况下过去开团，找到了一个维恩，维恩被秒掉了。这样的话，小黄翻滚上来，面对到罪安加上小天，好像有点无能为力。安妮闪现过来，直接定到狗子，狗子被倒了，而剩下的一个肉盾赛恩也被打到一个残血。小天直接再翻墙过来，而旁边的这个罪安也是追着少爷一路猛 A， 几个 C 位都被解决掉的情况下，滔博也是能够自然很轻松的赢下这一波团战了。
哇，罪安4杀到手了，
5杀，想要5杀，
想要
小云那个位置是没有交闪的空间了。
这关掉的不只是那个灯呀，关掉的还有 EDG 的沟通啊。
过来扛了下塔，又被敲了起来，
要单杀了。
基本上防守一下萨勒芬尼大招就可以了。
过来想开卡牌，但卡牌有自己的闪现成功拉开身位以后，回头萨勒芬尼大招也没有能够命中。小号把大招开出来，芒特穿了一脚以后进来还想秒卡牌，第二时间依然没有能够奏效。韩冰拿到3杀以后继续往前追，卡牌飞到家里面，把最后一个头给收了下来。波及到了，交一个闪现躲开一技能以后，再给下一个 EQ。石化凝是给到，但伤害有点不足。
霍珀没有被石化凝视到，锤上去能杀掉霍珀吗？深海终极还没来，守护天使已经出发，
女枪在跟这边拉分1v1，队友已经全部倒下了，德章被4个人围剿
，4杀那可能要有5杀了，
想要帮霍珀拿下这个5杀。
女枪给一个大招，哈哈哈哈！霍珀远处的火箭轰炸 Pentakill，
上一把的艾希，
狼王就是这种。小技能的博弈，你转过来，我一技能给你锤开，我还有加速门。狼王现在已经贴脸了，
还有3刀下来，再一刀。
继续想顺便给个大，
给个大。
确实，
杰克被晕了吗？
这个埋伏的很好，瞬间就秒杀了杰克。旁边弯盘开着2秒钟弯盘还没死，风月可以抵住最正面的一波伤害。旁边纳尔变小了，他拍不出这个神龙。纳尔跳过来，小纳尔，我是小维恩，跟嘎啦对 A， 闪现过来，想强行 A 掉嘎啦，他 A 掉了嘎啦，他甚至 A 掉了双人组。小纳尔再次站出来，正面小奶油也砍下来一波3杀，巨魔还给了他最后一棒子，4杀夸抓 Q 的小奶油。
他是旁边还想追了，没有选择交闪往后推，开了一个护臂，再交闪躲塔在那个 Q 技能的一个双翼征服节拍拿到人头，但是宝宝也杀了一个鬼把枪，但是被点死了。Monkey 过来想说不然左一棒拿到人头，后续呢？后续再闪过去，靠着女友的盾，
一波了。打起来哦，暂时可能不是2啊，开机了，小纳趁你没变大，那儿交闪现
要被单杀了，要被单杀了，
过来再一发拼哎！
反而是绕后的安妮位置有点尴尬的安妮，顶着直接走出来打倒了2个人，打满了一套优异，冰哥的层次敲上去，敲到对面一个后排，但自己被变阳了，想打后续的伤害，熏上车了，撞死了一个，而且露露也被撞没了，只剩1丝血，一个碎裂之火收掉对面残血的露露，勋哥还能在这边有分点，左一下右一下再回血，齐波在这帮着打，勋哥活了下来，开血了一口，剩下了蒙迪一个人，蒙迪抢关没有杀掉被一个焚烧，收获了3杀。先手没有人能打先手，因为奥也是没闪现的。往前 Q3，闪现顶回来了。兵哥作为了破局者，一找到对面飞机的机会当中，再一把飞机给收掉了。但 Q 也拦住了对面的后面，要看小龙的归属。小龙被一位给扯了下来，还要继续打这个残局。兵哥一个 W 直接把对面的鳄鱼给戳死，还要往前追 EQ 出来了。梦姐交了闪现，肚子拉着好了，帮忙掩护一下。好消息是他小龙续住了，而且经济上面没有太多的亏损。
哇，兵哥木鸭能跳到直接闪现顶回来，
这太果断了。能不能是一丝的血量？所有人被赶到人前面，开始过来爆了波优异，但是龙能够拿下来，拿下原狗了以后，优势来到了 BLG 的这边。BLG 想回家，下路要被偷家了吗？豹女已经赶到这边战场，要去拦人回城。
豹女拆的很快，有机会。
回得去吗 BLG？而这边豹女要一波了 ，Team WE。
Monkey 把家拆了。
纳尔哈这位置是被逮捕了，但下半区奥拉夫又在看德玛西亚，
但他没闪，操作不了，
直接被活生生给抡死了。到了这个前面硬进场要找 Viper， 但 Viper 这个血量应该是要被斩掉，差一丝没有打出那个 Q 技能，但勋怎么没留住啊？
勋在前面
一闪想留人，来自于 W 的反攻，这 Viper 被狙死了，
而且还能再来留，
但也留到了兵哥，但是奈的附近到对面很多人，一技能嘲讽到了兵哥，有水龙魂能不能活得下来？奥拉夫闪现硬砍对面，兵哥也被处理到
下路有兵线，
下路有兵线的
直接被卡里斯切进去了，
但是还5秒钟复活，
要看这一波
扛得住吗？
小林家就这一波了呀，
好像有点守不住了啊！躲了这个传奇到刺，赶拆基地结束了，把兵线拦住，但是塔没了，
只要做到了
3-1 WE 奇迹般的战胜了 BLG，
团队的胜利啊！西安 WE
Team WE。
Coming out of Shawnee on this Aurora, and D-Ray, bless his soul. Kratos has a lot of health. Pun has to be very careful here. Drops the equalizer just to see, but no, Kratos gets the solo bolo. Is that what they are in that skin? Yeah, I love it. This Fang taken very low. Canceled out quite a few autos there as the flash goes for Taki. Could not hold on long enough. Xiaoxi, it's too much. Artemis gets the kill over to Aris, and it is a nice pickup. Florin as well. All's getting chunked on the other side. The failed flash, it's not enough, and it's Florin able to 1v1 Kiaya. Slowly making his moves. The Baron power play sitting at for 4K. It's a big bullet time though. It's on a lot of members, but it's only on Florin, who's going to be so tanky to deal with. Pop9 actually picked up the monkey. Kiaya took out Xiaoxi, but no, they have to rocket jump away. It's too much healing. It's too much damage. Taki can't hold on. A triple kill for Pop9. He'll be looking for the Penta. He's going to get the Quadra. He misses the Sonic Wave.
Opinion on the Olaf pick depends on if he beats Jax. Yeah, I think he does. Xiaoxi, great taunt.
Yeah, great taunt, but the Igniter's now ticking down, so Artemis is trying to charge them down.
Dead.
He's able to get that last hit, and the hook goes forward. Fang, a little bit of an overstep. Oh, he throws up the ha-ha, and a double kill for Artemis.
EA finds another one. We go to the mid lane, where there's an egg getting popped. Can D-Ray scramble it? Don't know if he's going to have the damage quite in time, as he's going to chunk it low. Hongshu could be in trouble. There's another overload. There it is. Oh, never mind, as they'll dive back in. Xiaoxi gets it done. It's a huge Pun finds 3. They clean them up. Pop9 gets 1 in return.
Welcome back to the LCS Spring Split. Woo!
And you replaced your cast.
I did. I'm actually feeling quite well, according to doctors.
That's the positive. According to doctors.
According to doctors, who would absolutely know better than me.
I will say, we wrote the Masu Uwu.
I know, it no
and you
longer
decided
says Masu Uwu, so Twitch chat, you can source
She deleted all of our
Raz,
signatures as well.
Can write
all
on
of
my
our great
cast
work.
this time. But congrats, more importantly, congrats to Conviction
Debatable.
for winning the NACL Spring Finals last night. I know, Raz, you were streaming this.
I was praying for 4 games at least, That did not happen.
That did not happen.
Not at all. That was a conviction domination.
The pose as well in the cam as they're killing the Nexus. How long to see hold it?
Let's go, Bounty!
Also, I will say the camera discrepancy and lighting discrepancy is just
The sniper's
amazing.
just in the shadows.
Yeah.
He's been in the shadows the entire split. But no, congratulations to all of Conviction. That was a straight up 3-0 domination. Complete stomping.
Yeah.
The regular season was like up and down for them, but of course when they came in the playoffs, they completely locked in and didn't really look close.
The lean forward, you know?
Yeah. Except for Sniper, who's still like all the way back here, and his camera.
He lived in a back room. Is there a
away.
window in that room? We need to know.
No, you gotta keep the lights off for the glare.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, exactly. You gotta put yourself in a cave. However, we're not doing that today because we're on stage for FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, and as we see tomorrow, upper bracket, it'll be C9 versus Lion. Last week we said goodbye to both Sentinels and Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's going to be really exciting for the last couple of matches here. Week 1, we had these 4 teams play. Both the series went all 5 games. I think any permutation of these 4 teams playing against each other is going to give us a great series. So it is going to be super, super exciting. And remember, the winner of our series today will be the last representative at the Spring Finals weekend at ASU's Mullet Arena next weekend. 1- and 2-day passes are on sale now, so scan the QR code and head on over to Ticketmaster.com to grab your tickets today.
Yeah, but it was also not the only thing we're announcing. Of course, like we announced our Kia All-Pro throughout the week, and it's been interesting. Of course, you can take a look at first team, second team, and third team as we discuss them overall. What was the big takeaways that you had off the All-Pros?
I mean, it was fun on first team just to see the diversity. You know, it's not just like one roster. It's not just 2 rosters. There was 3 of our top teams all represented here. And FlyQuest had a lot of All-Pro members as well as kind of that last team rounding out the top 4. None of them actually made it onto the first team, but you start to see a lot of those FlyQuest members in second and third team.
Yeah, I was actually really happy to see the spread, which I think, like you already said, is kind of reflective of top 3 and now FlyQuest sneaking in as like a true top 4 as we see third team, Geckos, Flabber, APA, Yawn, and Core. This brings up, I mean, look, All-Pro.
The spread should have been even spreadier.
It should have been spreadier.
All-Pro is always invites a lot of discourse. So before we start talking about our top snubs, we want to know who your all snub team.
All snub team.
So these are actually for those unaware of what an all snub team is. These are the 4th ranked vote getters, right?
Yes.
And in particular, I'm going to start with someone who I think should have deserved it, and who I think overall the discourse that I've seen online has been about this the most is Huhi missing getting onto an all-pro ballot at all. I think he was super, super important to any success that Sentinels did have, both in Split 1 and now in Split 2. I think he's super, super important to a lot of their setups. I think him and Hambach working well together has been like a super huge key to their wins. And I actually just think he's performed super well individually.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, especially with the additional insight we have from all the comms listen-ins, we have gotten to see him shot calling his team to victory multiple times. So I did think that Huhi was absolutely snubbed. You know, Core is an amazing player, but I think that Core sometimes gets votes because of his name recognition.
There we go.
Just so you guys know, it's interesting because you guys are voting for, you know, Dokla and Huhi as the snubs, but you know who actually made the difference was the fan vote, because it was actually a tie between Huhi and Core JJ, and so it went to the result of the Kia All-Pro fan vote. So fans actually had voted Core JJ on
Core
second
JJ
team.
over,
So
wow.
they voted him for second team, not even third team. So he had the votes additionally from that's actually what knocked Huhi out of All-Pro.
So now we get to do the Reddit thing, where do you assume that the people voting Huhi now were the people voting for Core second on team? Or do you just blame chat unequivocally?
No, but it is interesting, because I do think a lot of it comes from, I perceive it to be like a whole, you can talk about recency bias, but I think a lot of it is also people seeing top-ranked teams. If you're a first place, second place, third place, or fourth place team, then a lot of the times people give you a lot of clemency, especially if the games are going well for you.
Of course, has been so good for so long that people sometimes I think just kind of default.
And the name value as well.
Yeah.
But if you're a player that's performing exceptionally well, but on a team that isn't doing well at all during the split, it is difficult. But as for Huhi, I felt like he won Player of the Week for Week 3. He also won the most player of the games for any support, and he was like a top 4 vote getter in general for player of the games. He had just performed, I felt like, incredibly consistently all split long.
Rez, because as the poll was running, Dokla's votes kept going like up and up and up, right?
Yeah.
But I know you have a different top lane snub that you were thinking of. I actually also someone who I had on my ballot because I feel like the thing I struggle with is not having recency bias creep in, right? And really trying to look at like the whole of the split.
And the person she's talking about is Castle.
Yep.
Castle I had as my 13 All-Pro, and I think was shocking that he was not even the 4th vote all-getter. I had him as 13 All-Pro. I thought it was a shoo-in. My main takeaway is like, did we just forget like the majority of the split that he was on DSG? Did that just completely poop out of our mind? Like, what the hell happened?
So I didn't vote for Castle, and I actually don't think it's a snub. I think that Castle had amazing laning phases.
Yes.
But I also do think it is important to be able to convert that. You can say partially, yeah, okay, it's because he was on a bad team that he was never able to convert those leads. But there was a number of games where he was the one getting caught and actually losing some of those team fights I felt on DSG. I do think his laning phase was absolutely top 3 in the league.
Yes.
But then also the time on Lion, he wasn't doing well in lane or in team fights, and I felt like when he was on DSG, he wasn't doing well in team fights. So to me, I do think, it's justified that someone like Gakkos would be above him, and Dokla as well in my mind.
I didn't necessarily think that his laning phase when he was online was that bad, especially in the Rise game, Rise versus Rumble.
It wasn't bad, but he just went 50-50.
Yes, exactly, which is like, it's one of those moments where it's like, in that situation, would you want him to do more, especially when he was getting more counter picks within that, in the time that he was online? Yes, you would.
Yeah, I would.
Would have. But then I'm comparing
Which is why I didn't vote more.
and number 4. I was like, number 3 and number 4. Number 4, Dokla, who of course the chat seems to support, the first half of the split, he was not playing well at all. Like, that one was the craziest one to me. And I think people have so much recency bias where it's like, by the end, Dokla for sure was locked in. But then in the first half of the split, maybe like more than that, 60% of it was not really even close for me. And then Gakkos, I felt like if he was not on a carry option, was not doing well. So I thought the consistency was there from Castle. And when he was on DSG.
But Gakkos played like 70% carries. So if he's doing really well in 70% of his games, isn't that pretty good?
Yes, but even on his carry performances, I felt like he was still getting picked on sides later on in those games. So I felt as though it was closer for Castle to be closer to Morgan in the second All-Pro than it was for a third person to be closer to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting talking about both Gakkos and Castle side by side, right? Because I think they both have really clear strengths, but like also very, very obvious weaknesses that have been part of them the entire time. The Dokla as 4th in All-Pro is super interesting to me just because you already kind of pointed out, but by his own admission, he was actually really frustrated with his own play, I know, especially at the beginning of the split. However, he's been a huge part of Lion's success recently, especially his actual picks and that the stuff that he can bring to team compositions.
He absolutely has, but that's enough about Kia All-Pro for now. I want to talk about the series that we're going to have today because this is a series that has a lot of history. If you have forgotten, think about all the way back in 2023. We started having these two teams battling a lot with Prince joining, FlyQuest, that era. There's been multiple iterations of these teams actually battling. And sometimes some of them are doing well and others are doing poorly.
FlyQuest Summer!
FlyQuest Summer was supposed to beat them up there with APA. This is God abandons TL is still one of my favorite quotes. This is after TL with Pioshik actually drew T1 at Worlds. He said, God has abandoned us, but we'll enjoy it anyway.
He did well in that game.
He did
They almost won.
And then finally, in 2019, TL obviously with the Umpty roster with APA, they won. FlyQuest then, this is the Winions Grand Finals, if you remember that. They win their first LCS title with Busio and Inspired and that iteration of the roster. They were very close against Gen G. They were having a lot of success there. obviously these teams have been battling for years and years, and now we have kind of the more updated rosters with then leaving, APA and Impact leaving, so we have a very different TL this time around. But FlyQuest, likewise, we don't have their roster changes here, but it's only Quad and Masu left from this stretch of success where FlyQuest was kind of at the top of the LCS. So now we have this new iteration of these two teams. And the rebuild of TL was expected to immediately be up at the top, whereas the rebuild for FlyQuest was expected to be kind of, a gradual process. These two teams have been pretty competitive, have been battling really, really well. And I think it'd be fun to talk about a bit of the expectations versus reality because, like we said, everyone with TL coming in, it was kind of the super team that they were supposed to have built, right? And people were expecting that they would win. It's a very different story for FlyQuest, yet these two teams are meeting at kind of like a similar level, I feel like it's fair to say right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think with Team Liquid, you built this team, and the actual talent within the roster, it should have been going better than expected. The fact that the big question mark from the whole community was going to be topside, Jose Deodo and Morgan, but they were performing better than you would expect, Jose Deodo especially. And you're like, okay, perfect, we got Quid, and we have Jan on our team, our carry should be set up for success, and then it wasn't working out in that fashion, especially in lock-in that stage.
Well, especially with them winning the Quid sweepstakes, right? Because that was the big thing. It's like, who is going to sign Quid and then Inspired in the off season, right?
Yeah.
And so, combined with, I think, a continued dominance in scrims according to other teams, right? So this is their reality in terms of stage performance, which is like, obviously the 6th stands out as like, whoa, that's a super rough time. But they considered the lock-in playoffs a really big failure for them. Now regular season getting 3rd, and we'll see where they land.
This could still be a first. We're scaling. It's getting better. All right. There was a 2-point jump from 6th to 4th. Might be a 2-point jump in 3rd to 1st.
I think the scary part for them was, they were in the running for top of the table, but the 3rd place is after losing to 2 of their competitors, back to back at the end of the split. They lose to Lion as well as C9, down the stretch, and people start to then worry, are you ready to actually take that title? They also lost in the upper bracket. That is why they are here in the lower bracket. True. Though, admittedly, that was, again, an incredibly close series. They're clearly capable of winning the title, but they have to actually be able to get there and do it.
Well, and then by contrast, I think Fly are way, like, quote unquote, ahead of schedule in terms of this rebuild they did, right? So that thing you brought up is, Isaac, that had both of their trajectories. This is a quote from ThinkHard to Naymen at the beginning of the season. And ThinkHard has had a lot of experience with kind of like younger rosters, trying to get them to evolve together. By the end of the year was his target, right? And now, like, already, even before kind of their recent success and their sweep last week, people were like, no, it's a top 4. FlyQuest are so annoying to play against. They're really good. They like capitalize on their windows so quickly. They're hyper aggressive. They're psychopathic. What else have we heard about this team, right?
Yeah, a lot of great descriptors.
Psychopathic, like, affectionate way. But then this is their most recent reality, right? And like we were already saying about this roster in Split 1, like, oh, it's looking like they're a little bit ahead of schedule. I think they had a disappointing finish. They would have wanted to do better. But compared to what ThinkHard said at the very beginning of the year, they're doing fantastic.
I mean, super close series against Lion, 5 games against C9, which they very easily could have won had it not been, especially I think for that Game 2 comeback, that pick on Masu that gets them the series. And then they sweep Sentinels in the lower bracket. ThinkHard told me at the beginning of the year, he wasn't sure how they were going to be starting out, but he thought that by the end of the year, they would be in a position to be qualifying for Worlds, which means he thinks by the end of the year, they could be a top 3 team. And they are 1 series away from being a top 3 team today.
Even if you go further back than this, the fact that they were like really close to 2-0 in C9 as well, like because they had just faced them prior to this. Like FlyQuest is way ahead of schedule. And I remember at the beginning of the season, them, to the point that you had made, like, okay, it'll take some time, and they were unsure, and then the scrims were coming through. It was like, wait a minute, I think we're actually doing pretty well. And then the playoffs for lock-in, I think, reset expectations for a lot of teams in general. But what I really enjoyed is the thoughtfulness that's come out from a lot of the interviews from jungle and support, where they're like, yeah, we're working like a lot more in tandem with each other, and I feel like their play around Scuttle Crab has been a lot more clean. Their play as a team when they're going for invades is a lot more reasonable, whereas a lot of the times they can just lose games off of coin flips that are easy to read. They are no longer easy to read.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing about this team is how they have so much confidence in each other, it seems, that they've built through these past few splits.
Yeah.
Even though they are such a young team, that they're then using that to their advantage, right? And they bounce back so quickly after, because like it's not like they're not going to make mistakes, right? They take a lot of risks as a team, both in draft and in a lot of their contests, like you were talking about with Scuttle, like Raptor contests. We see a lot of that as well.
But
from
compare that to
Griffin.
Lock-In and look at how much better it's gotten.
Well, they're better, but also their recovery from messing up, I think, is huge. Because as soon as they see an opportunity window later on in the game, they immediately go for it. Whereas I think other teams would be like, no, we need to play it slow. We kind of need to like get more resources. I just love that FlyQuest don't seem to let their own mistakes keep them down in game.
And this, we already talked about this being a shocker, and we thought Sentinels would be better in this one. This was just a straight clapping from Masu. And like, we talked about the idea about playing together as a team and being more coordinated. This is just them showcasing individually. Masu is an exceptional player. Like, Quad has always been that, and he's in a meta that's really, I think, catering to him and how great Control Mage is, like Control Mages are. So I'm like, okay, now, not only are we getting to see more spotlights being shown on individual players, Gakkos on his like Quinn and stuff like that, you can't really predict within the draft. It's like, they just might be able to take you out with their hands alone.
Absolutely. Speaking of two of those young players from FlyQuest that got some good hands, Gakkos and Griffin have been competing every week to see who is the big G. And these are the results from last week. So we got a little bit of a stats breakdown because we want to see who's going to be the big G today.
Who are we leaning towards off the stats alone?
Okay, so it's really hard for me to base it on stats alone. I want to see what champions they pick. Because, like, if Gakkos is playing, like, Jace or something, I'm like, okay, it's probably him. Like, he's going to have a ton of side lane pressure. His laning is excellent. Griffin, though, if he's on something, I really love his Shen. I love his Nasus. I don't think he's going to get it. But it's so funny to hear them talk about this and also talk about playing with Griffin specifically, because they're just like, yeah, we kind of have to sit back and wait for Griffin to carry us.
I feel like last week, to me, it was Griffin, you know, because I think that he, you know, was really kind of shifting with the meta incredibly well. I think his tank picks work so well. The tank support items are just straight up OP, right? And we have seen him have a lot of success with that on Shen, his Skarner game as well. You know, I do think that we see his Protoplasm Rush on Nasus. I think there's a lot of different champs that he has that are fitting the meta really well. Even if Nasus is going to get banned out, he brought out the Shyvana. So to me, I think he was so big in their sweep over Sentinels last week.
It was pretty tough, only because I thought that Gakkos outside of lane and in team fights, how he performed with the Quinn in that bot side like river fight was very good.
That was so good. And
yes.
It seemed like, you know, the team had prepared for that as well. What we want to know is who will be the bigger G
today
from you.
It's about today, guys.
In chat. About today. So you guys saw their performance last week. You saw how the team plays around both of them, which I think is very, very good. I actually loved how they separated fights for Gakkos' Quinn. I thought it was really excellent. But we want to hear from you on who is going to be the bigger G today.
And we want to hear from Kobe, who's going to be with Griffin, on who's going to be the bigger G today.
That's right. I'm standing between two big G's right now. We've got Griffin and Gakkos. Griffin, though, we're going to start with you because last week, Crouchen was a little bit nervous. You gave an inspirational speech, and so we wanted to check in this week. Anybody feeling a little nervous on the team? How did the practice go?
Yeah, so obviously I think this week it's one of our bigger games, probably like the biggest games of like some of our careers, even though like we have two veterans that obviously have been in the quarters and stuff. This match means a lot for, you know, the rookies on the team. And I mean, personally, my team calls me like, do you know Attack on Titan?
Yeah.
Like they call me like Captain Irwin basically.
Okay.
Like a leader and shit. So, no. Leader.
All good.
Leader, and they just, you know, entrust me that I could, you know,
take down some Titans.
Yeah, take down some Titans basically. And I think it's very normal to be a rookie and be nervous. Like it's very, I mean, it's a big match, right? So, especially last week, even though it might not seem like a big match, when you're in the moment, you're the player. I can relate to how it feels when it is a big match and you're nervous.
Yeah.
So I think it's in our team environment to like kind of joke about it, but I think it's also good to like joke about it, but also be serious because I think it will help you like get more confident then.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the year, you said yourself, the expectations for this team compared to like Team Liquid are a lot lower because you guys are all fairly young.
Yeah.
But if you exited playoffs already, would you be content with, you know, getting 4th place?
No, I mean, the sad reality is that obviously we have lower expectations. I think Team Liquid rightfully will feel more pressured in this series because they have more expectations. But as the split goes on, I think everyone on the team really has that confidence that we can win the whole thing.
Yeah.
So now that expectations are higher, I think it will be really disappointing if we lose. But I think at the end of the day, we're only like 5-6 months in of like some of our tier 1 like careers, like for Gakkos and Cryo, and I'm less than a year. So I know that despite today, whatever happens, long term we'll have a better chance than the other teams, and we'll keep improving and make sure we have a good showing for the rest of the year or like next year even. Yeah.
All right. Well, we've really enjoyed your energy for the Big G competition, so we got you a little something, a little present here, and we're gonna give this to you for game number 1, the Big G. However, if Gakkos gets more kills than you in the first game, then you're gonna have to take that off and give it to Gakkos.
You're never taking this from me. This is mine forever.
Who's gonna be the Big G today?
We will see after the game 1.
We'll see after game number 1. My final question, I do have to ask you about your tweet yesterday. And I just want to know, has your condition changed, or are you going to proceed with the same plan?
Oh, yeah. So my doctor advised me against, doing what I was planning to do today. But unfortunately, it's kind of a mandatory thing for what will happen today. So can't really change much about it.
Okay. We're going to send it back to the analysts.
Kobe! What did the doctor say, huh, Kobe? What were they talking about?
We're talking a lot about
Would you like to read the tweet out, Kobe?
Yeah, you could discuss it. We could bring you over here if you want to.
Okay, yeah.
Kobe can be the one getting fined.
Griffin winning the Big G poll.
Oh, all right, okay.
As is kind of like the expectation of Kobe just handing it to him.
His team was calling him Captain Irwin. I don't think it. Look, I'm just gonna say watch the show.
Yeah, I was like, oh
no. I don't know about that comparison.
So I want to move on briefly from the Big Gs on the top side of the map to, no, you'll love this, because it's bot lane, and you love FlyQuest bot lane. And I also love FlyQuest bot lane, so let's talk about them for a little bit.
We got Big G and we got MC.
Yeah,
I like that.
A quick telestrator on this. The big thing here that I really want to highlight is just, this is Lucian's passive, by the way, for those that don't know. So
level 2 power spike.
The big P.
I am still having so much trouble using a mouse, guys. This is really sad.
You're left-handed now.
I know, it's unlucky. So basically, Lucian passive, whenever Lucian is healed or shielded by an ally or an enemy champion within 1,000 units, is immobilized. His next 2 shots within 6 seconds are empowered to deal extra damage, right? So now really quickly, you'll see that both Cozy Campfire with healing and warm hugs with the shield both have ways to proc Lucian passive really early. So we're going to be looking at first of all, Rahel and Huhi are going to play super aggressively to try to get brush control. They're going to be skirmishing around vision a lot here. And I just want people to see how quickly Masu and Cryogen kind of really are able to respond to that. This is kind of a little bit of a mistake on Rahel and Huhi's part for kind of fighting so aggressively over this, because as soon as Masu sees a window to go in, he actually burns Rahel's barrier, which only empowers Masu and Cryogen to actually chase him out of lane really early on. He has to take kind of an awful back here, and that gives complete control to Cryogen and Masu in this lane. This was another little play from them that I really liked. They're gonna loop around here.
They're ganking their own lane.
Yeah, they're actually gonna come into this space here, recognizing that Rahel, they're their own junglers here.
Where's Big G?
Yeah, they're the Big Gs now, right? So flash for flash, Masu flashes aggressively, is able to capitalize on that. Griffin actually comes and they kind of think about making a play on Huhi, but I believe he'd already used his taunt so they let him go. But
They
still,
just showed his feet in the
highlight. Still not a great move. And then here, I just want people to see how difficult it is for Rahel to even step up to get CS, because once again, you're just gonna see a combo of Lucian being shielded and healed and doing so much more damage. Barrier pretty much has to be used as soon as it comes back up. And the way that they continuously punished this lane using the Lucian-Milio combo, I think they're so good together. And it's the reason why they've been getting so many 2v2 kills down in bot lane.
Yeah, and the question is, let's see where Fly and TLAW rank in kills where the ADC or support kills the opposing ADC or support with either the ADC support or no one assisting with other allies around before 14 minutes, otherwise known as 2v2 kills.
Oh, yes, of course. This is very simple to follow. 12 to 7. 12 to 7. Better. Strictly better.
I mean, they've been smurfing in lane. I love how aggressive they play. I mean, this is kind of some of the hallmarks, I think, of FlyQuest as a team, is that they are willing to hand check you. They are willing to get really aggressive. And Masu obviously got so much credit for last week, but Cryogen, I think, is also having a really good rookie year.
Yes.
I think had some of the other supports not been playing so well this split, he could have been in All-Pro conversation as well. And I really like this quote. You know, he was talking about his upbringing in comparison to Danny, how it was pretty similar, how they have the same GM. You know, Andy Barton was there with both teams. And you know, he made that jump from tier 3 to tier 1, just like Danny, and is deserving of a lot of credit for being able to actually perform on this level so quickly, because so much of the discussion coming into this year was, oh God, this is gonna be a huge downgrade from Busio, and how are they gonna look as a 2v2, because Masu and Busio work so well together.
Yeah.
They've actually been great. I'm not saying that, you know, Cryogen is perfect, but like, they are one of the best 2v2 lanes in the league.
1000%, and it just goes back to crediting taking that chance, taking a chance on a player that you have in your gut, you know they're playing well in tier 3, but like, oh, if it, you know, performs poorly, then of course the community may not be on your side. No, completely flourishing. And the community, honestly, has really gathered around these players as fan favorites. So like, it's really fun to be able to see it work out in this way.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side, though, because we've talked about, okay, how do FlyQuest play, right? They're super aggressive. They take advantages of leads they accrue. This is something that I always find super interesting whenever someone's like, I want to play like an LPL team. Because I think LPL teams play very differently from each other.
Yeah.
But overall, this is a quote from Jose where he basically said, I think LPL is playing the correct game. We're trying to do the same and pressure the enemies. And I do feel like so much of League of Legends now, especially now that we're maybe going to become a little bit more unlocked from lanes as we've seen recently, but laning is still just so important. And here are some more general stats that I think are really interesting to compare, because if you're asking me who plays more like a general LPL team in terms of really capitalizing on those quick timing windows and more importantly, like playing as a unit of 5, I would actually give the edge to FlyQuest.
Yeah. And I mean, I agree with you fully. LPL teams have different styles, but I think mostly when people say, I want to play like an LPL team, they mean fast, and they mean bloody,
High
and they
combined
mean
kills per minute,
good hands.
Exactly.
And TL really isn't kind of hitting those benchmarks that I was interpreting what Jose said as meaning.
1000%. I think a lot of the times when Team Liquid have like really large earlier advantages, that's when you want to kind of like ramp up the pressure a little bit more in baiting for fights or pulling Baron or something in which that you're pushing the enemy team to walk towards you. I think that's something that Team Liquid hasn't really done, especially if you hear consistently from not just Jose Daejeon within that interview with Cloud Sidki, but like hearing from Spawn or anybody from that team, that's what they're aiming for, and it just feels like that hasn't happened a lot. But like at any week, it could just flip like a switch, and you just need one opponent to do it. The last time we had an upper bracket 2024 like playoffs game with Team Liquid and FlyQuest, it was the bloodiest one. So like, hey, it could happen. It could happen. But here are the predictions that we have for today.
We should return to blood. So all 3 2s across the board. I'm the only TL person, so I'll just say really quick that I think if TL show up in full on stage, I do think their macro is better, and I think their map play is better.
I think the edges that I would give to FlyQuest is I feel like they've been better in skirmishes individually with hands, and I think that their drafting is more creative and could give them a real edge in a 5-game series, since we all seem to think it's going to go long.
Yeah, we all think it's going to go long, but I feel like playoffs have just completely surprised us every bit of the way. I just hope we get to see like the classic bot lane matchup, Yeon versus Masu, that it does go the distance. But I'm just going to throw out what I wish, and I'm going to hope that we get it. Let's start the games and see how it goes.
Hello and welcome to the Riot Games Arena! We got an elimination series today as we reached our last lap on the road to Arizona. It's time to meet our teams. Up first, an org of perseverance personified, a team of perpetual expectations and a roster yet to prove themselves. Please welcome Team Liquid! And their opponents today, the underdogs of the LCS, the Young Guns of North America. Give it up for FlyQuest! Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. Only one can continue on the road to Arizona. Give it up, everybody, for your lower bracket elimination match.
And it is a hype one. FlyQuest, the youngest team in all of Tier 1 play in League of Legends this year, right now, versus Team Liquid with expectations to the moon, basically.
Yeah, I'd say FlyQuest ahead of schedule, and Team Liquid is right now behind schedule.
Yeah.
So
they're in the red
that
zone.
adds
They're
pressure
trailing.
to both of them. I mean, I listened to your interview with Griffin before the series, and as energetic as he was, that's almost the least energetic I've seen him in a pre-series interview. So I feel like both
Judging
these teams,
by the Griffin scale.
Yeah, the Griffin scale. So it's still a lot of energy, but that's low for Griffin.
Griffin won's like most pros 5, to be fair.
For sure. And that just means that I wonder what FlyQuest or Team Liquid is going to show up today, because we know in online play, FlyQuest is really unleashed when the pressure is lower, but now they're just doing these walkouts for the first time. It's different than just setting up with your computer. There's already a different feel to this match.
Yeah, we got the big stage here. We got the crowd, the audience here, and the pressure is on. Every time you talk to anyone from TL2, you know, it's there are a lot of expectations around international performances, and you have to get to those international performances is the first step of those. So if they were to exit here, it would be another exit in 4th place, which is also a meme that the organization carries and has carried for a very long time. So FlyQuest looking to upset. There you go.
Yeah, get that around.
Quick
And maybe
around.
a
There you go.
jungle. Okay, now never mind. You can flip it back upside down. I don't want to see that one anymore. But to your point, Jeff, FlyQuest, they're basically ahead of schedule right now, because what we expected for this team, or at least what I expected, was, maybe by summer split, they'll be really fighting for that finals weekend, maybe pushing for an international spot. But they're already kind of hitting their stride. They're improving as a team, and they've gotten a lot of people excited about this young roster.
And that's the thing, too. I asked Griffin about that as well, and he was like, at the beginning of the year, they didn't have the high expectations, but as they have seen success...
the old bait and switch. Flip it around.
As they have seen success, your own expectations, you can't help but they rise after you start to win. So he said they would not be satisfied with only 4th place if they got eliminated here. They do really want to make it to Arizona. So let's get into the draft, because it's incredibly important with these two teams.
It really is, and we see Team Liquid has decided first pick, so FlyQuest is going to be on the blue side. And Team Liquid has been pretty outspoken about being a fairly straightforward drafting team. They just want to make sure that they don't lose draft badly, and then they're expecting kind of the skills of their players to win lane and carry that to victory, whereas I'd say FlyQuest has been much more creative, specifically with Griffin's champion pool, trying to find the right angles. For early in lock-in, it was things like Volibear jungle. Lately, it's been Shen and Nasus.
And Nasus still on the table here. I mean, that was something I was talking with members in the crowd. They were like, we can't give them Nasus.
Gotta
if we
find
get
the right
FlyQuest
angle for
Nasus, then they're going to win.
Let's go Knicks.
Yeah, it's definitely not a blue side slam first pick type of thing. Got to kind of build around it, see a good angle, and so usually I would think some focus on bot lane priority here, because with Seraphine being banned, Karma being banned, and Varus being banned, the Lucian Melio is very, very powerful and has been a priority for the FlyQuest bottom lane previously. But we got to insta couple lock-ins here.
We absolutely do. So Orianna had been banned for most of the LCS Spring, but with the rise of Cassiopeia and Quad liking the lane matchup as well as the champion, they're willing to give Orianna to match it with the Cassio. And then Griffin will be doing this, but this was kind of an inspired special. Anytime you give over Orianna, lock in the Nocturne right away to try and punish it on side lanes in the game.
Yeah, anything to punish low mobility champions here. Try and dive on the Orianna. And the thing is, when you say Quad likes the champion, Quad really likes this champion.
It's his champion.
Yeah, the definitely signature champ for him. Of course, they previously did get it for him as well, and Darkwing's actually handled it quite nicely, but still very dangerous. Yeon and Core JJ, though, maintain every single time, still feel like they are the best Zyra Khan in the league, and it is a very defensive bottom lane there with the extra ability to jump in the air if Nocturne tries to go for you. So it's mainly going to be the Orianna there for Quid that will be a big target.
Kind of immediately picking anti-dive and a quick Jace lock-in for Gakos as well. It's his second most played champion behind Cassante so far in the spring. So should be comfort picks for FlyQuest across the board in the solo lanes.
And they really like playing on both side lanes having very high pressure win lane matchups. So the Jace is usually paired with something like a Lucian Melio or something aggressive on the bottom side. But now already seeing the Xayah and Rakan and having to play into that might dissuade them a little in that endeavors, but they can definitely still pick something to get the push.
FlyQuest also banding away some of the annoying answers into the J, so you're taken off the table. Morgan also looks very solid on the carry so far, so trying to put him onto something not able to counter that matchup.
Yeah, Jace, take away a couple of the angry matchups that are going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Let's see here, though, because TO, I mean, they're just building a very standard 5-on-5 team comp here, very safe.
Probably going to have to put Morgan on something weak side. There's already the York, the Ornn band away. Malphite exists, but is a little tricky into Cassio. It would be good into the other two champions. I think Gragas could also work well.
Sion
wants to just
Sion is still available, too.
Sion's
Sion into Jace is the classic.
Yeah. Tank matchup would work for Team Liquid's current composition, but also they have to pick a jungler here still, and typically you want something that can carry that Orianna ball. I'm thinking J4s, I'm thinking maybe Xin Zhao's, but that means that you wouldn't have that with a potential Ashe Seraphine in the future. So let's see what Team Liquid would go. It's FlyQuest pick next, though.
I mean, they did do the Nefiri with the Orianna. They do like that combo.
What do you call that combination?
You also already have the Shikari.
Yeah.
But they already have Rakan, and Rakan is such a great delivery for the Orianna ball. So they don't necessarily need that still. Cryogen with the Nico again. He was pivotal in some of these comps where they only basically had him to be like main CC and main setup. He really did perform well.
He was surprised with some of his own engages.
Yeah, and he definitely served that role. So this is for FlyQuest, is a very standard comp for them. It's not like standard for a lot of teams to run this style, but this is definitely something that they have run before.
And they're doubling down. That's the second ball delivery system. So you're right that they did have the Rakan, but they wanted more, and they also lock in the Sion. So pretty basic drafting at the tail end for Team Liquid.
That's about as stock standard of a team comp as you can get if you're Team Liquid. Tank top, Orianna mid lane, Xayah Rakan fits in for pretty much any meta since those champions have been released.
Go to really any year in League history, and you can find a similar composition to what Team Liquid have right now. FlyQuest yet to lock in an AD carry for Masu, and it will be Ezreal, so opening up Cryogen to get out of lane a little bit more and give some range for Masu to play with. Okay, so currently Team Liquid with a pretty solid front to back and a very classic style of League of Legends. Chat, what do we feel about FlyQuest's answers into it? Do we feel like they have the tools necessary to crack this type of comp?
They're a little bit low on frontline, but I definitely feel like they're going to be trying to play through side lanes, and then they're just confident in Masu and Quad's ability to carry team fights later in the game. Game 1 of their series last week, Masu also played the Ezreal, had a bit of a slow start, but then once he hit 3 or 4 items, he really started taking over that game.
But I can hear in the back of my head somewhere, some Twitch chat, Captain Flowers probably screaming that there's not enough engage on FlyQuest right now. They don't have a lot of ways to get in and start the fight other than Cryogen on Nico.
I mean, you have Nocturne plus Nico, right? This is a classic combo. So you turn off the lights and you make it Nico's job a lot easier. So while that is the main thing, and we talked about them being able to rely on Cryogen in that role before, having that Nocturne ultimate really does make it a lot easier to pull off because you get flanks from multiple angles, and FlyQuest, they super like this style of comp where they have lots of damage, they can poke ahead of time, and then pull the trigger with the Nocturne and Nico ultis.
All right, FlyQuest, Team Liquid draft set for game number 1 in this elimination series. A reminder, the winner continues on to Arizona. The loser will be ending their spring split in 4th place. It's the Young Guns versus the Old Faithful. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Riot Games Arena, make some noise. We're getting into game 1.
Real quick word on where Jose is going to be starting his jungle. The Jarvan is definitely the one that tries to disrupt the early game rather than the Nocturne, who'd love to full clear. So Griffin making it in to get that early ward is a very small victory off the bat.
All right. Expecting both of them, to path down towards bottom side. Nocturne starting with the Wolves to get the quick respawn on Wolves and do a clear towards bottom side. This, by the way, is Raz's match of the week.
Oh, no. Still doing this?
Raz, basically, he gets second choice. Emily always gets first choice for what is Emily's match of the week. And since we only have 2 matches...
There's only one other choice.
That doesn't mean Raz, you're trying to take his credibility of his match of the week away immediately?
That's like saying on my left hand.
He made a good choice.
He could have picked the same match. He's just choosing not to.
Okay. I was going to say, it's like saying my left hand is my second favorite hand. You know, it's like you only get 2 options. It's not like it's going to...
So we're going to be tracking which G is the bigger G in these games. As you
they're
can
both
see,
tiny right now.
Both of them are fairly small at the moment.
Little lowercase G's.
Every time either Griffin or Gatkos gets a kill, we'll post a new picture, but bigger.
Continue to go
thank
up.
you for the visual demonstration. Again, tiny right now.
Yeah, ground 0 for G's.
Kobe,
They're just normal sized G's, okay, guys?
Okay.
Like, that's a totally normal sized G.
Smallest
it did seem
I've
like
seen this year.
Griffin was confident that he was not going to give up the chain, though, because you also gave him the chain in the pregame interview. So we'll see if he's able to back that up. His bot lane priorities there for Masu and Cryogen. They were getting some trades on Daejeon and Core and currently shoving that wave in.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's kind of the crux to a lot of these FlyQuest, comps and styles. They like to keep pushing all lanes, get Griffin a lot of room to work with for jungle. And then a lot of the times, too, when you're in that position, your job is to mark enemy jungle and track them to make sure this Jarvan can't get an impactful gank since all of your lanes are trying to play aggressively and trying to push. And then if you can keep up that pressure and avoid the early opening, then you get a lot of potential for the mid game.
Pretty nice start, though, with the triple pushing lanes. And Quad with the Deathfire touch Cassiopeia. What I've seen this matchup, like Cassio does actually win the early lane into the Orianna. It's just the Orianna often scales better with combos and team fights, which could be with the Rakan or the Jarvan. But in terms of the early laning phase, expect FlyQuest to continue to keep the pressure on.
Good knockback.
Yeah, I think Gecko should be just fine right here. Does take a tough trade at the very end, misses that shock blast, so might have to back off because Jose is in the area.
Yeah, and you know by process of elimination, because FlyQuest got bottom side Scuttle Crab, so they're calling, hey, the Jarvan here up to the top side, and there's vision both side, the tri-brush as well as the lane brush here by mid lane, so.
And more of that solo 1v1 advantage going to Quad in the early game here, heavily chunking out Quid, who just backed and TP'd into lane, and is now under half health.
Yeah, and we talk about the experience of these teams as well. In terms of playoff games, Team Liquid Alienware has a lot of playoff games between their entire team. Even the experienced members of FlyQuest with Quad and Masu, still not as many games as the other two. So
I got to shout out Core JJ also. 206 playoff games. That's not just pro games, of course. He's been playing for a while. That is longer than most players' pro careers, I would have to guess. Let's get our stats guy on that one. Hey, Leo, check us live. I love doing this. Put him on the spot live. What's the average number of games a pro plays?
Yeah, I mean, Score JJ started his career so long ago. And Griffin walked over a ward here into this position.
Also not level 6, so low chance that he actually finds anything, but Quid is still sticking around. Jose's here as well. Flash from Quad with the Miasma. They're trying to send it on to Quid, but now they turn it back around. Quad with no summoner spells. Ghosts away, and will actually get out to safety. Okay, precarious position for both mid laners, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, nice counter there by Jose, getting both the Flash and the Ghost out of Quad, but not able to secure the kill. The timing needs to be perfect in order to defend that gank and try and get it, but overall, I think not much done other than summer spells.
Also, I heard from production, average pro career length is 110 games. So Core's almost double that for just playoff games alone.
Yeah, I mean, Core's also in top 10 in terms of longest careers in all esports history.
Oh, fair enough.
Also, what is the average
picking
number?
Up that average, yeah.
What is the average number of Worlds wins? Because he's well above the average of those with even just one.
0.0001.
Yeah, it's got to be minuscule right there. I'm not going to put Leo on that one. I feel like that one's too much.
Now he's going to take that as a challenge.
True,
he's
yeah.
on it.
That's how you actually get him to do stuff when you don't think you can. Bet he won't. All right, still pile
like,
for the bot side.
It's too tough for Leo. He's not going to go find this.
I bet you he can't give me $10 right now. There's no way. He'd never do it. All right, Masu and Cryogen backing off of this bot wave currently, as Jan and CoreJJ will catch that. Still about a 2-wave lead for Masu and Cryogen overall, so despite them losing some of their health bar in those trades there, it's looking fantastic for them in the 2v2.
Yeah, level 6 Crab, the Griffin is going to have to give away to Jose Diodo right there. No flash or ghost on his Casio. And if Jarvan gets level 6, that would basically be instant death. So Jose now gets to play with that little bit of extra pressure.
And no flashes on the mid laner, so immediately when I see a level 6 J4 and a Cassiopeia with no flash, no ghost, I start thinking that that could be a play. Jose's currently going back to clear some of the camps, though, as the wave was shoved in from Quid, so maybe not doing it yet, but now Quid hits level 6, so they would have the combo. Squad has to be very careful.
Okay, now finally Masu's going to go for his recall here, so going to be secured priority for Team Liquid, and they can just get Jose, you know, pathing on back down towards the Dragon here, get a nice setup for themselves. They've got their level 6, and they've got the control ward in the brush that leads over to the Dragon fight already. This little ward down here is so nice, and getting the early setup for you know, the first big objective fight can oftentimes mean a huge difference, especially since both mid laners, even though they don't have flashes, they do have their ultis.
Watch for mid. There we go. Flash plus the ultimate on the quad. Petrifying Gaze lanes under 2. And that's a paranoia answer from Griffin. First blood to Jose, but answered 1-for-1 as FlyQuest get there.
Listen, that's actually something that FlyQuest is going to take. They have no summoner spells on their mid laner, but the mid laner that Griffin wants to gank is the flashless Orianna.
Yeah.
So the fact that they get that in a 2v3 is going to give them tempo, because now Crouch and Masu get full control over the spot wave as Core spent that entire time mid.
First blood gold will be nice for Jose, but still fantastic. And nice chunks there at Daejeon, who's been on the receiving end of a few of those so far in this laning phase. Another wave will come in. Dragon not started by either team yet, but all about getting these plates in the bot side.
And Masu has just been an absolute demon recently for FlyQuest. He's landing everything onto Jan, so much extra damage onto Jan, and you kind of mentioned, but the time CoreJJ spent away in mid lane allowed him to also push up and get the priority there, and now they're paying the price for it.
True Shot Barrage stops the back. Core and Jose are here. Jan's going to stick around.
But they're burning so much time from Jose right now. I mean, Griffin has no ultimate, so anytime the Nocturne doesn't have ultimate and you can get eyes on Jarvan is just great for them. And it's not like they were punished for getting that deep vision. As an example of Masu last week, I mean, he was an insane performance. 26 kills, 2 assists in that week. We're going to see this play one more time, Kobe.
Yeah, so they're setting up here, JJ and Jose looking to punish the Cassiopeia, but Quad, watch his nice Cassio ult as he gets Shockwave. He gets his Cassio ult off on both of them, and this allows the counter kill. This sets up the counter kill to get that 1-for-1 that you're talking about. Then
I can trade. Nice.
Yeah, you need to trade.
Nice. No flash, that's really good.
Yeah, J4 no.
All right, play successful as we see Spawn
Don't
giving
like to see that.
Yeah, because he invested his jungler's flash to go for that play as well as the ultimate trades.
Jose's currently on the grubs here. Walking in and just auto steals one.
Wait, it was sitting so low for so long.
That's
Smite
just
greed.
disrespectful here. Jose still has a smite available, but now has multiple people in there. The Miasma trying to lock him down. Pop Blossom used as well. That will just mean 2 grubs over to FlyQuest.
Curious. 2 grubs for FlyQuest. A little bit of smite greed at the start from Jose, but he still secures the 1. I think FlyQuest is going to be relatively happy about that, even though they did burn the Nico ultimate.
Honestly, let's see about the re-clears here, because both their clears are going to head towards bottom again too, though, and we've had the swap. So Gakos lane adjustments here. Had swapped down to the bottom side, now is going to use the teleport as they swap back. So it's swap for grubs, then swap back with the teleport.
Yeah, but TP advantage now for the Scion with the Drake being up. So I imagine Team Liquid has that in their sights as their next play. Plus, they have bot prio already happening here for the Xayah. Seems like they have the map in an okay spot, but I mean, FlyQuest is maximizing their gold right now. They're up about 700 as well as the small grub lead.
And Griffin's also down here, has the paranoia. They won't have the Pop Blossom from Cryogen if a fight happens around the Dragon, but they still have some other big ultimates available.
Yeah, no Pop Blossom is really painful. We'll see. Mid priority is getting gained right now by Quad.
Would be a hands check, because it would be 45.
Masu's just going to face check. Griffin pops the paranoia, just walks up and Smite steals it! Back-to-back objectives getting taken by FlyQuest. Flash over the wall from Griffin. Gets out of there.
Okay, that's not a kill, but that is a big G play.
That's a big G play.
That is big G energy right there. He goes in and just yoinks the dragon, turns out the lights, and steals it in the night.
I mean, TP disadvantage. They get the TP when they Nocturne ult because Team Liquid thinks the team fight is coming.
And he lived.
But he just smites it and walks away. Where's the counter engage from the rest of Team Liquid because of the Nocturne ultimate? CoreJJ isn't confident to just fly in with no vision over here, but it is a temporary 5v4. He goes in a little bit late. Griffin just flashes away.
Yeah, good spell shield there as well.
I can also look to flip it. I'm going to look to flip. Can we look to burst?
Oh, TP.
Got it.
Run. Everyone
Run. I rooted them. Can you get out? Yeah, I'm chilling.
Okay, nice.
I love that call of burst it. We saw, Nico, we saw Ezreal both throw abilities at the dragon, burst it down to set up Griffin for that smite steal.
That is actually crazy heist right there. Gets out. Uses the ult and the flash, but definitely well worth it for them because dragons for this game are something that TL want to use to try and draw you into their standard team fight. But FlyQuest, now that they've got the first one, they have so much luxury in the mid game. They don't have to bend to TL's will and play to their game plan now. They can really, play the side lanes, spread their map, use their Nocturne ultimate, try and pick people off, and let this the high damage carries really get to work.
Yeah, got to track the plates as well because they've just been pressuring these side lanes. 2 plates left on that bot lane turret, 3 plates left on that top lane turret. If FlyQuest is able to break these turrets first, that's when they'll really get that gold injection for the future dragon fights.
And already 1,500 gold ahead currently, plus the objectives. I mean, even just that auto on the grubs gave them grub advantage. Not all 3, but it's still something to track there. So FlyQuest, great start early as CoreJJ is in Cryogen's jungle. We'll spot him. Actually, no, that's Cryogen on the Nico, not the Nocturne. Confused myself there for a
lot
second.
of Nocturnes on the map right now.
The classic Nico caster counter.
And they did actually catch him here, so CoreJJ is able to at least land the knockup. Cryogen just sidesteps and walks away.
I actually do like this from Kakos, going for the Serpent Spank first because he's playing into Sion, who has the big shield of his own.
Ooh,
but then also Orianna as well as the Recon for later on, and it's a good lethality item in its own right too. So
yeah, let's track it. Currently 0 shielding reduced.
Ooh, flag and drag onto Masu. Cataclysm as well. Flashes the shockwave. Masu, nice to get out of there.
Good cooldown usage though to trade those ultis for the flash.
Yeah, 2 minutes on Drake. I think it was a good look by Team Liquid, but also just a good reaction from Masu. He had so many moments last week where he would escape with like 100 health in his deathless game 2 and 3. So he's really been trusting his hands lately.
And also a reminder for everybody, you can see it on your screen right now. Come watch the winner of this series at the Spring Finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. The winner of this will be at the Mullet Arena this coming weekend here. Get your tickets now, scan on the screen, and come say hi.
Man, they have a lot of deep vision in the red quadrant of their jungle right now set up. TL have super deep vision to see these FlyQuest bot side plays. And since that's where the Cassiopeia is at the moment, does make me think maybe they try and pull something off.
That's a lot of words.
Coming through here, so yeah, Quad does have his double movement summoner spells available, so can still rely on those. But TL, they're coming with a little bit of pressure.
Do they need that many wards? Like, it's not like they can TP a Kennen in behind or something. What are they going to do? TP a Silent and have him ult through the walls to try and get a flank? There's no spellbook on the Recon.
They're going to have Core and Jose invade together. The jungle support synergy here. Can they make a pick?
Currently fishing for Griffin, dropping more wards down. So just keeping the vision up. This timer makes a little more sense. The ward tempo for CoreJJ currently set up 50 seconds before the Dragon. Spotting out if FlyQuest will walk up to contest. And then we'll see potentially the little dance back from FlyQuest trying to clear some of those out. But they don't have nearly as many deep wards. There's one flanking ward, but I mean, who would realistically be TP flanking? Jace is not the strongest one at that.
I think it's just about the info, just about the info and the setup and the entry. Don't necessarily need a teleport flank to pull it off. But even sometimes you get an open area has no TL vision. That's all Cryogen needs to have a devastating Nico ultimate.
And I think that might be part of also why they have so many down, is it's actually the Herald here. Top half is not very well lit up from either side, so...
Daejeon's actually the one bottom lane. Could take a bunch of plates or TP in for a fight.
Jose might just be looking for the smite steal. Will instead back to the end of the pit and flag and drag away as Jan walks forward to get some damage. Teleports come in. That's the Herald down, but Core finds the engage! Shockwave onto 2! And now the paranoia back from Griffin. Petrify Engage will hit 2, but that's going to be a dead jungler for FlyQuest. Team Liquid smash FlyQuest in the river.
That is an insane engage combo. Core JJ and Quid set it up, and Morgan just bowls him down. He teleports in Big Sion with a shield. Oh my goodness, Core JJ and Quid, that is big.
What a wombo.
Right on top of Gakkos, and then Griffin was still trying to pull the trigger for the fight afterwards. This is absolutely a delivery of a couple of kills. So Griffin's a little bit low, but right as the TP comes in, let's just look at this combo one more time. Who gets the first engage? It's Core JJ, charms him up into the Sion delivery system.
Yep.
The drive wave?
They never got to move. I mean, you have to combine all three of them for that one, because Core JJ with the quickness to get in there for the double knockup, he's the pivotal one. Everybody else's job was pretty easy after that.
Just follow up.
Yeah, I give the credit to the first domino.
Yep, the shockwave slaughter. There we go. Shock. No, I'm not gonna try it. I'm terrible at these ones.
But Team Liquid thankfully are not terrible at them.
Yes.
They're very good at them. And so with that single move, they take back the gold lead here away from FlyQuest. And if you're giving a bunch of money over to a super standard like 5-on-5 team fight team, it definitely becomes super easy to execute your game plan from then on out. They can get these objectives really early, and they can just try and do front-to-back team fighting. It becomes really difficult then for FlyQuest to do anything about this Xayah especially.
And also it was Core JJ that set it up that time. Earlier at the Dragon, we saw him hesitate a little bit to go in onto Griffin there, and then that smite steal came through. This time Core's the one that found the play to set that up.
And also I'd say the tempo of this game, even though Griffin pulled off that nice Drake steal at the start of the game, is more favored to Team Liquid. Like when FlyQuest has been making this late run that's been hyping everybody up, it's because they've been making their own plays. They play so fast and they play so loose, but they haven't really been taking risks in this game. Maybe now that they've had the Rift Herald fight go awry, they might look for a dive here.
Shockwave early onto the wave, and now Paranoia from Griffin. They're going to go for the dive. Pop Blossom will land onto 1. Petrifying Gaze follow up, but there's just not enough damage, and the turret's doing a lot. Quid still running away, trying to escape. Flash from Gakkos will mean a shutdown to Griffin, as Team Liquid have 2 members under the bottom turret. Core and Jose trying to get out of there. Jan trying to get into the fight as the knockup lands. Cataclysm re-engage from Jose, and Jan's there for the damage. Team Liquid get Core out of there, and they'll answer a kill.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Core lives at the end, and the whole time, Sion is also still pushing on top side, so they will probably answer the tower that was taken too. FlyQuest, though, they chop down the lead for now.
Yeah, I like the overall play by FlyQuest, but then it's just about execution. Quid gets most of the wave, now the entire wave, which makes the turret immediately turn when FlyQuest goes in. And then the split focus a little bit. They clearly do want to kill Quid, but Cassio gets stuck under turret.
Jan has to use the ultimate. Quid going to keep, or Quad rather, going to keep going forward as Core JJ is trying to keep his AD carry alive. Masu, that sidestep Mystic shot could have been the kill, but Jan gets out of there.
The other part why people love watching FlyQuest play League of Legends, they're so aggressive and they're going to keep making these plays to fight their way back into it.
Still has flash, by the way. Still has flash. Doesn't need it.
No.
Doesn't need it. There's not another
I thought the Wolves were going to kill him
through.
maybe right there. Yeah.
I saw him hesitate at the Wolves too. It's like, oh, wait a second. These Wolves are coming out. They're going to get a crit on me or something? Okay, so after the last play, I like this vision toggle here from the observers, still showing how TL are diligently keeping up their deep vision through this red quadrant of the jungle, because they want to keep setting up for dragon fights. They want to keep trying to draw into this river corridor. Here we go.
No flash. Paranoia. No flash available on Quid, but not enough damage follow-up from FlyQuest. Gakkos was just a little too far away to land the Empowered Shock Blast.
Yeah, Masu landed a good amount of follow-up damage, but without the extra Shock Blast damage, they're not going to push for anything further, and that is going to be Nocturne Ultimate down.
And Jan just playing with a ton of confidence right there. 2 items already completed on the Xayah. The threat of Xayah killing both of them if they continue to chase onto Quid's Orianna, I think is what ultimately saved his life.
That's what he saved the flash for, you know? You can walk up.
Now, though, with no flash for the Orianna in side waves, you have to get a little bit more, careful with your movements here. And that's why you see the rest of the team, TL right now, pushing in to shadow Quid to make sure the Orianna can get this extra wave. Everybody kind of hover around behind him. And they also know Nocturne Ultimate is down from the mid lane play, so they have a little time to work with.
Love that play from Team Liquid.
Nice.
Putting him in as another heavy chunk from Masu onto Daejeon. Now, Onslaught will get flash out. Pretty long-range flash over the wall there. Nice for Masu to land that one, as True Shot Barrage will not land this time.
These engages from Team Liquid with CoreJJ and Morgan coming from different angles, getting themselves some important summoner spells, but as of yet, not going to break anything for this Dragon. 20 seconds ahead of time on the setup.
You can see Masu just trying to play so close to the edge as well, knowing the team is a little bit behind and trying to get control of that mid wave. It's the FlyQuest mid turret that's sitting on that one plate. So mid priority, very important before this Drake spawns. He did get the mid prio by burning his flash.
Yeah, they're going to be able to burn this because TL have everybody topside too. So FlyQuest's objective acquired for them at the moment. And Jose and Quid just going to recall from the top side for TL. Try and keep things stable.
Good news for FlyQuest, though, because Dragon Soul, if it's that Infernal Soul, with things like Ezreal, with things like Jace, man, that's a lot of poke damage then when you approach that late game. So this is turning into one of those kind of win-condition Dragon Souls based on the composition that they have.
Okay, so still looking at Quid's cooldown on his flash at the moment, too, because Nocturne Ultimate is back and available, and everybody basically has their 2-item power spikes coming in at the moment. So have to be fairly careful, and that's why Quid is just grouped up with the team again. Don't want to expose yourself as being a really easy target to go for. I have to say, Masu has done a lot of work just with some poke damage here on the Ezreal.
Quid's walking forward. Masu jumps away. Paranoia pop defensively with the teleport coming in. Turret will go down as Jose goes in. Flying and Drag lands onto 2. Now Cataclysm onto Cryogen. Onto 4. Flank from Gakkos. Flashes the shockwave. He's in there on everybody. Will go down. But bought crucial space for FlyQuest, who keep walking forward. Nice ultimate comes in from Morgan to buy some defensive space, but still loses the carries. Jose and Morgan, the only ones still alive. Masu in some trouble. Decimating smash bomb! Double kill to Jose. Team Liquid answer the play.
It's an absolute bloodbath there as the turret goes down. It looked like the Jarvan Orianna combo didn't quite land, but then FlyQuest just goes all out to try and finish the fights. It's Morgan Sion who really clutched it in the end.
Yeah, you can see what happens when you try and just all flash past the front line of TL, because FlyQuest are like, all right, we got to kill all these carries. We're going to ignore the tanks in the front line here. And so they all like go past Morgan. Look at this Cryogen engage.
With the Gakko Shock Blast in the back, but then they don't get the clean one-shot. A few things that I want to point out is Quad chasing through to finish Yawn actually gets the tick damage, even though the Sion there CC locks Quad and then manages to also get the connect onto Masu before Jose flash EQs.
Yeah, you can only ignore the Sion for so long.
That's got to be terrifying when you feel like you're winning a team fight. Then you take inventory, you're like, okay, so we got the carry, we got the mid laner. Oh, that's a full health Sion. It's like in the middle of our entire team. Ooh.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure. That was a good flash from Gakko, so he's able to flash away from that shockwave over to the rest of the squad and get them fairly low. FlyQuest, though, really on the edge of a knife there, quite close to getting enough in it. But TL, really nice, clap back from Jose and Morgan, and Jose is the one that's getting paid off of it.
Yeah.
Even though the sign is looking menacing in there, Jose is really the key factor. And if you can get to a Guardian Angel early in pro play, it is insane for your objective control. So junglers getting a lot of early money is actually quite good, and Jose is getting very close to that Guardian Angel. Will be one of the first people to get a 3-item power spike.
The stats are really backing up that first team All-Pro jungle position for Jose right now. 5-0-3 and a 1,500 gold lead for the jungler as an invade comes in right now. Shockwave on the 2. Masu's able to get away, but now Jose flies into the backline, does not have that GA yet, and almost goes down, but now the re-engage. Quickness from CoreJJ. Quid gets a kill. Gakko's in trouble. Double to Quid, and Team Liquid pull off the invade.
I mean, that was actually so impressive because they did that combo within the Nocturne ultimate. So that's full trust right there. Like Jose saying, I'm going shockwave me, because I don't think Quid can even see where he's pressing his R, but they get the combo. He escapes with the sliver of health, and they might have just blown the game right back open if they can get this Baron as well.
Good communication means a Baron start for Team Liquid. It's going to be 3-player contest here. If FlyQuest think they can do it, no paranoia available. The True Shot Barrage will get some chunk down, but Quid's still pretty much full health. Quad's going to have to be the hero here. Has a Petrifying Gaze, full health Cassiopeia, but the Baron is secured. Team Liquid get the objective, and will get out.
Wow, let's watch this one more time. So during the darkness from Griffin, Shockwave just hits, and Jose jumps in afterwards. So it is Quid who, he gets the first strike bonus, Kobe. He's the one.
Yeah, he's the first domino.
The first domino.
That sets it all up there. Nice little flash here at the end, too, to avoid the death. And TL, their comp, again, is so tanky, so, standard front to back lineup, especially if you start out with a great Shockwave like that. Now they feel really in command. With Baron buff to be able to siege afterwards, they can easily go get their second dragon and then push in on turret money. But FlyQuest, they played a spread again. And they were like, fine, you're going to have that dragon setup, but Gakkos is going to get at least some money in the turret on top side.
FlyQuest might be trying to not rush here with the Baron buff being in the pocket of Team Liquid and Drake coming up soon, since Team Liquid's not close to Soul whatsoever. They might just, they're all resetting, probably giving this Drake over for Team Liquid. On the topic of Quid, though, I mean, last week, he actually had an insane performance. This is his KDA throughout the series, 21-0 and 13. On Pros afterwards, he was also talking about how he was the one that was trying to basically carry the team. We're going to win by me, rather than saying, oh, Jose's having an MVP split. He's looking great.
Paranoia bot lane though, right now, play happening. Griffin jumps in, immediately chunked down, and that's another flash pop from Cryogen. The damage is there to follow up. Jan's out of there. Griffin is the answer, and they're losing multiple. FlyQuest are down 2. That's a killing spree for Quid. Gakko's caught at the tail end. Team Liquid answer the play, and we'll trade up 3 for 1.
Yeah, Team Liquid extinguishing the flame of FlyQuest right there. FlyQuest, it looks real flashy, and it is really flashy in big bursts. Cryogen gets a good engage, and they delete Jan. But then all the other threats on TL here are so big as well that they're going to be able to push him out after the initial play.
I just gotta say, Morgan's Scion and Jose's Jarvan are just absolute units. So like, yes, they get the combo, they kill the AD carry, but let's not forget about this absolute beast of a man in the middle of the fight with unending despair, never even getting his shield broken by the time the fight is decided. FlyQuest is trying to run past Morgan, but it's just not working.
Yeah, man, the fear chain into Nico combo, and Jan basically doesn't get to press any buttons or play.
It's great. They get the one kill.
But that's all they have after that. And then TL are able to win the long fight here, and the Guardian Angel is done. Jose is also level 16, ticking over now too. So he's same level as his mid laner. He's definitely making it look good here. Quid also getting some extra money is really nice for them, because the Shockwaves definitely have been nice here. So TL, their game plan now for ending it out, just continue to stack these dragons, and their range isn't super long. You know, they are outranged by FlyQuest, so it does make your sieging a little slower. So that's why I expect them to focus a lot on keeping deep vision so they can see, FlyQuest plays, and then stacking the objectives and pretty much trying to take towers after they get kills.
But right now, they're rocking a lot of gold leads across every member. Nobody on FlyQuest is ahead of their lane opponent on Team Liquid currently. As we see the total gold
Rather
down
rich
there.
jungler, 13,000 gold to Griffin's 11,000 gold. You can just see a bit of a difference right there. That's GA completed though. Currently
bit of a dippy in the
Griffin.
jiffy.
Can they dive? Can they just dive with Morgan? Because Morgan doesn't really take a lot of damage. So I guess, they threaten to dive, and you're like, okay, we'll back off.
Masu's not enough to stop that one. Morgan rocking the 007 score line right now. Mission dive the back line here. Or rather, just let them walk past onto my back line, I suppose, has been the name of the game. Can't forget about Morgan. Can't forget about this Scion. Team Liquid going to go for a reset here. 3 minutes till the next dragon. Minute 45 until that Baron. So they got time to look at their next approach. And again, Jose Daejeon has been the benefactor of a lot of the kills. He's now 2,000 ahead of Griffin, has the Guardian Angel, so like their next team fight, he can just do the play where he throws himself in.
Yeah. Also 100% kill participation for Jose. I mean, he's having a pretty good game here in game 1 with elimination on the line.
Where are those inspired snub arguers, you know? When Jose puts out performances like this, you got to give him credit. And he's been doing this a lot of the split so far, kind of the spearhead of Team Liquid. Poetic, he's playing Jarvan. Set up around the top half of the Rift, though, as that Baron's now up in a minute's time. So Team Liquid are taking away some camps, getting their vision down early.
Yeah, meanwhile, FlyQuest are like, okay, yeah, you are really strong grouped up, so we're still going to try and split push.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, we'll still keep Gakkos out there, try and get some money, because we know we cannot fight you outside of our inhibitor towers with the extra, you know, wall at base. It makes it a lot more hopeful to get one of those miracle fights and turnarounds, and so they'll try and split push and try and get something back on the rest of the map, and Gakkos can indeed do that. So at the very least, they're able to keep a little bit of parity there while the rest of the team defends.
Yeah, you can see supports building a couple of the recently buffed items, Knight's Vow and Locket, both in the inventory of Core JJ, as well as the Mandate in the inventory of Cryogen, but that makes it a little bit harder to one-shot someone like Quid, because you're thinking, like, how does FlyQuest win? You either get on the Xayah, well, Xayah can ultimate. Quid technically doesn't have a stopwatch or a Zhonya's, but there is the Locket from Core as well as any additional shielding they throw onto them, so it makes it a little bit harder.
Plus a Rocket Belt, just giving you a little extra HP, Seraph Shield. It's not going to be easy to one-shot this Orianna currently, as Team Liquid will early teleport in Morgan to the top half. True-Shot Barrage will chunk out Jan slightly, but again, maintaining control at the Baron and fighting for this mid-wave push.
Yeah, and again, this should be the plan for TL. You go to the objectives, you draw FlyQuest to you, and then you're able to counter-engage here with Morgan being so tanky and Jose having GA.
Sending the Nico clone in.
Flank.
And now Core flanking, lands the engage there onto Masu. The carry's down before the fight even begins. Double kill to Jan, Team Liquid getting 2.
I think my player of the game is going to Core JJ. I think he's won a lot of these critical team fights.
You're saying Jose's like a middle domino this whole game? For his 100% kill participation?
Man. I like the first domino. Core JJ's had some big engages. I know
he has.
Jose has the god stat line.
Yeah.
And he has been good.
You're saying he's just throwing a flag down and saying, like, I did it, I helped.
No,
like,
I didn't say that, but, you know, it is easy to get assists with flags.
Jat's a classic, you know, just look at the stats, you know.
100% KP?
Yeah, true.
I'm with it, Kobe.
I like big all-star plays. The one that was really cool was the one early in the game. You know, when the game, the game is still close up by the Rift Trail. That was a great engage from him as well. Obviously, Jose's also had some really good moments, and as we say, now that he has Guardian Angel, it's well, Griffin has actually matched it now. So he can revive, but he'll probably just die again.
He hasn't matched the 4th item, which Jose has an entire item on him with the Spirit Visage.
That's unlucky your opponent can still keep buying items also.
Yeah. Jose's definitely going to win the chat vote. He always does. If it ends up being a top.
True.
But
got a lot of fans
making
out
the case for Core JJ. Let's see how this one ends.
Yep, Team Liquid got the 3rd dragon, and now they're going to push in. The siege continues. As they're just marching their Baron buff forward. FlyQuest are going to try and mount a defense under the Nexus turrets, you have to imagine, as Masu jumps away from Jose. The inhibitor will still go down. Shockwave has been used by Quid, as Gakkos continuing the split push top side. Morgan missing that ultimate, but Jan goes forward. Jan knocked up. Jan has to pop his ultimate, and he's still going to go down. Shut down to Griffin, as diving the turret was unwise from Team Liquid. Morgan's about to go down, finally, as the shutdown kill goes to Masu.
Well, no TPs left because Gakkos TP down, but there's a wave top already, and FlyQuest win that. Once the shockwave is down, continuing the engage is kind of the perfect storm to be able to win something
the turret.
back.
Dude, FlyQuest, they put pressure on TL by keeping Gakkos split pushing, and so TL were like, we have to tower dive. This guy is split pushing us. That's when you can create chaotic moments and open up, you know, miracle comeback moments for yourself. Then, you know, Jan is very isolated, and so Masu's able to shift away from Jan and allow Cryogen to get the engage onto Jan. Like, this gives the hope there for FlyQuest.
Sign to life.
It's a 3,000 gold swing because of the bounties given away in that fight. The mid inhibitor is still down. The bottom inhibitor is still open. But watching it one more time, I mean, Jose tries to be the first domino. I mean, but the Shockwave doesn't connect. Good shift by Masu right here. Shockwave down. Gakos doesn't stop split pushing, so Morgan decides to go in. But then Masu escapes with the sliver, and watch the re-engage onto Yon, where they get enough CC so that they can connect the tether before one-shot him. And then Quad gets the stun on to Quid on the bottom as well.
Now, do you blame Quid for the timing on his Shockwave? Or where is you placing the blame on that? Is that...
I can't blame Jose. He's my guy this game.
If we're playing blame game, I'm saying I think Jan lost the script as stand behind the front line. He walked a little too far forward there, getting hit by the Pop Blossom. So Team Liquid struggling to close out the game, still with the lead, and there's nothing for FlyQuest to get after the fact. No Dragon, no Baron. Team Liquid are right back to control right now as they keep pushing these waves in.
And I would say this could be the last stand for FlyQuest, or it's where the game turns around. They have a lot of gold in pocket from that last fight.
There's no turret
trying to
this
keep their
time.
fight lines square, though.
Shockwave not used there by Quid. He's just threatening it onto Griffin. And if Team Liquid just pull off their engage, still heavy favored to end it right here, right now, as now they go in onto Quad. Petrifying Gaze hasn't been used yet. Now the Shockwave's there. Damage onto Quad, but he still lives through it. And another Pop Blossom from Cryogen. FlyQuest almost turn it around. Almost finding a miracle. But they get their carries out of their Team Liquid. Jan still up. Masu does take down Morgan. The front line has fallen, but Team Liquid get a carry out of there. Again, botching the end, though.
That's crazy. The number of times FlyQuest nearly lost the game there into now having a chance at a comeback. Just look at how long Quad lasts, because he is flashless, Zonya's-less, so you think you can get him, but the miasma there to just delay the ability for Team Liquid to fly through.
Yeah, and then they go for the counter dive here. FlyQuest, again, Cryogen can follow up with the big Nico ultimate on the Nocturne ultimate, and Griffin uses his GA quite well. He barely is able to walk that one out, and he survives. So they defend. They make it a 1-for-1 in the end.
What a giga banger. This
First
is awesome.
death of the game for Morgan. There's a Void Staff now on Quad. There's an LDR now onto Masu's Ezreal, who's really beginning to hurt. With 9,000 damage in that last fight. But Soul up in 40 seconds, and the inhibitor's still down for FlyQuest. Retaking this space is still exceptionally difficult.
Griffin could find a miracle play here, though. If he's able to just get into that pit, smite it away. We saw him do it once earlier, but getting the whole team there is going to be a little harder because of how hard it is to push past these super waves.
And Morgan has this teleport, so Team Liquid can have him control the side wave and teleport in if FlyQuest step up, which I'm thinking FlyQuest are going to step up here because Infernal Soul is a very big reward, so they're just going to teleport Morgan really early, have the Scion here ahead of time to get the engage.
And there's Super Minion Wave pushing through mid lane, so FlyQuest on a bit of a timer, but they can at least approach from the side. They got to go now.
Gotta do it
they got to go now.
Masu just got chunked by the Orianna there. Paranoia has been used. True Shot Barrage will land. They see that the Dragon's within smiting range, but there it's secured. Team Liquid get the Dragon's Soul, and FlyQuest do not find an avenue in.
Nicely done. Huge for TL, yeah. I mean, Baron's up, so they should be able to get Baron too and end the game with the Baron buff. I feel like that was the moment for FlyQuest to full send again, but
they just didn't have the positioning there. I mean, the Dragon was already so low by the time the Nocturne ult went off. They didn't have flash on the Nico to try a hard engage. So it's two bad options right there. They either send it and lose or give up the Soul Baron and likely lose.
The TL had a really good setup because 2 lanes of super minions kind of give you that pseudo vision down those lanes and then wards on all sides. So nicely set up there. They made sure to cover so they don't get any surprise Nico ultimates. And Cryogen doesn't have flashback yet.
Can they do it this time? Is Quad, I mean, he's got the slows from the Rylai's. Like, he will solo kill Morgan eventually. Morgan has to use Unstoppable Onslaught flank from Quad coming in. Morgan's going to have to rejoin with the rest of the team. Quad sees core, and we'll back off. Team Liquid look to be able to get away.
Delays about a minute of that Baron buff. Still going to be the Infernal Soul. On display right there, Infernal Soul doesn't make you tankier. So Quad's still able to do damage to the opponent.
Catching these waves now. Gakko's getting big gold injection. They're just farming up these waves. But the gold lead has not really improved for Team Liquid after that Dragon, after that Baron. Still only a 2.8k lead, and the Baron buff itself is only mounted to a 400 advantage for them. That's the problem with the supers, is that you're just giving so much CS to the opponent. If you can't close out the game, you're kind of giving them gold.
Yeah, it's also the problem with losing a bunch of team fights in the enemy base.
True. You know what? Now that I think about it, that might be the more impactful one of the two. Thanks for the reminder. Team Liquid going to look to take a fight again here, or at least start the siege onto the inhibitor. Not actually taking it down right now. They're going to let this top wave crash in as well. They still have the Baron buff, so Quid will empower that entire wave. Cannons coming in mid-wave.
The Infernal Soul just so powerful. Looking at Daejeon as well, full items in his inventory, just that one control ward, waiting for his essentially 7th.
I'm just watching. I'm watching for Quid at all times. That ball could be the start of everything here. There's a huge chunk on the quad right there. Now a flash engage from CoreJJ. They got on the bottom again. Jose goes godlike as Team Liquid dive the turret, and this time around it pays off. Griffin's gonna fall to Jan on a killing spree. Gakkos under the turret. Team Liquid with a game 1 victory. Only quad alive as he'll try and get this wave, but Team Liquid with all members standing strong. GG. First lap on the road to Arizona, completed by Team Liquid, as they'll go up 1-0 in the series.
Just an awesome game 1 that we get here. 31 kills in 41 minutes, a little bit slower paced than a normal FlyQuest game, but CoreJJ turning back the clock right there with some big engages. That's really close, player of the game. You take the 100% kill participation from the Jarvan, or the first domino that is CoreJJ. Lounge, what do you think?
I think we had a really, really fun game with a ton of crazy fights. So we want to start just by going through a couple of these fights here. And we're going to highlight it with our Samsung Rift Vision breakdown here. This attempted engage onto Masu gets turned around pretty nicely by Cryogen. This is back at 22 minutes into the game. Was really well handled here. Honestly, on both sides, some big plays did happen. TL are going to be coming out of this side lane brush here. They're going to be looking for Masu. Masu is going to react very quickly as TL do look to engage in on him. Note that Quad, Griffin in the area. Cryogen is over here on the side. And both top laners you can see out in the side lane. So they are going to be around and available once this does really kick off. So Masu forced to shift back. Immediately, we see the Paranoia popped here. And Jose is coming in on the side, so Jose is still thinking he's going to look for a fight. You can see the tower HP is basically 0 there, so TL are pretty unperturbed by this. They are going to be looking to actually start out this fight. Masu takes a little bit of damage. Jose goes in as the tower is finished off. You can see he gets a 3-man knock-up there. But then this is where the turnaround comes in. Cryogen is going to get Cataclysmed in, but as he gets Cataclysmed in, he's already channeling the Pop Blossom. And look at all the TL members coming in. Look at Gakkos, who has already arrived on the flank. And he is going to be able to find a really nice flash on this Pop Blossom, get in on top of all of the TL members here, finds a sick Pop Blossom, and you start to think that this could go very heavily FlyQuest's way. You know, Gakkos is arriving from the back, lands that Shock Blast, but the amount of pressure they're able to put in here, Core turns, gets a good knock up onto Gakkos, and then Gakkos is forced to flash the Shockwave, flashes away from that Shockwave right there, but now he's kind of in the middle of the team without really a lot of spells up. So Gakkos does end up going down pretty quickly here, even though Core is low. Quad is able to flash forward, finish off Jan. But then this is really well played by Morgan, who is critical for them throughout the game, as well as Jose. You know, Quad gets finished off under the tower here with that knock-up. And then even though it was, briefly a 2v4 for TL, they're able to, buy a lot of time here. Griffin takes a tower shot. Morgan is basically invincible and then just flashes forward, is able to get the knock-up. Great follow-up from Jose with the EQ flash to be able to get another kill, push back TL, and keep this game very, very even. Just such an exciting game, fight after fight after fight, and Raz is going to walk us through another cool fight because this game was full of them.
Yeah, there were quite a few, and it's funny because this one happened literally just 2 minutes immediately afterwards, as an invade does end up happening in the red side jungle here. And Team Liquid, I think they naturally feel a lot of confidence just because, as you can see, you see a flash down from Quad. Same could be said towards Masu as well, and Cryogen. So there's a lot of targets that you can go towards if you are coming at it from this angle. So as we then continue to see the fight going further, it's gonna see here. Wonderful shockwave comes through from Quid as the ultimate from Griffin ends up being pulled up. I mean, even though you can see the buffer from Ezreal being used so he can separate a little bit of distance, it's just at this point really difficult for them to continue on with this fight. So I'm gonna play it forward. We're gonna just see how this fight ends up continuing. Actually, it's kind of getting a little difficult here. It's kind of messing with me. There we go. But I wanted to just like play out the rest of this fight because I think it was really cool to see the double man knock up from Jose Daejeon to get both of them and to get out, make it difficult for them to be able to follow up and get any kind of response kill. Also, the orb being used on Core JJ as he follow-throughs on the charm. And so even though the ulti from Cryogen gets triggered, he dies before it even gets used just because a W from the Orianna from Quid does make it so it's easy to play through. So we can just see the rest of the fight. I mean, it was just nice to be able to see Team Liquid on the same page. So that was, for me, the fight that I wanted to talk about. I think that pretty much covers the good moments that were coming through from FlyQuest. Yes, there were like the base defense that FlyQuest had overall, but I think it was pretty much didn't really matter. I was getting a little worried because Jace was threatening topside turret, and I was like, wait a minute, if one more of these fights happen, they can just like go with the wave topside and end the game. But no, there was quite a lot to cover from this game, and it gave me a lot of hope that we have a pretty long series.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I actually really loved those base defenses.
Yeah.
I thought in particular the second one where they kind of all tried to jump on quad, I thought he handled that really well. I thought he handled pressure overall pretty well in this game. Player of the game did come down to Jose and Core, with I think Core edging out in the fan vote as well, which I feel like is a first because usually Jose has it all covered. They worked super well together in game one. I'm hoping for a 5-game series though. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by you, the chat.
What do you think about guys? What is empty? I'm checking. I can TP. We have a TP. Yeah, TP on TP. Now TP looks good. Yeah. Is there no flash? I see. I'm gonna TP with you. I'm just going to go to the. I still Nico. Oh no, I didn't. Pause. Back HP. Nico. Jace. Careful. Jace. Don't. Okay, dead. Casino flash. Casio. Good enough. Hello. Good job, Paul. Oh, really good engage. Huge.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible? With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Drop it. Yeah. He no EQ. No ulti.
Jarvan no ult.
Okay, big ulti.
Zion ult. Zion ult, no flash.
Yeah. Look my root.
Look, no flash, no Zion, no flash.
Ori. Ori's dead. Zaya is dead.
They're looking. TP. Hiding. Nico no flash. Cover me. I'm Mocha.
Losing side.
Takes though. Stay. Play with time. Kill him.
Catch him with HP. Airshot. Nico no flash.
Catch up hand no ulti. We win. Nice engage. Stay. Good job. Catch up penalty. Catch up penalty. Good job.
No limit to what I can see, I swear it. I live to tell my story. You won't tell it for me. So catch us if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh,
And welcome back to FlyQuest versus Team Liquid on the final lap to Arizona. Team Liquid taking game 1 here in this best of 5 and looking pretty solid and secure along the path. It took 3 attempts to close out the game, but they got it on the 3rd, and that's what matters.
Yeah. Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm.
Also, a little bit of counter engage into the hard engage of FlyQuest right there. But you got to give credit to Team Liquid in that game, right? Because a lot of the hype before the series was on the side of FlyQuest after their flashiness in their trio of Sentinels last week. But TL also had a smashing trio last week against Shopify, and they're trying to carry that momentum through here.
It is funny how after their 3-0, though, it felt like there was less confidence in Team Liquid compared to FlyQuest and how they looked in the 3-0. So I'm happy to see Team Liquid kind of surge here in game number 1 because the momentum coming in, even though they both were coming off a good series, felt like it was still in FlyQuest's favor. Sometimes it's hard to hold that momentum and make a good statement game in game 1.
Okay, so let's get deeper into Fearless here. The Yone remaining band against Team Liquid, against Quid, definitely one of the specialty champions. Always these melee assassins like the Akali as well up there for him, and we've seen him perform on a lot of those. And that's been a recipe that a lot of teams have tried to use against TL and found success. As long as you keep him a little bit uncomfortable, then they have been able to find success. But pretty good Orianna game in the previous one, playing to the rest of the squad. And let's see as we whittle it down. Also, the Ambessa is a very good value band versus FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Both Gakkos and Griffin love playing it. Whichever Big G does get it, they definitely are dangerous.
I wonder how much FlyQuest is going to try and cook with their draft this game. It ended up being relatively standard what they pulled off last game. Made it close with fights down the stretch, but I want to see him cook a little bit.
And you can't really do early Ashe Seraphine anymore because the Caitlyn Bard is still up, but also FlyQuest love the Lucian Melio, and so there's so many things. Even though TL usually really have high priority on that, definitely can't do it really early on in the series in Fearless until, like Bard and the Lucian have been taken out. So
Can't lock in an early solo laner.
Yeah, this is pretty nice, though, because this is one of Quid's best picks. So it's a little 2-for-1 takeaway. Let's see what Quid can punish it with.
Do we think it's still technically flexible, too, or is it just mid lane?
Oh, it's definitely flexible, especially on FlyQuest. I feel like Gakkos definitely would be one to play a Ryze top if they wanted. So I still like the Anivia as well as a possible answer into it, because then you're also answering flex, and you're like, well, I've got a Anivia mid for your Ryze mid, or we could move it around. But Quid wants to go for some kill pressure. This makes me think that they will do some sort of ganking jungler. You need, like Pantheon is available.
I know,
Vi is available, and you can pair that with Ahri to kill.
If they Vi, it sets up the Shen trap card.
True.
True. I reacted to this because on pros I asked Quid, what's your favorite thing in solo queue? And immediately he said, I'm having a lot of fun with Lichbane first Ahri. I'm just not sure if I can play it on stage yet. Because he says, like, with
Need a little
Lichbane,
more time to
he
cook.
just dashes in with RW autos, and he's getting like 70% of their health.
The Lichbane buffs were actually really nice.
Yeah.
And the move speed is super underappreciated too. So nice. I like the adaptation.
Also, if you're going to be in a sideline taking turrets a little bit faster, I can see it. I can see it coming together here. It's going to be paired with the Jhin, as I didn't hear any groans from the audience this time, but I feel like Jhin has not been super hot on a lot of people's opinion meters.
Ben had that, like, what, 13 kill Jhin game versus
Okay,
FlyQuest?
does that bring it back then?
So
That brought the hope back?
maybe they're looking to repeat that. And again, it's long range to follow up if Ari's diving in for aggressive plays. So, maybe it will play out. It does make you think, though, Kangas, if they're showing Ari and Jhin, would you not love to just slam a tank?
Right?
A good, like a super.
I mean,
beefy
Ornn's
tank.
gone, Sign was gone for the previous game, but I was still thinking maybe even like a Galio. But I guess you're probably sending the Rise in there. What do you think,
But
Jed?
remember, Gakkos has not performed that well on tanks, so you're getting tankiness in
Griffin.
with your
You get it with Griffin, though.
Well, this is, but look, they're Vi on 3, and then they're going to immediately ban the Shen.
Yeah.
So they really wanted the Vi, but they just had to wait until the end.
Patience. Patience is rewarded here for Team Liquid, as it's Senna plus Nautilus locked in for the bot lane of FlyQuest. Monster's played a lot of different champions so far this year, and Senna's one of the ones that not going to expect a lot early game from it, but definitely scaling into the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing with FlyQuest. Like, as you're saying, Gakkos doesn't play a lot of tanks, but Griffin does, so he can fill the role for the team. Even if you throw bans at him, his champ pool goes really, really deep because you're banning a lot of specialty champions. So still could play the Skarner as a tank, or Nasus or something like that as well. Problem is, Ari's pretty hard to track down and stuff. We'll see what angle they decide to go with.
Quick shout out, Think Card, Coach Furia last year. They just qualified for MSI as the #1 seed of the CBLOL, playing Nasus jungle in the last game of their series.
So what I'm hearing is FlyQuest will win once Think Card moves to another team.
No, it's once they play Nasus, but
The
it's
baby
being
ban.
banned.
Okay.
The double Griffin 4-5 ban to try and shut down his counter picks to Vi. The anti-fun bans from Spawn right now.
These are the two classics that Griffin has kind of made a name for himself on so far this year, this split. And now, what are the other tanky options at this point?
So I
here?
mentioned the Skarner before, and then you can also do a Sejuani if you want to do a top lane carry champion. So if you did a top lane champion that you want to carry with that would synergize with Sejuani, you could do that. Skarner is fine. Even though it doesn't get played right now, Maokai actually is in a pretty decent state. I don't think it's going to happen because they already have the Rise, so probably not going to happen this time around, but it can be an option later on. Okay, so they ban out the Vayne top as well.
Ooh,
I was just talking about
nice.
the Rel previously because she got buffs right before Enchantress took over. So we never got to see her become prevalent, but Core loves Rel. He is so good at Rel.
And look at what Team Liquid has done in the first 2 games here of the series. Rakan and Rel, getting him back on Engage to try and bring direction to the Team Liquid team who hasn't been on the same page in team fights. I do believe the Vayne ban was to set up a Gnar blind pick. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if Morgan just matches it with Renekton because he's comfortable enough in that matchup, but we'll have to see what they go on 4-5. I love the new direction for Team Liquid, though, picking Core JJ, the engaged champions, because I always feel like that's when Team Liquid is at their best.
They have so many ways to engage, so many ways to start a fight. Core can be that first domino to fall as we're talking, but Jose can as well, even Quid on the Ahri, and then Jhin following up with all that rain. So Shyvana's going to come in here for Griffin.
And you have the prerequisites for Shyvana. Like, you can't do Shyvana early either. You need to have a setup from either your support or your top laner. Nautilus is perfect for Shyvana. Nautilus roaming around with Shyvana can definitely set her up really well. And they have the Senna for the extra healing and shielding to keep the Shyvana in there on the front lines. But when you see when you see a Shyvana, stealing Shyvana ultimate turns Silas Giga. I mean, they did nerf it a little bit, but it's still super, super good. And he can steal away Nautilus ults and have lots of engage options. It's actually a really good Silas angle, good matchup, good ultimates to steal. And we're going to see the Silas into Gnar again.
Kobe, you could see the smirks from Spooks, from Morgan, from Spawn when they saw the angle for this pick. So the early lane isn't amazing, but look at what he gets in this game. Gnar, Shyvana, and Nautilus as his big ults to steal on this top lane Silas. If he's able to get a couple kills in this game, he can take over.
And again, it is about trying to attack the Gnar when he's in mini Gnar form. We saw it previously. It didn't have as much success as you usually see from it. But if you have a Vi jungle and an Ahri mid lane, that combo either like gets the kill mid and then the Ahri can roam to you, or the Vi can also set up and go to the Sylas too. So lots of possible kill pressure for these solo lanes. I do expect these lanes to be volatile, and I expect the junglers to get involved. At least the Vi too. Shyvana should be power farming.
I'm just so excited for these two team compositions to match up in this game because of the amount of engage and how aggressive FlyQuest likes to play and push the pace. On top of how aggressive Team Liquid can play their early games, I'm hoping for some early fireworks.
Lord Morgan given the keys to the kingdom here in game number 2 on the Sylas FlyQuest. Down 1 game, but not out yet. Game 2 of Team Liquid FlyQuest underway.
Ooh, Gakkos is going with a Doran's Helm too for nice value for scaling later on. We'll see if Morgan is able to punish him at all early. Expect both junglers to be farming towards their level 6s, especially Shyvana really has to.
Oh no.
Bigger G, the bigger G after game number 1, there's no doubt, is definitely Griffin.
So you said it's not that's not a small G, that's a normal size G.
Completely normal
it looks
size
much
G, bro.
smaller now that Griffin has gotten the capital G.
Yeah, Griffin is a medium G at the moment.
That's a normal size G.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, I guess that's your opinion, man. But it does mean that Griffin gets to keep the chain, the big gold, the gold G as well. So.
And look, Kobe, your opinion on G is completely fine. You know, I respect it. I respect it.
Totally normal.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, mid lane, I do expect it to be spicy. Hoping, unfortunately, both our junglers are like farming junglers, but. Hoping we do get to see Quid go the Lich Bane that you're talking about, chat.
Yeah, and also another item to call out is the Doran's Helm on the early Senna. A lot of Doran's Bow I've seen, but I'm a big fan of a little bit of extra durability on the Senna.
Dredgeline lands right there, and Core JJ is able to get out. Just some trading happening. Don't expect a kill. And we actually do have Emily standing by with ThinkCard for an interview.
Thank you so much, Kangas. ThinkCard, as we kind of look at this early 2v2, see how it goes for you. I'll pause for a second. What did you tell the guys? Because I actually really loved like a lot of your base defenses, and it seemed like you're really, really into it until some of those later fights.
Yeah, honestly, we played pretty well until that Herald sequence. But even after the Herald sequence, the game should be a little bit hard when they're playing Zyra, Rakan, Ahri with like full control of the map and first setup. Like obviously Ezreal, Nico wants to poke and all that stuff. So told them, you know, we're playing pretty well. Just make sure that we do the extra step and talk about what engage tools the enemy team has for team fights and skirmishes, and where like those engage tools can be.
And speaking of engage tools, I think like just take me through kind of your composition and how you feel like it matches up to TL's. Did you expect that kind of Sylas to top swap?
I think the Ahri was not that good of a pick. We were pretty happy when they locked in Ahri. Honestly, I was feeling really, really good about this draft until they locked in Sylas, because Sylas with Shyvana R is actually, in my opinion, the best R in the game. So we'll see how that pans out. That being said, I am very, very happy with everything else about this draft. So let's see if the Sylas actually gets some Shyvana ulti value.
All right, we'll see if that happens. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me, and back to you guys at the cast.
Happy to see that. I love getting coach responses to the draft specifically, because he even highlighted that Sylas, yeah, everything else we feel good about. But that was the wild card that Team Liquid threw in. And now bot side, another little skirmish here. Dredgeline back on a Core JJ, has to crash down away from the fight as Young gets a forced shot onto Cryogen. We've seen a lot of scrapping down here in the 2v2.
We really have, and if FlyQuest can get control early, that's going to be huge for the Shyvana to farm up.
I mean, this is just more fun, in my opinion, to watch. I love watching when we have melee supports back in the you know, meta, and we get to see a lot of the heavy all-ins. And let's take a look at the results that we have previously had, because TL versus FlyQuest has been a hype matchup and a bit of a rivalry over the last few years.
It really was. 2024 was all about TL versus FlyQuest. 2025, TL really fell back in Split 2 and Split 3. Yeah. And then with the offseason acquisitions from Team Liquid and the exodus from FlyQuest, we thought it would snap back, but it hasn't necessarily been the case here with the loser getting eliminated today. We'll have to see.
But the rivalry between these two orgs, well documented over the last couple of years.
Obviously, the most famous is the Minions ending the finals, and that one, of course, in the favor of FlyQuest. But as you said, you know, their roster really changed since then, and Raptor fight.
Yeah, Kobe, I'm going to have to cut you off here. Griffin loves those Raptors as Engage comes in from Core JJ, rooting up quad, charm onto Cryogen. should be able to walk away from this one. Has the flash available. Just uses the E to get some slow and will flash eventually. FlyQuest and Griffin contesting Raptors. That's pretty much a classic at this point.
I'd say the hit rate on his Raptor invades is like 30%. They didn't even have Senna there at the
here.
time,
This is a pretty good hit rate as a dredge line onto the 80 carry, plus the root follow-up. Jan goes down. First blood to Masu.
Okay, sometimes the
Does that count?
Sometimes the benefits of a jungler invade for Raptors are on the return of everybody going back to lane after the Raptors.
Well, it's fascinating because Masu wasn't even there for the fight. Jan was, and then a little bit of a lazy return to the lane. He would have lost several minions if he takes the long route around, but taking the short route right there.
But on top of that, he takes the short route and then deadly flourishes to try and get a minion, so he's kind of locked into place. Really rough timing there from Jan. It means that now first blood gold to Masu, the Senna already getting fed early on here, and we'll just continue to scale as Jose is on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, Core had to recall after that the skirmish there. He was so low. Now he got locked up.
Down lands here onto Masu. He was trying to get the minion wave and farm up as much as he could, and he trades his health bar for it.
While that happened, though, Griffin had to pull off the Drake as Jose took control of the river. Both junglers actually still level 5 right now, and because of Masu getting pushed back, Jose is going to get the level 6 crab, and likely the Drake afterwards if he wants it as the Vi.
Yeah, Silas up there trying to do some work as well, get priority, and then move on down through the river. They've got their ward set up, though, so Jose did get the crab. He's got the level 6 availability with Vi, and now especially the solo lanes have to watch out.
I am surprised that they didn't at least look at the dragon, because taking early dragons from a Shyvana feel really good, preventing her from getting her scale mill passive stronger. But also, you know, happy to just go back and keep farming up in the jungle here. Cryogen interrupting Core JJ right there.
Yeah, I think something Jose's really cognizant of, especially against Griffin, though, is leaving his own camps up for too long to get the counter jungle, because that's kind of how Griffin's gotten his advantages in previous Shyvana games, is finding windows to get a bit of a farm advantage and then cycling. So totally fine with Jose having level 6 and then using it to just go and get the rest of his camps.
We see this bot lane. I'm actually... So Masu's ahead about a wave. And also now Dredge Line comes in from Cryogen, going for another engage. FlyQuest have been opting for these little skirmishes. Typically, when I think of Nautilus into Rel, I think of Rel as more of a counter. Your Shattering Strike can break the Nautilus shield, and that's where a lot of the tankiness comes in. But so far, it feels like FlyQuest have been getting the better of the 2v2. You know, throughout the lane, and now, of course, Masu with even more CS advantage, plus that first kill means that it's only going to be bigger for FlyQuest bot lane.
Yeah, the kill onto Masu trying to return from the Raptor fight really hurt out there. Not able to CS, and they like desync their recalls there with him and Core JJ too, so definitely a big benefit. As far as the matchup, yeah, gotta get good timings on your hooks for sure. If you are Cryogen, if you are Nautilus, and he has done exactly that. So now it's his time to try and get the early vision, and they've secured the full river of vision for FlyQuest here. It's really nice setup. Of course, TL did sneak the one ward in the back of Dragon Pit, so they can see if Griffin does start to try and initiate that one.
Yeah, and I like the callback to ThinkCard's interview saying he was feeling really good about the draft until the Silas, which kind of means he thinks that just the bottom quadrant of the map should be going in their favor unless the Silas is able to enter the game and disrupt it in a big way. And that's kind of true so far with what the bot and mid lane have been able to do.
Checks notes, checks out. Team Liquid have been struggling specifically with Jan on that path, and then also mid lane now. Quad's got about a wave advantage. Here's another dredge line goes forward. Core JJ is just able to get out of there. We saw that the Grubs were started up here by Jose on the top half of the map. Meanwhile, Dragon started up by Griffin. So we're just trading neutral objectives on both sides.
And really good here for Griffin. Keep your farm up on Shyvana. Dragon stacking for TL. Play off their bottom side. I mean, also, Masu is stacking souls nicely.
Yeah.
Speaking of stacking, when you have your melee supports constantly fighting like this, he's getting a lot of souls. Obviously, he also got the kill, so that's kind of speeds up your static Shiv completion,
right now?
which is going to be really nice for Senna. So a lot of snowballing off of Masu Senna here could become problematic later because you are going to get high range, but of course TL have so much hard engage that if they are able to get that engage, then they can kind of put a quick stop to that.
Yeah, I mean, Jan's really far behind actually. At 75, maybe he's going to be at about 80 CS by 10 minutes. way below where he'd want to be as the AD carry. Also, static shift being completed now for Masu means that lane's going to continue to have an advantage.
Jose also was right there with a Vault Breaker, but I think he was spotted the last second by that minion, so we'll just go away, and there's your MasterCard power spike you were just talking about, Jet. Static Shiv means that Masu not only is already ahead in lane, but will continue to put pressure on this lane. You can shove waves so much faster with this item. Plus, just having that first spike means that when it comes time to fight, you actually can.
Yeah. I mean, again, back to the Raptor fight, because like it.
Charm plus the deadly flourish. Current Call opened up on a quad. He's ghosting away. Cryogen's going to try and body block some of these shots here, and does so successfully. So Team Liquid commit some ultimates. Not going to find a kill.
Yeah, Ghost, but no flash. Yawn also leaving his lane a little bit. Again, trying to get Quid off to the races a bit. No Lichbane Ahri, unfortunately. Lost Chapter is his first item, so a conventional Ahri build. Can still build a Lichbane later if he wants.
I like it. Keep our options open here. But man, Masu down here is having such a good time. Again, the ramifications of some of the early plays can mean so much for your lane, because the wave was pushing away from Yawn also at the time of his death from the roam back, and so Masu greatly benefited. And again, when you start snowballing the center early, keep it going. Griffin's here too.
Yeah,
and so is Jose. Could be a party.
Dragon's Ascend available if they want to go for the dive, but Yawn gets the back off complete, and it's only core there right now. I imagine Griffin will oh no, he canceled the back. Jose still channeling right now, and looks like FlyQuest back off.
Yeah, Masu just getting a little bit more plate gold. Yawn not greeting. I think it would have been a real risky wave to stay on. Just decided to base and forego the few minions. It was a cannon wave, so he didn't lose as much.
So now more damage onto core.
He's already 1v2ing. All right, it's kind of it's disgusting already. I mean, we're only 11 minutes in. This champ will infinitely scale, so...
1,000 gold lead for Masu, individually over
Wait for the Silas. Please, Silas, save us. Save Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's been really slow on the top half of the map. It's dead even in CS. Haven't even looked up there once yet from the observer feed, so I have to imagine that means there's not a lot happening up there. It's been about the 2v2 bot side and ThinkCard's confidence in the rest of the map.
And one of the biggest benefits, and when you can win bottom side like that, is if you've got melee supports, they get roam timers for free. Great. Masu can 1v2 on bottom side, and that opens up Cryogen to have some roam timers that could change around mid lane too, and he's going to go right back there.
And a reminder here again, winner goes to Arizona. You can still get your tickets to the Arizona Finals at the Mullet Arena at ASU. Check out the QR code on your screen right now to lock those in.
So they're doing the swap now. They're going to bring the Senna towards mid lane, and it's on the cannon wave, so he shouldn't miss anything here. Masu gets there, gets the wave. They've got the Rise already split pushing on bottom side, so the game plan for FlyQuest is already in effect. With their new lane assignments, have both split pushers in a really good spot, and since Senna is so accelerated, this is even safer than kind of the time would suggest.
And the upgraded Trinity Force for Griffin as well. More expensive item right there, being able to get to that moment. Quads also kind of bullied quite a bit.
That was
he just bodied him so hard. What? That was... He literally took 0 damage and just
emoted on him. You know?
He's got the upgraded boots and a bunch of mana. Why wouldn't he be able to do that?
Quid just got hit by everything.
Come on, Jack. Where's your whimsy? Where's your sense of joy? That was cool.
My goodness, look at Quad go. I mean, Quid and Core JJ said Quad was like an 8 out of 10 on everything last week on Pros.
Okay. He let the...
Well, looking pretty effective so far.
Yep. Hey, he did the cool thing earlier.
His range, though, was average.
That's a medium G right there. Medium G range. Okay, well, so far FlyQuest 2,500 gold lead across the board. 10 seconds through this next dragon, as we already see them walk up to set up their vision.
And they tried to pull off the swap here, so Silas down to bot side to cast part of that wave, but a lot still died into the tower, and some died on the top side of the tower too. I mean, he has 2 quick charges. Second smite is going to come back up very quickly here.
Simple game for FlyQuest. They want to play around every Drake. They're starting it early right here.
Ult.
Knows he has no smite. He's got to go.
Dragon's Ascent is available. It looks like it's going to come down to a 50-50. Who's able to get it? It's Griffin! FlyQuest with the objective secure. Curtain Call might turn the play, though, as FlyQuest just lost their jungler and have not got a kill yet. Cryogen flashing over the wall. Quad rooted up, taken down. Actually, Quad going forward there is Quid that went down. Double kill goes in there to the Shyvana. Team Liquid re-engaging back in, but Gakko's with a Gnar ultimate into the wall.
What?
Big carry onto Morgan right there. Core JJ's gonna fall as well. Gakko's with a double kill. and FlyQuest top laner shows up huge in the team fight for the triple.
All right, who's the bigger G now? Because Griffin died instantly and Gakkos goes insane.
Look at this. Griffin used his smite early, so Team Liquid says he doesn't have 15 seconds. Let's burst it down really fast. The smite comes up. The moment it's in smite range, Griffin is able to get the steal. After that, though, he gets one shot as it's that giant Shyvana Silas that flies in. But this fight, Kobe, ended up being insane. Senna arrives late, and Matsu gets the free hit, and Gakkos, he starts with no rage right there and ends up carrying the fight.
Yeah, honestly, with Morgan chasing the Nautilus flashing over the wall after that kill, the Silas with Shyvana ult didn't get a lot done after the beginning of it, and Masu's able to snare him up there and finish him off, so Gakkos kind of ran free.
And then the Rise ult at the very end to fly in behind. I mean, that looked like a Team Liquid 1 fight until it wasn't, right? It's just this, I think your point of Morgan chasing over the wall was just the wrong decision. It spread the damage too much and allowed Quad to kind of free hit from the middle of everyone in Team Liquid.
And now the 1,000 gold lead Senna is 2,000 gold lead Senna.
Yep.
And he's level 11 now as well. The extra levels advantage too, very meaningful. Like, they weren't touching Masu before. I don't think you're gonna get many chances in this game. It's gonna be hard.
Oh my God.
Even with a Vi and Ahri and Rel, like if Masu's, especially if he has summoner spells, I feel like he's gonna be able to run over them. And
Masu is the main character right now. Is he almost is able to just push back Jan?
I thought maybe he'd try ulting right there to kill him with Deathfire Touch and get Barrier or something, because Barrier's already down. It wouldn't have been enough damage though. But massive mid control from the Senna.
And he could just continue to abuse range and abuse trades and get health leads. And now we go.
Jose's actually pretty deep in enemy territory right now, but he's got the entire team behind him, and Cryogen does not. Now Dragon's Ascent comes in from Griffin to re-engage. They lose their support, but another Gnar ultimate from Gakkos onto 3. Morgan trying to get onto Matsu, but the backup is there. Griffin gets the kill. Gakkos gets a double.
I mean, that was big G's. Shyvana into Gnar ultimate was insane, but now a 6-kill Gnar, also stacking MR for the side lanes into either the Silas or the Ahri, and then the Jan who's on garage sale items and
Griffin's
probably going to get dove here.
Yeah, Griffin straight onto Jan, has flash available, no barrier, flashes 4th shot, but in comes Quad, gets the kill onto Jan. Masu's still alive as Quid fancied himself an assassination attempt. Masu taking the Herald to safety, Quid flashes the wall. Quad will pop the ultimate, and now it's only a couple minions going through. Quid gets out to safety, but FlyQuest get the turret and get out.
And they really just accelerated this game. Look at the goal difference. It's 8,000 by 17 minutes. They just took everything. They went straight from that fight bottom lane into breaking mid and getting yet another kill.
Yeah. That's a big G. Gakkos with 6 kills on Gnar side lane.
Oh
He's
Wits
got Merc Treads and Wits End. Okay.
Yep.
No, either solo laner,
Well,
whichever
nasty.
TL solo laner tries to fight that Gnar, is
good luck.
Gonna have a very troublesome time.
And typically, I mean, this is the downside of double AP solo laners, but actually, we'll get back to that. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, Cryogen goes in early, but it pulls everyone in Team Liquid in, and a Shyvana into Gnar combination with the triple stun into the wall before Masu just arrives to help out a little bit. He ulted beforehand, and it is Gakkos who cleans up once again.
Yeah, Cryogen with his dying breath.
Look on 5, don't flash, kill 5.
I'm coming.
Guys,
I don't have TP, remember, but it's fine.
Slow. Yeah, I'm out. You can look that soon.
It's
Look fine. I'm going. I think we can win.
It looks good.
Kill one at a time. Kill Silas after.
Yeah, Silas is dead.
We can't kill him tonight. Can we kill? Has ulti. Yeah. Has ulti. Bye, Silas.
Yeah, they know from the very beginning. They're like, yeah, our Nautilus is going to die for this. It's totally fine. It looks good. We kill the Vi. We're definitely going to be able to get the rest of them. And with his dying breath, Cryogen gets off his Nautilus ult, into the Shyvana ult, into the Gnar ult.
What I love the most about that is Quad, who wasn't even there before the play happened, says it's good for sure. Right? Just gives extra confidence to all the kids trying to fly in into making that play.
Make it happen right now. They had the Wombo combo, and they pulled it off this time around. And now, again, 8,000 gold lead at 19 minutes, but so much of that just being isolated on these key carries. Masu still 3,000 ahead himself. He wasn't even really present for a lot of that fight.
Get your ultimate down there at the beginning to make sure, even if they kill people before you get there,
you got the assist.
You're going to be the assist. Very nice. And now, I mean, it's pretty easy when you have the 8,000 gold lead to just keep on stacking the dragons. Since they got the first 2, you're going to get a pretty quick soul for FlyQuest. And as we mentioned, Gnar is the god of the side lanes now. He's got Merc Treads and the Wit's End, so either solo laner is going to have a lot of pain if they try and fight the Gnar. And as well, Quid's not even no slouch himself. Since he's mid lane, he has upgraded Merc Treads. Yeah. And that shield plus the Seraph shields means you are insanely tanky as the Rise as well. So
yeah, both
either side lane and the team fight all look good, Kangas. Then what's your play?
I mean, I hate that you just asked me that because I was about to ask Jat that. I was like, at this point, if you're Team Liquid, like what really? Okay,
that's a big G.
That's a big G right there.
Backside G in this
on
game.
the screen.
That is a big Gecko. 6 kills. No.
Jump scare.
Oh my god!
I love it.
He can get bigger, by the way. Like, you know, he's still got room to grow.
Yeah, he's a growing boy, you know.
You know, canonical for Gnar. Gnar also gets bigger in game.
Straight on to Baron. Griffin not messing around with the pace of this game. Gnar on bot lane.
3
so
on bot
Big G
lane.
buying a lot of time. That's a big bounty on the line if they decide to go for this dive.
All right, quick, get your bets in. If they had been able to get 3 people on your minimap you see going for Gnar, would they even win that versus?
They're going to try. They're going for 4.
So, okay, they make it 4 for safety.
TPing Quid down there. This is a full commit from Team Liquid, and Gakos is just going to walk away.
Couldn't get him.
Just straight up walks away from the turret. It will be a Baron for Dragon trade. If Team Liquid can actually get this one, it looks like they will with the amount of crystals on it.
Sometimes the biggest play a G can make is to walk away, Kobe.
Exactly.
Yeah, some fights aren't worth taking.
Yeah,
too much
that's
to
the mark
lose.
of a true big G.
Yeah,
is they know that they don't have to be the carry in that moment.
All right, now all that's left is for them to end the game. Both teams, honestly, with some pretty good showings this series. This is a really fun one, Kangas. You know, game number 1, 2 TL. Game number 2 here is so close to end FlyQuest hands. Yes, it's fairly early, but on 3 minutes, the Mountain Soul is coming up, and they have a very, very high likelihood of taking that one. So the momentum kind of going back in their favor now.
We do have to call out, though, they are the youngest team in all of Tier 1, and they have massive bounties in this season where kill bounties have never been higher, objective bounties have never been higher, the ability for the game to slingshot back. So they're playing with so much confidence. If they overdive here, would be the window to throw, but we'll see how their experience has grown them throughout the year, because quite disciplined right now, grouping up with the 4 people on bottom lane. The solo laner is Griffin, who can just ult out if they try and engage on him, and they're stacking up this gold lead.
Like that point that you bring up, it's never been, you know, a more fast game to start playing in your pro career. We heard Griffin in his pre-match interview talking about the experience of the team. We saw it earlier, and now they're sieging onto this bottom inhibitor turret, and they're showing that patience. They're not walking too far forward. They're walking back. Gakos is about to lose his Mega Gnar, so FlyQuest don't want to give the window to Team Liquid to engage.
I mean, we have a teleport actually, long TP flank. So this is a Hail Mary.
Whoa.
This is a desperate play, but you are desperate. You have to recognize when you're desperate sometimes. So you gotta go for it.
And he should be spotted unless he's walking all the way by the wall. Now the dredge line lands from Cryogen onto Core JJ. Who cares about the flank? If you engage first, they already got one. Gakos goes godlike, about to hit Mega again. Dragon's Ascent from Griffin goes in. Jose's going down as FlyQuest get 2 kills.
Morgan's getting teleported on
and
now.
Morgan's now getting teleported on by Gakos. The capital G has arrived. Morgan locked down in a 1v2. Steals away the Gnar ultimate. Tries to get the escape off. Gakos not going to land the wall up there. Morgan to safety, flashes the wall. Cryogen flashes forward. Dredgeline follow-up, just stopping the back as FlyQuest break the base.
Now, he's still chasing potentially.
Yeah, Morgan's coming back to the base, and he's wrapping around for flank number 2.
Ooh, the W landed there, and they got him! Just popping Quid like a balloon. FlyQuest, this 80 carry is pumping damage.
I mean, Kobe, you called it a Hail Mary. They very rarely get completed. That was definitely a bit of an interception by FlyQuest, growing that gold lead to 12,500 by 23 minutes. Nobody on FlyQuest dies. They open up the entire mid lane, and they can just reset for this Drake soul that is going to be up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, even in your like miracle dream plays, you have to have the engage at the same time because he teleports so deep. I guess Core just like saw the angle or something, or he was. We'll have to look at the beginning of that fight, but for some reason he felt forced to go now before the Silas was even there.
I mean, maybe the argument is, you know, you distract them with your health bars to buy space for Morgan to come in. Obviously, that was not the outcome we saw as total gold here.
Oh my.
Almost entirely. I mean, I've won, so it's a support. I would be
It's
very
looking green.
concerned. I'd be very concerned if Cryogen was also above all members of Team Liquid.
Masu doing work here on the Senna, but really anyone who deals damage
Griffin
on this team.
Those aren't big.
So what
numbers.
about, there's so much talk about big G's, but what about big M? Masu.
Ooh, I like that.
I mean, he had such an amazing week last week.
He's also got the gold chain already. He wears that every week. You know?
True.
Dragon's not going to be contested by Team Liquid, as Jose actually is here, maybe looking for the Smite steal, but now he's just hunted. Yeah, we saw the jungler, and we're going to try and kill that jungler. Dredgeline flash by Jose, and now Morgan's got to try and get out of there. Will get out safely, but Dragon Soul secured by FlyQuest.
You remember Moscow 5, see hero, kill hero?
Yeah.
Anybody shows
That
up
was
on
it.
your screen when you're 11,000 gold ahead, you
Get him.
face them down.
Mm-hmm. Quad walking the dogs right now here. 208 on the rise, plus the solo lane top lane, plus the 80 carry. Charm lands on a quad, he goes into the stasis. FlyQuest diving underneath the turrets. Team Liquid are mounting their final defense, but they're losing it for now. Big engage from Core JJ, but the damage just is not there to follow. FlyQuest with a double kill to quad and only one member standing tall on Team Liquid will look to even up this series 1-1. G to the big G's. They're diving into the fountain and they got the ace. FlyQuest tie the series.
Okay, the style points in the FlyQuest win are through the roof though. So analysts, do you feel like they've taken the momentum? Because they are feeling themselves.
Okay, so we're still...
Absolutely, I feel like they've taken the momentum. I also feel like when you are a team like FlyQuest, your wins can end up looking like this, and we kind of set it up from the early part in draft, right? Thinkard was like, I'm super happy with my draft. As soon as they locked in the Ahri, it was great.
He was a little
Except for
concerned.
that he was a little concerned about the Silas, but that was it.
Yeah, you saw some action from the Silas, but not much. We saw
Most of the action was the Silas getting pummeled.
by the bigger
He
G.
had that great escape to then maybe set up for another flank that did not happen.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. And we have a lot to cover here today, guys, as we're bringing this one back. Where the hell did you get that from?
I took a handful.
Okay,
and
fair
put it
enough.
in a thing.
I mean, we were more heavily armed,
Braz. Get him
We
back.
have more buckets.
I can only throw with my nose.
There's more coming at you in your way.
Play the clip. Okay, this is
let's play the action.
Yeah, this is the early play where Jan gets caught out just on his way back, pathing from that Raptors contest.
Yes. Like, that one, he's laughing about it. I mean, that was a little bit difficult. I mean, they pushed back FlyQuest's play here, but look at this one. This was the much more difficult one for Team Liquid to deal with.
I mean, this is with Griffin still dying, like basically 100-0. Didn't even get his ult off, but this was one of my problems with TL's comp, is that their consistent damage was very low, and everyone on their team is squishy against a comp from FlyQuest that has so much CC.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my concern immediately in draft. I turned to Emily and said, I like FlyQuest comp a lot more.
Yeah.
Fly can basically just hit anyone. You just CC anyone and kill them.
Can we replay this fight just because I feel like the
roll
big
back a
one
little
for me that surprised me right at the beginning of the fight, because they destroyed it. Let's play it through. They destroyed Griffin right from the beginning. Like, Cryogen was isolated. So I was like, how does Team Liquid still lose this play?
Watch Quid.
Yeah,
'cause
Quid.
He gets got
The
right
Senna
here
W
by
that is
Senna.
able to nail him so he immediately dies at the top of the play. Jan does try to interact with it, but at this point, like, the rest of the fight is difficult when Gakos pops ulti.
But the other thing is, look how many tools they used to kill him. Look at the cooldowns. Look at all the summoners, right? They spent everything to kill the Shyvana. And Masu and Quad and Gakos are all right there at full HP. You still have to be able to deal with them.
And that returns to the problems with the comp diff, right? Is that it's just becomes increasingly more difficult for them to burn a priority target down. Like, it doesn't matter that Cryogen is going to die here, right? Because their response is immediate.
A couple of big G's right there.
Yeah. the Gnar Shyvana combo is great. Masu coming in to kind of clean up a little bit on the.
Why couldn't we give them popcorn?
Yeah, what?
They're enjoying this one.
I mean, you literally can give them popcorn.
Yeah, you can walk over right now.
Why don't we give them popcorn? I am not giving them my popcorn.
Not my popcorn.
Someone else's popcorn.
Yeah, someone else, please.
This was also that was the miscoordinated flank from TL. I don't think it would have worked anyway, but Morgan kind of wrapping around just a little late from Core's engage. And this was just like
This was a
because
stomp.
of compositions, it was so difficult past that Drake fight that we saw with, even though Griffin dying, you know, they were able to get Quid over the wall. They had the Gakkos huge Gnar. I'm curious to see who everyone voted for Player of the Series.
For play of the game,
Yeah,
I think
or
it's
player
got
of
to
the
be
game.
Gakkos. I mean, Gakkos. Everyone played well. I think Masu was also really, really good on the Senna.
Yes.
But to me, Gakkos was such a game changer in a lot of these moments. I feel like he just played incredibly well.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's him. Yeah, like Gakkos must have won that one. I think it is. It does make sense. I think all of us ended up sending votes his way. His Gnar was exceptional throughout that game. So it's tough. Those fights, a lot of people pointed towards the draft saying it was going to be difficult. The only question mark was going to be whether or not the Silas was going to be impactful. And for that one dragon fight, I was really starting to see it. Sadly, not the case.
Yeah, and you
Chat
see,
also looking pretty heavily in Gakkos' favor. So yeah, split between him and Masu.
Yeah,
but
which makes sense because Masu had a really, really nice
Masu's
Senna
a very
game
good
as
Senna.
well. Yeah, I really, really like his Senna. I thought he played it well. He did the Dusk and Dawn build, which I know people are. I prefer IE, but it's fine.
Yeah, I don't love it.
I get how it works. Though.
Exactly.
We were kind of talking about this.
Yeah, it does have a cool interaction where it's like you Q with the proc, you instantly steal a soul, which is very, very nice. But I know talking to Masu when he built it last time, I asked him, about his thought process with it, and he was saying in that game, and I think the same applies in this game, that he was really placing a lot of value on the HP, right? So Cleaver, Dusk and Dawn gives you a lot of HP. Yeah. The only way TL was ever going to win fights is if they actually one-shot someone. But
that's insane.
You just turned into the shadow, by the way.
Take this.
Awesome.
Take this back to the last series as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Masu has just been destroying people in this lower bracket. He has gone Super Saiyan. Against Sentinels, he was a monster, and I feel like he has been again here today. He is really outperforming Yon in my view.
Yeah, the creativity, I keep going back to that first Raptors play. The play is over, right? You go for Raptors invade, you think it's done, he doesn't participate, but he's still thinking about how they can still find an advantage, like eke out something even bigger. But speaking of bigger, we gotta start comparing sizes here.
Whoa! Pause!
We're talking about how big Gakkos is. He's not even shown on the screen.
That doesn't help you. We gotta start comparing sizes.
I'm talking about
Gakkos.
the size of the G's. What are you talking about?
Thank you, brother.
All right, see, I have to clarify.
Specificity.
You gotta give me some timing here. I gotta get a little bit of a chance to explain myself here. I'm admiring how tall Gakkos is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a big G right there.
That is a very big G. That is a very big Gnar, okay?
Griffin, also good.
Yeah, of course.
Respectable size G.
Completely agree.
Respectable G,
Yes.
But Gakkos
this one
was
clearly
a
much bigger.
huge
His
star.
Gnar was very good. Very good.
All right. Don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats. Maybe some popcorn for less gold. We are going to be right back after this. Stay with us.
Care well flash engage, okay? Start to knock a room.
Just don't stack. Just don't stack.
I have to now. Let's hit front. Let's hit front.
Hey, front.
Bye.
Bye.
And then
Silas
Silas after. Silas after.
Ralph flashed in. Make it up. Nice.
Nice. Clean game. Nice, good up.
Okay,
Kill him,
I get the triple. I can.
Yeah, get through it. Go with this.
We can rise ult, yeah.
Yeah. Get this after, bro. Look at this one. Bro,
Hey.
look at him shoot
Multiple.
bullets. Bro,
Let's go.
That's stupid. Get his ass. Get his ass. Get his ass. Wait,
Gakkos!
Gakkos, you're KDA. Bro, what's that you, bro?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay.
Look
Flash,
sideways,
flash,
sideways.
flash.
Look
Look
sideways, no flash.
Yeah,
look
look
sideways.
no flash.
No, we're almost mega.
Kill. Buy no flash as well. Nice. Go no flash.
I have ulti. Bell is dead. Can you go Jin? Go Jin.
I'm going Jin behind. Nice.
I got her.
Has flash.
He's dead.
Nice guys. Talk about next.
Slow.
Yeah, I'm out. You can look that soon.
It's
Looks fine. I'm going. I think we can win.
It looks good.
Kill one at a time. Kill Silas after.
Yeah, Silas is dead.
Nice guys. In front.
Hey, front.
Bye. And then
Silas
Silas after.
Ralph flashed in. Pick it up. Nice.
Yeah, nice. Clean game. Nice, good job.
Okay,
Kill him,
I get the trip.
Yeah, get the trip. Go in this
And
bitch,
then we
bro.
can rise ult, yeah.
Get this bro. Look at this bro.
Hey.
Look at him shooting
Both
bullets.
of-
Bro,
Let's go.
That's stupid. Get his ass. Get his ass. Wait. Go.
Good night, guy. Hello and welcome back to FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, tied series 1-1 as FlyQuest clap back in game number 2, and there's the big G chain on the back of Gakkos' chair.
So, yeah, I was trying to get Griffin to wear it during the game, because then we get like cool shots of him using it, but he was like, this thing is distracting, man. This thing is
I keep
too
looking
big.
down at my cool
I was like,
chain.
okay. We don't want to make him play worse. Just to play into the meme, so they'll just put it on the back of the chair.
It's cool on the back
Good
of
enough.
the chair, yeah. And Gakkos definitely deserving of that one. Oh my, he was massive.
Shout out to Raz calling it big Gunnar. He picked the
Gunnar.
G champion. Of course he was going to be
And the
able
champion
to
gets
dominate.
bigger in game canonically. It's crazy.
What's crazier though is the draft power of, in that case, the average sized G. He drew the 4-5 bans of both Nasus and Shen. Only to then play Shyvana and still have a good game, and then immediately Team Liquid is banning Nasus just because they don't even want to think about things that could set up for it later in the draft.
Yeah, and sometimes people will tunnel vision on strange picks that they don't know how to deal with, when guess what? The Senna blasted you straight up. And it technically was after the Raptor invade that was started by the Shyvana, though. So.
True. First domino. What's the first domino? There we go.
But truly, you know, Masu and Gakkos were both, you know, massive in that last game. Masu and Crowdgen's bottom lane, so much pressure early on, and constantly. I feel like that is the case this split, especially. And guess what? We've been talking about Lucian Melio for a long time. That's still up. The Ashe Seraphine, T-Will are like terrified to pick it because, you know, the Lucian Melio and the Caitlyn Bard are both still available, and we get whittled down a little bit more on these bottom lane matchups.
Yeah, but I will say with the buffs to the tank support items and the nerfs to Dreammaker and another week to practice, it does seem like these teams are moving more towards engaged supports, which can make for some bloodier early games. Now, as we get later into Fearless, though, is where the combos will start to arrive. Also got to shout out the Lee Sin ban. The FlyQuest is just perma-ing against Jose. He's been dominating on it. FlyQuest is not giving him the chance.
That's another Twitch poll we can run later. Will Jose play Lee Sin for the rest of the split?
100% no. I mean, maybe. You never know. You never know.
Maybe they have the correct answer. Maybe they pick it away from him instead of banning it every game. But so far, it has just been perma banned in the first 3 rotation. And it's going to be Orin as the final ban for FlyQuest. Let's see what Team Liquid want to lock in first.
Yeah, they're keeping this one perma basically, and TL have done a lot of team comps where they have Morgan just fill tank as top side. The Sion was already played, the Ornn is permaban, the Gragas is still there, so they could still go for that route, but
yeah.
I feel like they play into their own style.
Every draft needs to be dynamic, especially in Fearless, so it's not as simple as just throwing someone on a tank. But I feel like Team Liquid has definitely looked the best when Morgan is playing weak side tank, because his laning is good enough that it lets him take even lanes, and then he's just filled for the team fights. This first pick of Akali is kind of crazy, though. Quid loves playing it, and they're just slamming it right away.
They did look good when they had Quid Akali last time. That wasn't to AP Zins out mid, so
it was,
and it was against Shopify, and so they
couple
did
of conditionals that are not true in this game.
Exactly, both those things are not.
You're saying you weren't convinced by those
appropriate right now, but it's still true how much respect Quid gets on this champion, and Akali. Definitely, very viable in a lot of situations as far as the things that have already been taken out with Fearless anyway. So let's see what FlyQuest can cook in response. A Rumble comp does feel pretty nice. So
cooking quite literally. Gonna look to roast him down to the top lane. It's Karma. They were hovering a lot of different junglers, but opting to give Griffin a later pick here as they'll go for their support first.
Our enchanters are coming back here.
No Ezreal to combo it with, so it won't be as perfect. And honestly, you could go Ash Seraphine into this. A little bit strange with the Akali, though, and I'd like to see CoreJJ continue to keep engage pressure. I think this Rumble is actually a flex pick, though, because the Rumble into the Akali could actually keep him in control in mid lane if they are willing to be that flexible.
Caitlyn Bard.
There we go.
There we go. Slam it into the Karma here. All right, let's see if TL. This is a comp that can put a lot of pressure on side lanes if the early game goes well. Theoretically, your Caitlyn Bard, you can get your turret plate money early and start pushing. And then when your side lanes are opened up, Akali on a side lane and Bard threatening, it's like whoever else they pick is going to have a hard time keeping their summoner spells. And the threat of the assassins in the open.
Also, just want to shout out, I think that both games, we've seen Teemo hovered, somebody in the front row just shouted, "Do it!" So shout out the crowd, making some noise out there. It's Sivir, not Teemo.
The zoom
Are you disappointed in that, Jack?
A little.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you ever think they were locking that in? Probably like 0%.
No. Well, I mean, you never know with Griffin.
Yeah, Jungle Teemo is
they got both.
Couple times.
Bad.
Broxa likes it.
Yeah, liked it.
But it's going to be the zoom comp, as one of you said. Sivir plus Karma, heavy move speed, heavy wave clear, ability to prolong games, but I don't really see it as something that's going to step up in the 2v2 to the Caitlyn Bard in terms of like answering power.
You're just trying to match wave clear as much as possible. And then also, if the fight does or does not look good, you just kind of get to pick it, especially against the Akali. So we'll see how FlyQuest is able to scale with these two picks.
Yeah, Spell Shield is really nice, though, as far as some of the problems we were talking about them facing previously. So that's going to be very nice. And then, as you say, Sivir always focusing on those waves. But we get some more top lane protection bans because TL did decide to, lock their Caitlyn Bard. So take out the York once again.
Yeah, 2 games in a row now, but it's going to be more jungle pinching here with the Shen ban. Wouldn't be surprised, as Anasis was already taken off the table, if we just see another jungle-focused ban here from Team Liquid. But first we have FlyQuest, and it's going to be Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, Xin is just still exists here, right?
Yeah.
It's
True.
the most meta jungle. It also pairs really well with Karma and could be sped up by Sivir, but it's not something Griffin has had great games on, so I feel like Team Liquid's kind of daring him to play it.
Yeah, and I think they were also super worried about how much global pressure an open map is going to put on them already. With Bard and Akali on Team Liquid side, if they added a Pantheon there, mid-game when the map is open and sidelines will get super scary. So, okay, the Annie for the initiation here. And Griffin gets the final fifth pick. Super secret counter pick jungle.
He did the Shyvana last game. What does he have left in the canister? Shen ban, Nasus ban.
It's showing the cats and dogs here with the Nefiri and the Rengar hover. I think maybe this is Team Liquid kind of taunting them like, yeah, we were kind of guessing what you might pull out. Nefiri is one of those pocket picks that Griffin likes to pull up. I'd be very surprised if we see a Rengar locked in, as it is a switch to the Cassante. There we go. So top lane. Hey, you're getting what you wanted, Jack. It's a tank top lane for a talk.
A talk.
Yeah, it saves some time.
Yeah.
2026, you got to find ways to abbreviate.
We're trying to fit enough engage in at the end of this one
Ooh, this is a good steal away because the Annie Wukong combo. Oh, maybe they're not actually going to do it.
But you are exposing yourself a little bit with the Wukong jungle if Griffin. I guess the Maokai.
I think it's a good.
Yeah, Maokai would be
steal
bad
away.
here because they have double AP soul lane, so Griffin has to pick AD.
I think it's a good steal away here because the Wukong would kind of be a perfect piece there to play with Annie, with Rumble. It's AD threat and knockup instead of a stun, so Merc tread value isn't through the roof. So I think that is a good little flex there from TL to both steal it away and still useful for themselves.
I don't know if I'm feeling something like a Xin Zhao. I like it with Karma, but like you're getting
Is
so
it
much
Rumble,
melee.
Jungle, Vayne top,
that's
guys?
gonna go in, and
Guys.
you called it.
I called a mid flex, not a jungle flex for Griffin.
Vayne
Rumble
top,
in the jungle. Will he use the Rumble in the jungle skin? Because that one is a classic. And Rumble Jungle used to actually be really, really good. They did nerf the level 1 a little bit, but still powerful. So let's see. And it's pretty good into Wukong because Wukong's passive stacks armor. So we'll still be able to roast him.
This one got me.
Yeah.
This flex got me.
Yeah, and it gives them Gakkos the final, pick here. Like the flexibility of Gakkos and Griffin, I feel like Griffin enables so many of these Gakkos carry champions because Griffin is willing to play anything in the jungle, literally anything. Carries, tanks, and Rumble.
And that's part of why this team is so exciting, Kobe. From the skill expression to the personalities on the squad to the crazy drafts, there's so many reasons to get excited about a squad like FlyQuest, and they keep surprising us as they're making a deep run in playoffs.
Yeah. Team Luger like, you know what? Wukong would have been good for you. We're going to steal that away. And then we weren't even playing that Rumble top.
Oh, you like that armor stacking on your Wukong? We're going to play Rumble Jungle.
We didn't even think about that at all. It's FlyQuest versus Team Liquid tied in the series 1-1. A unique jungle pick for Griffin yet again, despite Team Liquid's best efforts here. Winner goes on to Arizona. Loser split is done. Tied series so far. Let's see who takes the lead here. As we're getting ready for Game 3. FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Onto the Rift.
Looks like the first Rumble Jungle in Tier 1 of Spring. Trying to check all of... Okay, it's happened once before here this year in Tier 1. And it did win.
Okay. 100% success rate. There we go. That gives me a lot of faith.
LEC versus played into Jace. My goodness. This is some cooking right here. This is some draft cooking.
Okay, speaking of, this is what Kobe cooked up here. You think that Gakkos currently is ahead in the Big G race?
I mean,
right?
literally, look at the numbers. We said it was going to be based on kills. It's fair.
Yeah,
scoreboard. We said
scoreboard.
it would be based on kills. Last game, Gakkos made a pretty good run for himself, but the series, Kangas, is not over. There's plenty of time for Griffin to grow.
I do kind of want to size them both up, though, just because the Vayne Rumble flexibility at the end, like even just that alone.
So
has some
champions
Big G
elect
energy.
Big G power here.
Yeah.
Griffin maybe gets a little bump because he enabled the pick here for Gakkos.
Sure. But pulling out Vayne, still a pretty Big G move.
Question,
Right
does the comp work? I mean, I know they did all this flexibility.
Yeah, we got excited about it.
Their only engage is like the Annie.
Yes, it works because FlyQuest, they always just overload so much damage.
True.
Well, let's hear from the coaches if they think it'll work, because we got Raz stated by with Spawn.
Question is going to be on the learnings on the last two games, just because you guys had a really stomping good game 1. Game 2 is not going your way. Just thoughts and learnings going into the next one.
I mean, yeah, exactly what we thought was going to happen. We actually had a really good play in that second game where we trapped them at our Raptors and we should have gone in. Jose went backwards, bit of a miscommunication there. If that doesn't happen, maybe a different game, but we know they're insanely good team fighters. If they get ahead, they're going to roll us. If we get ahead, we're going to team fight them as well, and it's going to look very similar. So we just have to keep playing. Ooh, Morgie!
That was crazy. Because I was just about to ask about the draft here. I mean, I was really shocked by the flex of the Rumble going into the jungle and then Vayne being picked up for top lane. Your thoughts on the draft, especially seeing how that lane just played out?
I mean, Gakkos needs to play really well. Like, the reality of the situation is we have Caitlyn, who's like pretty good into Vayne normally because one headshot puts her at half health. And then we have Akali, who's obviously going to be hunting him inside lane all game. So he needs to play really, really well. He's a good player. We respect Gakkos actually a lot, as you can see from the bans that are going towards him. So, we just got to play well, and he's got to play well too.
This looks like a little bit of a tough game for Quid. You guys wanted to prioritize him. He's really good, Akali. Looks like a fight's going to happen here. So I'm going to actually send this one straight back to the casters so they can actually carry on with the action.
Thank you, Raz, for that quick interview there, but unfortunately no action actually happening, but you can never be too careful when it comes down to these two junglers.
Do we now have to use the Raz terminology? He said,
Morgie.
"Oh, Morgie."
That's what I heard.
Yeah. All right. Next time he gets a kill.
I mean, Big G getting the double crab likely. He met the Wukong at bot crab while he had mid prio and Cryogen with first move. So they're just using their 3 lanes of prio to secure the double camp lead for Griffin.
Yeah, nicely done here. Rumble, get at the jungle clear speed here, and also with the team backing him up on that bottom side. Gets an advantage early on, and Jose about 2 camps behind as he's taking away those Krugs top side. We also saw that Morgie almost got the play onto Gakkos in the top lane 1v1, but not
You
quite.
got to have a little more oomph. We got to go.
Morgie. Yeah, it ends on like a high note.
If you say it slow, then yeah.
Yeah.
I also like that Griffin on his visit to topside when he's just doing the crab, he used his Trinket Ward. And Trinket Ward cooldowns for Vayne lanes are really important because you want to use your Trinket Wards for the Vayne for your greedy bushes in the side lane. So this bush ward right here, Gakkos was able to place that Trinket Ward right after Griffin made his visit over there and used his. So you're still secure, but then you can also punish the Cassante with the brush advantage in lane. So I do like that as well. The big Gs, they're very synergistic. Playing to each other.
Synergistic Gs. Right there. It's like cursive. You know, one goes into
Raptor
the next.
invade.
Yeah, classic Raptor invade. Core JJ's here early as Griffin will walk forward. Ooh, Cosmic Binding
Level
not
5,
landing
though.
as Griffin actually sidesteps back. Cryogen's here. The Magical Journey's already been used as the tether is there, but Jan joining up. Cryogen could be in some trouble. Sidesteps the trap as Masu joins up as well. The smite goes down. It's, I believe, Jose that picks that one up. And Team Liquid get out. Okay, there we go.
Got the Raptors, but a lot of cooldowns burned. Heal from both supports, Ghost from Jan. Will help save Jose's game a little bit, though, so I'd say mission accomplished by Team Liquid making that play happen.
Man, I love the Raptor fights. We're always guaranteed some extra little bit of action here through the 4 to 5 minutes.
But the difference, Kobe, no 80 carries were harmed in the making of that Raptor. They were able to get out safely.
The camera cuts away after the Raptor fighting is done, but we have to watch them return to the lanes.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah, you can never get too comfortable
Sometimes
here.
it's dangerous returning to the lanes after the Raptor skirmish.
Oh, nice little Tibbers drop there from Quad, just chunking Quid out from the lane.
Yeah, I noticed too how immediately after he drops it, he walks back into lane to range it so it'll snap back to him and he doesn't lose too much health to the tower there. So drops it on him for the trade, snaps it back, then you still get the push.
Yeah, Tibbers looking just fine right there. Hiding in the bush, just being a ward right now as Quad will keep pushing this wave in. Quid's going to answer as much of it as he can. Cryogen gets chunked out by Jan right there in the 1v1, but still it's Masu with a slight CS advantage in this laning phase here. And as Sivir goes late into the game, just gets stronger and stronger with more itemization. So the fact that Masu's already ahead in the CS department, pretty good news for FlyQuest bot side.
Quad looking pretty good on the Annie so far, getting prio. Every time I see FlyQuest Annie, though, I always just remember the history. Going all the way back to 2024, the Jensen Annie incident.
Well, I'm looking right now on this top side. Equalizer goes down. Morgan has the flash available. Flashes away from the Harpoon. No slow landing. Morgan gets out of there.
Interesting. So they do think it's worth the investment of Rumble ult. I mean, it's pretty low cooldown, even rank 1, but they think it's worth the investment just to get the flash off of the Cassante. So now we really got to keep watching top lane for the next 4 to 5 minutes and see if they are able to make that worth it and really punish, or if Gakkos is just saying, hey, if this guy doesn't have flash, then I can really bully him instead. So maybe the taking away that extra kill possibility or threat from Morgan now not having flash is really worth it from them, because now no Rumble ultimate for the other play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, for the Raptor fight.
Second Raptor invade, no equalizer for Griffin. Control ward goes down. Griffin knows that it's being taken currently. Walks into the brush, will try and just get the Flame Spitter damage out, and tries to smite it away. Gets it that time.
Wait, Jose was hitting him the whole time too. He's lower health and didn't get the Raptor, and Griffin was just burning them down. That's outplayed right there.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Just stand still and burn them down and hit the smite.
That's crazy, man. What? I mean, there was no fight happening just because Quid hadn't moved over. The supports weren't there that time, so it ended up just being the objector steal. And the scrap shield really doing work for Griffin there. with Jose not willing to commit the ultimate since it wouldn't have led to a kill. On the point of the top lane Vayne, I do feel like Morgan has so much armor already. He's at 111 armor with the plated steel caps. So Gakkos really needs just more levels. He's got 1 level in Silver Bolts right now. He doesn't have even his first major completed item. So
he also needs
it might
the
be an
1v1
investment in the future.
Team Liquid actually role swap, or lane swap rather, Jan and CoreJJ up to the top side here. So Gakkos not going to have that easy 1v1 currently, but I like that point there, chat, because Gakkos is also trying to shove this wave in. If it's frozen on him in this matchup, like really tough for Gakkos to actually get up and do anything now.
Absolutely. You can see they're sending Cryogen up on the Karma, but a little bit out of sorts on these lanes.
Yeah.
No TP on the Vayne is also the type of champ you would want to create lane swap opportunities on. And they're just going to try and make the most of this, knowing Morgan has no TP either, and maybe start a 4v4 Grubs.
And just might want to weigh. They don't have to commit to the entire objective. And it looks like they'll do just that. Griffin backs off towards the blue buff.
Yeah, let's see if they're done or if they want to like poke around too. Griffin seems like he's just going to farm up his blue and let him have crab at the very least. So TL will get back to their push on top side. Caitlyn push in again and try and keep that pressure there. So should be the other 2 grubs for them. Annie does have ult if they wanted to actually collapse though.
Tricky though, there's no completed item on Griffin or Masu yet. I'd say the comp for FlyQuest just doesn't actually do anything yet, which would be another reason that Griffin would just throw his ultimate top lane. I think FlyQuest, if there was to be a dragon fight, like you don't want to do an early dragon fight against Wukong Akali. You're probably just asking to die there. So I think FlyQuest is waiting on their item thresholds a bit.
But to the point you were making earlier, chat, now Gakkos is in a 2v2, so more XP kind of denied from him because he's sharing that with Cryogen currently. So the lane assignments putting the Vayne slightly behind now as Morgan's been able to CS just fine against Masu in the 1v1.
Yeah. And I guess on the flip side, Masu can like annihilate waves and kind of free farm and get solo experience for the Sivir on the other side. So
silver lining.
One AD carry takes and just gives it to the other AD carry. Griffin. So there still is no flash on Morgan, so maybe they actually do pay it off.
They'll try.
He's going to walk forward, drops down the equalizer. Morgan just jumps away. The Electro Harpoon will land this time. Slows galore from Griffin as a flash forward from Masu. They want to commit for the play, but they just don't have the damage yet. And Morgan gets out to safety.
Got the flash this time. He has no MR, but just overwhelming amount of armor. So the Sivir's not touching him. He's at 146 armor already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they used Rumble Ultimate and Masu's flash.
They did.
And
they didn't get a flashback.
And Morgan's chilling, so
that's Drake.
I think I would say that's negative value.
I am feeling less excited about the Rumble Jungle at this point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that was just. I mean, that's just. I would go for that play. So I don't know if I would blame the champion. I wouldn't blame the champion.
All right.
For the little play, but now after that, his Landry's is done. So Kasu the dragon there. Morgan kind of shrugged it off and then just teleported back to the other side. As you said, he's got a lot of armor stacked up. So
that was like 5-6 autos, and he's barely lost his shield.
Yeah, and so now he's been able to wait out the the vulnerable no flash Cassante timer, and so looks pretty dang good for him. So far, the Rumble Ultimate's being invested on him. He's going to try a 3rd time now.
Flash is available on Morgan this time around, but because of the Leandries, Griffin might have the damage this time.
I guess he has no other camps to farm, so he's just
all that's available. Morgan could look for the angle, misses the 3rd and topo strike, now gets the angle on the wall, pulls in Griffin, and then just jumps away. Morgan's out of there.
Yeah, doesn't even have to use the flash this time, and he can just push him next to the wall. So I mean, 0 for 3. These double G ganks.
I guess, but like he's just shooting it from half court, and Team Liquid's not doing anything themselves.
True.
So like, are these ganks?
I mean, they got a dragon after the last one.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And they got Masu's flash, so we'll see if Masu gets punished.
The pace feels really slow for like an Akali, Wukong. Like Caitlyn Bard also not accomplishing a huge amount. Because I'm wondering like where the scaling even is favored here, Kobe.
Well, what about this? When Wukong gets Trinity Force, you usually see the Wukong go make a play. So he's got Flash and Trinity Force. If he doesn't do something for a while and still, then I'll give it to you for sure. But I'm like, he's got Trinity Force now. I feel like he should go bonk somebody.
Yeah, because every time Griffin's gone for these plays, it's like nothing is happening on the map. They don't need to defend. He doesn't need to be anywhere to defend. Usually his camps are all on cooldown. So it's fine, currently that they're not working? Because I can't imagine the Rumble having good gank pressure on an Akali or Caitlyn Bard lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally with you except for the little dragon.
The little dragon does matter.
But the question about the overall scaling does interest me because typically when I think of a Sivir and a Vayne, I'm like, oh yeah, that's going to be a huge scaling advantage. But again, Morgan's going to be just a immovable object here in the late game. And that's kind of where I see Team Liquid being able to step up. And also, Akali, great. Typically, Assassins into double 80 carry compositions can find plays in the late game. Team Liquid looking for a play right now, invading into FlyQuest jungle, dropping some wards down around the red buff.
Yeah, Griffin trying to get a little bit of base jungle defense from Cryogen and Quad. They should. And we're just in a very lull state of the game right now, with neither team really all-inning. The actual overall engage on the side of FlyQuest we know is very low. And then it's kind of on Jose, Quid, Core JJ to go and make plays happen. And they're pretty content currently just farming up to their first items.
Yeah, I feel like when they decide, all right, it's time now, you know, side lanes is definitely a good area for Akali, but Akali has potential to kill literally anyone on an opposing team. Like, they're all squishy. So Quid, especially if Jose meets up with him, this is kind of what we were looking at for Champ Select is later in the game, in the mid game, when the outer towers start to go down, side lanes get a little long and dangerous.
Yeah.
TL have the possibilities of putting a lot of threat because Bard can try and like blow summoner spells off people, and Akali plus Wukong can definitely then kill some of the squishies. But
And Vayne in the 1v1, pretty strong, but when other people show up, gets a little dicier. And I gotta ask, is this where we'd expect?
They're really scared bot. They should be, yeah.
Team Liquid strategizing a little bit from their bottom lane, but the question I was about to pose was, is this where we expect a Vayne lane to be at this point into the melee tank matchup? Because it's pretty much dead even here. Morgan's done a fantastic job.
Number 4.
Yeah, he is the target right now, though. Hasn't even been a fair fight as Equalizer will go down. Teleport in as well. FlyQuest are full sending at the Morgan side of the turret here. As they're just going to keep roasting him down. All out. Flash, they got him that time. First blood to FlyQuest.
Party in the streets. They're going to lose turret to Akali and maybe even turret mid. They'll get turret top themselves, but overall for gold, this is definitely advantage for Team Liquid.
Yeah, FlyQuest hard committing onto that. Is now Quad's looking for the engagement. Mid-lane, Flash Timbers! They got Jan as Team Liquid trying to get their jungler out of there. Temper Fade onto 2 will deny FlyQuest forward advance, but they still got one.
Nice one, Quad there. Finds them right after the E from Caitlyn. Good lockup.
I think that was a triple bear. Nearly one-shot the 3 of them. Jan goes down. The gold is still dead even right now, but look, that top turret just sitting on 1 plate. Rift Herald completed by Griffin. I don't know if they used all their fighting tools for this next Drake, but so after the fight top, Proto Belt, Flash, boom. Bam. Triple stun from the Tibbers, ends full combo with Masu Q, Flash, auto reset onto Jan for the kill.
Yeah, they were trying to chase another one too. Jose was able to flash out of range for the tether. The Cryogen had tried to early flash to keep it, but was still able to break it there for Jose, and then the defensive Bard ultimate. But Spawn not happy that they were staying longer because they did know the position of all the FlyQuest members moving, and they're moving again.
Another play onto Morgan. This guy just cannot find a 1v1. It's a party in the top lane. Morgan goes down again.
They are beginning to kill him. They're just worn down his armor. That's not really how it works, but that's kind of how it feels in this game. Breaking top lane pretty easily here, getting more gold onto Gakkos because they're really trying to open this game up through the side lanes. I think that's critical for their win conditions here. They're not just 5-man grouping in front of objectives, but Team Liquid trying their best to counter with Drake stacking on the other side.
Yeah. Team Liquid do get that mid turret eventually, so they're still up in turret trade overall as the Herald will get some more plates in the top side team.
And remember, Quid did get the bottom outer tower during that too. So there were 2 lanes pushing for TL during that time. The mid lane, it was a collapse there from Quad. He got the nice bear kill. But bottom lane, they did get the outer tower for TL. So that was more Akali money. And guess what? Akali was well past the Gunblade, extra blasting one here. So if you believe in Quid Akali, which a lot of people do, and for good reason, then now he really has a lot of money, and it's his time to shine for TL.
Ooh, backing on a ward. Tempered Fate lands onto Griffin. The trap goes in as well. The Cosmic Binding into the wall. Morgan does not have the whole team behind him, though, as FlyQuest are actually instead springing their own trap that Team Liquid laid. FlyQuest get a kill to Gakkos.
But do you also believe in the big G's right there? As you saw, Griffin, the most gold of anyone in the game before that last fight. Yonda's getting some turret gold.
Now
Masu
mid
gets
lane
engaged on.
here. Masu gets engaged on by Jose. Team Liquid looking for plays of their own, and that time they do find it.
All right, that's just a classic Eddie carry death, going mid-wave when you have no tower and no flash.
Ooh, Quid wants even more.
No support either.
The Gunblade used, slow onto Cryogen. Course here as well. Cryogen was just trying to get some wards down on the Karma, and back-to-back mistakes from FlyQuest means back-to-back deaths. Now they're looking for Quid. He's trying to style on Griffin, who's just running him down. Got so much damage, and Quad with the Tibbers coming out. The burn, not enough for Quid. Teleport in defensively. Morgan's gonna buy some space for Team Liquid to get out.
Nice collapse there by Team Liquid, killing Masu on mid while Cryogen was getting deep wards. We haven't been mentioning it much because it's much improved, but earlier in the split, Cryogen was dying a lot, getting deep vision.
Yeah.
That's a case of him being disconnected from his team, and then very narrowly, Quid escapes there after picking up the kill.
Yeah, you even see the shield for his upgraded boots popping there at the end. So
Saved
close.
him.
Leandri's ticking on him, but it's definitely getting spicy here. And now we get to see, well, Morgan's under attack again. He has a sweeper, though, and Jose...
Gecko senses it. He's got a sixth sense, and knows that Morgan's in there. Morgan will back off. Quad backing up Geckos, though, just to help get this wave in, as even Griffin's coming up.
I mean, all FlyQuest is doing is just overloading onto Morgan's side over and over again. Since they don't have hard engage, they're just trying to dive with mass numbers on these side waves. They're probably breaking this turret at the very least.
Netting them a tier 2. Answered by Quid on the bottom side right now. Cryogen took a big chunk right there. Not sure exactly what, but Quid, let's see how much damage he can actually get on it as a teleport comes in from Quad to answer the Akali on the split push.
Yeah, TL are always pushing 2 lanes when FlyQuest are doing these plays where they send 4 or even 5 people for Morgan's side, who does not get the interrupt here, but mid lane got pushed and bottom lane got pushed during that time. So our gold is still basically even with just these advantages of the dragons for TL, and then it's about where is it allocated. Because FlyQuest are always going to Gakko's lane, he has really been able to extract the most from it.
Yeah.
And so now it's time for Big G Gakkos and Big G Griffin to pay the team back.
This will be a really interesting test of an old Core JJ theory. I talked to him about like where junglers gank and what they get, and he said if jungler ganks top lane, they get 300 gold. But if they gank bot lane, they win the game. So we'll see, because Griffin is getting a lot of 300 gold payouts by ganking top lane. And if your top laner is also an 80 carry, and you're also playing
does
a
that
formula
change
does
the
the formula tweak? Are they cheating the system?
Yeah, I like that. What do you think, Kobe? What would you rather have as a jungler? 300 gold?
What if you put an 80 carry in every lane? Then you can gank any lane as a jungler, and you're always...
I don't... I'm surprised as a jungler you would want that. I feel like that would be bad for you.
But we did have a meta that was close to that. Remember when everyone was playing 80 carries mid as well?
Yeah.
Regardless, though, it is going to be about the punishment now that these towers are down. Bard should be able to get the summoner spell pressure onto, especially like Quad, and see what they can actually do roaming around here for Core JJ. That you're mentioning him play the map.
At a certain point, though, FlyQuest will have to contest to Drake. I mean, the Mountain Soul into an Annie is an exceptional soul. And looking at the items right now for Team Liquid, 2 items on Quid, 2 items on Yon, and 2 items on Jose. They're really strong at the 3rd Drake fight, so it's going to be tricky for FlyQuest to approach this as they're grouping 5 people in mid.
Yeah, mid lane is the name of the approach right now. They even have Quad, who just went for a reset, walking back in to group up. Wave almost gone, though, from the side of Team Liquid. So just 1 range minion there, and now they control the approach. They're dropping down the Caitlyn traps, and yeah, it's going to be really hard for FlyQuest to actually find an avenue in, but Quad's looking at Core JJ. Magical Journey gets away from the Tibbers engage.
Such a great self-McHale's there by Core as he takes the portal.
And now they have the traps as well. Tempered Fate lands onto Griffin. Still not burning down the dragon immediately, but instead they turn onto the jungler, take him out, get the objective, get everything for Team Liquid as now they re-engage. Jose out of the back line. Quad as well. Quid going crazy right now. The Akali gets onto Cryogen. Masu's down. Team Liquid find the ace and the objective.
And look at Quid popping off on cams with the first pick Akali. Trust him. Also, Core JJ theory paying off right here in the Drake fight, but there's just no tanks to get through the trap wall. Beautiful start by Core JJ, but watch Quid in this fight on Akali.
And also, like, Quad going for a solo pick on a Bard there, using ult and everything. Okay, here we go, though.
Yeah, Quid up top as they're all distracted. He just flies in on quad and just buys time. No one can enter past the Akali, and then Quid still executes them anyway.
Yeah, and while the Akali's in the Shroud, guess what? The Rumble is getting locked up from Bartle into the stun right outside of the ultimate, and Team Liquid can just chase down, murder all these squishies.
And typically when I see...
Okay, nice fight.
Nice fight, guys.
Woo! Good fight, guys. Good fight. I really like the holding the job. You guys hit.
Big Q.
Woo! Woo! Yeah.
Battle of the QUD mid laners. Quid gets the lead in this game 3.
And typically when I see fights like that, I think that's kind of what Sivir wants. It's a lot of people grouped up, but like we had highlighted, Quid was alone. He's the one that kind of held the line there in the smoke screen, so Aussie wasn't hitting anybody but a single target.
And also, talking about last week from Quid when he won Player of the Week, he changed his mentality. He wants to win by him, and I think we're seeing that in draft as they first pick the Akali.
Speaking of,
and
here
now
he
he's
goes
1v4.
in solo into the Shroud. Perfect execution away as he was tethered by Cryogen right there. Jose's looking for potential engage, but will back off. FlyQuest on the tail end of the play will get the mid turret, and Gakkos is putting a lot of work in this tier 2 bot side, so Team Liquid have a gold lead. They have the Baron buff, and they're pushing in, but FlyQuest are answering right now.
Just trying to overload as much as possible. They're losing team fights, so they're trying to maximize as much gold as possible and then hope for that one good fight that can slingshot them back in the game, as there's big bounties on 3 players on Team Liquid from those last few fights.
And Gakko still has the individual gold lead over Morgan, so trying to play to the Vayne side. It's actually Quid that goes to answer him, as Team Liquid will take the tier 2 turret top side, couple plates on the inhibitor turret, and back off.
Jan is a big Caitlyn. Jan is a very big Caitlyn. He's just been pushing. Turret play money. He's 3 items in Gakko's flank.
Remember that Hail Mary from game 2? It looks like FlyQuest going for their own similar play. Deep teleport flank from Gakkos right now, as FlyQuest don't have a clear engage. They're trying to lock down the top laner. They do. Morgan's out of there. Annie stun is enough as Tempered Fate will land onto 1. Quad continues the chase forward. Re-getting up that Annie passive. Corey used the self-Mikhail's. Jose's over the wall. So it's just a kill onto Morgan at the end of the day.
And they have to teleport back to the split push here. The Akali threatening on the bottom side. So they send Annie down there, but the tower's almost done down there. Quid's just going to finish that.
I feel like FlyQuest wanted a lot more for that play as Quid feeling himself right now, but Gakkos is here to back up Quad, but Quid on a rampage. The Akali trying to get away from the Vayne now. Shuriken flip, flash from Gakkos, flash response from Quid. Means that he's out of there. As now Griffin and Jose in a bit of a 1v1, but Quid's still here, and the rest of Team Liquid comes in. Jan on a killing spree. Quid survives. Team Liquid get their mid laner out of there.
DL, they keep strong and just continue pushing on the lanes that they're pushing, and then as FlyQuest try and react and respawn, they get chased down. Quid coming out. This is why everyone trusts this Akali. Now he's got the Storm Surge as well.
I mean, we kept hearing never give Quid an angle to play Akali. I didn't know the angle was have it up for the first pick of the game, because apparently that's what Team Liquid has aligned on, and it's working.
Quid styling on FlyQuest right now. 4-0-2, Deathless and the carry of Team Liquid. They have Dragon Soul point in a minute's time. They're cracking the base right now. Another Tibbers lands on a Morgan, but he has the Bard portal to get out of there. Team Liquid will crack the base and back off.
I think the only thing that Team Liquid needs to prepare for the next game is just like really good snacks and like a massage for Morgan or something. Because he's just been getting bullied this entire game. Everything's getting sent at him, while everyone else on his team is just getting to feast. They're
good.
Free farming, free pushing. They're winning the game, but I mean, he's individually had a pretty rough experience.
Yeah,
I'm a Cassante, all good.
Okay, luckily for him, he's got like the cool popular kid in the mid lane helping him out. He's like, you know, you're getting bullied, but I'll back you up, you know? I'll help you out, kid. As Quid has been the one stepping up to the plate.
It's a top laner experience of being like, you guys all getting paid out there, right? Well, I got 4 people on me the whole game.
Yep.
Please tell me you guys are doing stuff.
Ooh.
There's the headshot that Spawn was talking about in the interview. Jan is at that stage with his Infinity Edge completed, and now FlyQuest, they're a little bit desperate here.
Dragon Soul point. Tempered Fate flashed by Griffin. Quid was looking for a potential flank, spotted by a ward right now. But the Dragon Soul is available for Team Liquid if they can get this. The traps go down. Quid has the flank angle. Cryogen's trying to mark him right now, and Gakkos will just go straight forward. They're flashing onto the Akali. They got the tether. Quid goes unstoppable regardless. Quad's gonna fall. Quid survives. Gakkos picked off at the end, and Team Liquid keep their mid laner alive. That is another ace for Team Liquid and a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, there you go. The plan was tether the Akali so you can reveal him and I can auto him down, and Quid just explodes this karma.
You're locked in here with
deleted.
me. Press E on the tether. He's not going to dodge it. He just connect.
Just explodes with the Storm Surge.
That's got to be the game. Team Liquid moving to match point.
Team Liquid off the back of a solid mid lane and bot lane carry performance from Quid and Jan.
And top lane Sponge.
Top lane Sponge. Morgan was there. Team Liquid, GG, go up 2-1 to the series.
My God, tilt proof for Morgan. I give my player of the game to the first pick, Quid Akali. The confidence to lock that in and carry the game himself.
I'm honoring Morgan no tilt.
Morgie. Morgie no tilt. Yep, there we go. All right, Des, what do you think about Morgie?
I'll take it. I'll take that pog. Why not? Why not? We need the chat to vote for me as well. No, for me, I thought it was Quid as well. I was really concerned about the Quid first pick Akali, just because they can really concoct a comp to deal with it. But I felt as though he was just able to just go straight into the backline for free.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that, you could see some of their answers, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially in the Karma Rumble. However, I really loved Team Liquid's 4-5 in this draft as well.
There's a lot to discuss, though. What do you got cooking for us?
Yeah, I wanted to watch back one of these team fights because, obviously they were talking about some things on the cast. I was really focused on how Gakkos played this fight and something that did end up going wrong for Fly. So let's just roll through this initial Dragon fight here. You're going to want your eyes, obviously, on Quad and on Core JJ. They're going to look for the engage here. And Core JJ did this multiple times. Watch the timing on this Mikhails. As Quad goes forward, looks for it, Core is already casting the Magical Journey, and Mikhails instantly on that stun. You don't even see a CC bar come up on him, so that is perfectly timed, and that is the only real tool that they have for hard engage down. So I think this was definitely an overcommitment there from Quad, and what this is going to do is it's going to allow for Quid now to go in knowing that Tibbers is down, that stuns are missing. And so TL are going to be able to actually look for the re-engage here. You know, as Griffin goes forward, he's trying to get through this trap line. They're trying to contest this dragon. It does mean that there's an angle that develops here for Quid. He's playing over on the top of your screen on the side as they go for this engage. The Bartle honestly looked like it kind of was working against TL here from Core, and I felt like this was going to give them a bit of an opportunity, but Quid is going to find an angle in onto Quad. But I want to watch Gakkos. Keep your eyes on Gakkos right here in the middle of your screen. And how he actually plays this as we engage. So Griffin is going to get stunned up. He's going to get burst down. And as they all go forward on the side of TL, it's a nice little sidestep there from Gakkos. He is able to actually avoid the flip back from Morgan. And then Gakkos starts to get a lot of free time here. You know, he's focusing down Morgan. Morgan is going to get finished off. And then to me, it looked like from this spot, he actually might be able to run through a lot of this fight. Jan is already relatively low. You see he gets his first kill, and now watch this. He does not notice the trap right here in that brush, and they did have a pink ward on it. Admittedly, it's very hard to notice in all the chaos of the fight, but he tumbles straight into this trap, gets rooted up. Look at his health, look at Jan's health. They both had flash, so had this not happened, I think it's an easy flash in from Gakkos to kill off Jan, but as it works out, it's headshot into the queue, into another headshot, he dies. If Jan is dead here and Gakkos is high on health, I think this is a very different game. TL can't go straight to Baron. I don't think they can necessarily clean them up, but this was one of these little things where it looked like Gakkos was close to being able to take over in a fight, and just lost sight of where that trap was, which really did have a big knock-on effect.
Yeah, it was very tough. I think especially what our eyes were going to be on the draft, and I wanted to just talk about it a little bit, but before we get, honestly, before we can get into it, the biggest question was going to be the first pick Akali. I'm don't think it's going to work. It more than worked. Player of the game. Player of the game goes towards Quid. He actually styled in so many of these fights. But yeah, let's take a look at the draft actually very quickly, because for me what was very interesting was that they did go for a Rumble flex, and they sent it to the jungle. So you ended up getting Vayne for the matchup. The matchup looked a little dicey just because as I was going through the interview, you saw like a poor trade, so you just popped out of it. But then I look at, you have Karma support, Rumble jungle, Vayne top. You don't really have anyone that can play frontline at all that can deal with any of the dives. So that was the concern that I had, was that in the fights themselves, it was really difficult for anybody to step up, and the Mikhails was actually playing it pretty crucial that if an Annie did find somebody, that they would be saved.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of how well Quid did in these fights, it really seemed like he had a lot of opportunities for flanks, and as you already pointed out, because the draft went the way it did, he also has a lot of targets, essentially, right? Like, Vayne Obviously, she did go Triforce, which I thought was a good like adaptation from Gakkos. Maybe get a little bit more survivability in there, but yeah, Quid, player of the game, unanimous, and he was finding so many good angles in a lot of these later fights.
And I gotta say, I feel like FlyQuest way overcooked on their 4-5 with this Vayne flex.
Yeah.
And TL just rounded out their composition really, really well. I feel like FlyQuest, isn't their comp just way better if Rumble stays top and they just pick Skarner?
Yes.
And then you actually have CC and you have an easier answer for the Akali in the front line, and then you just have a normal top lane, which is like already a winning matchup early anyway.
Yeah.
I just feel like it was a big overcook, and they really were hard forcing these ganks on a Morgan. It didn't work out, but we want to look at the state of Fearless here. We're going into game 4, and of course, this is where we are at right now. All these champions have already been played by TL. We're going to start with them, but still quite a bit left, you have to say, for the TL squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big things I'm looking at, they've already pointed this out themselves, but Ashe, Seraphine dropped in like overall priority, but something TL is super comfortable on. Lucian Milio also still available here for them if they want it. And then, I mean, the most interesting thing to me is always jungle as it gets whittled down for Griffin as well, just because he has so many pocket picks that we've already seen bans thrown at, specifically the Shen and the Nasus all the way down there.
This one is always going to be really difficult to cover just because they're showing literally new picks as the series goes through. But like even just to me, the Quid one, just to like kind of like focus on that one, just the fact that he was able to still have the Aurora. Yes, Quad also has Aurora himself. That's something that he can pick towards, but Yone is another one. So like, it's actually the mid lane pool for Quid that I was a little bit more concerned about. But for the pool of FlyQuest, never concerned about it. You can go like the number. It's like what first time pick. It's like this. They can go longer and longer within their drafts. Like it's more about whether their drafts are cohesive enough, like their last game. So we'll have to see how that goes. But during the LCS Spring Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard on your file and make a purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. Before we do all that, though, we're going to head to a break. Game 4 is on the other side of this one.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Watching Quid.
I'm looking at Akhil. Ani.
Ani no flash. Sivir. Vayne behind. Vayne trapped. Vayne.
Sivir dead.
Okay, better. Nice fight.
Nice fight.
Woo! Good fight, guys.
Woo! Let's go mid bot again.
Yep. Guys, our Cassante has TP.
150.
Nice up. Good.
Vayne ulti. I'm coming quick.
Cassante TP and Salty. Pain no place. Quid, you care.
Has it so much, okay?
Nice, Quid.
Yeah. Good.
Ani
no ulti.
I'm okay.
No ulti. Keep looking for it. Sivir not so much. No flash. Sivir.
Endeavor.
Mid bot.
Go mid. Oh no, he got 1 kill.
Hello and welcome back to Team Liquid versus FlyQuest, lower bracket best of 5. Team Liquid up 2-1 as Lord Morgie went through the 9 layers of hell, survived, and his team got him across the finish line there to lead the series.
He did. I would give a little more credit to the Holly and Caitlyn.
Okay, you fair.
A little bit.
But again, I mean, when he was ganked how many times? And survived most of them. 100,000.
Yeah,
that's about what I counted. Yeah, we're on the same page there.
But that has been the best look for Team Liquid is when Morgan is weak side and then Quid or Yawn get to carry. And I think a really important thing, if Team Liquid's able to secure this match point and move on to the next round, is looking at CoreJJ's champion pool. Like, look at what he's played so far in the series. It's the Rel, Rakan, and Bard. CoreJJ is the one making plays along with Jose rather than being on an Enchanter where the team is losing direction in the mid game.
All right, deeper and deeper we go into the Fearless. Are we going to remain with the same target bans here? They have put that respect onto Griffin with the Mbessa and Nasus. And again, they keep it true here. Same with the respect ban for Jose's Lee Sin. All is fair. And they're like, you know what? All right, Quid just showed us up on the Akali. We're not going to let him have the Yone as well. Another one of the melee special champions he's super proficient on. And they deny this.
The Team Liquid just keep taking away the classic jungle picks. I mean, I would not be surprised if we see Lee Sin Nasus banned every game so far.
What about the Anivia jungle?
Anivia jungle,
classic,
true. We have not seen it yet. Yeah. I don't know what that person in the audience has seen that I haven't seen, but I'm a little scared to ask to see it. You know, I feel like there's something going on there, but see what Team Liquid log in for their last ban here. It's the Varus, so hey, Shen's available if Griffin wants to go for it.
I mean, Lucian Melio still both up as well. That was what I noticed about the Champ Select graphics that the Lounge had just gone through. But instead they lock in the Twisted Fate, which could still mean they want to carry through bot lane. Like, Twisted Fate is all about accelerating either the top or the bot lane.
And when FlyQuest use it, they get Gakkos to carry too, so he get options. Everybody side lanes, it's like, I feel like they always draft full map pressure teams. Everybody try and push. Let's get ganks off everywhere. And honestly, I feel like they can set up here once again. See if they can get Gakkos and Masu Cryogen some high pressure lanes. They steal away the Lucian.
I was going to say, by going for this, that means that Lucian Melio can be taken by Team Liquid. So at least logging in the Lucian half of that equation. Bad news for you, audience member. Not today.
But they might play an MSI, depending.
True.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to be clinching that spot. Team 1 is in the finals over in the LCK. Well, rather, the road to MSI qualification match.
Yep.
Touchy subject there with the format.
Kind of the finals. The top 2 seeds playing in a match.
All right, so with your Lucian Melio on bottom side, now what are we going for here for FlyQuest? Because they have had some specialty champions.
Oh, baby.
You know, like Kog'Maw, I guess.
Juggernaut coming online. I've seen a little bit of Kog'Maw jump up around the globe here and just trying to hyperscale with the Cog Lulu for Masu Cryogen.
When you activate the W, your range is so good, and you can just abuse that timing window. Lulu buff you up, activate your Kog'Maw W, spit out a bunch, and if you have the Twisted Fate to pressure as well, yeah, the Melio does have Ultimate Anther once he gets to level 6 as well, but you can get off a gank 3-6, and then you can always keep pressure anyway.
Now, if you watch NACL, you'd also know Kog'Maw not always in the bot lane. Sometimes can be flex mid, but with TF.
Yeah, Twisted Fate here, buddy.
Not expecting it. But I just want to sprinkle the potential. You know? Yeah.
The Twisted Fate top also has not looked at least in the LCS.
It hasn't reached its potential, let's say.
Yeah. Well, Nafiri locked in for Jose, so carry jungler for Team Liquid, plus strong bot lane 2v2. Means that they're saving their last 2 picks for the solo laners. So we'll have to wait to see what Quid and Morgan lock in there as we go into the next round of bans.
And Griffin continues to absorb bans, the Shen ban into the Nafiri. You can really see the Team Liquid has adjusted their draft to really try and limit Griffin's cooking as much as possible. When they're like very frequently locking their jungle in as the last pick of phase 1 and then kind of banning the counter picks right after that.
I mean, Team Liquid have banned junglers. Either 3 or 4 of their bans have been junglers like every game. That's saying something because Varus is permabanned.
Yep.
So yeah, they have invested very heavily into it. Obviously, Griffin's super deep champion pools do a lot of benefit, but the Anivia ban does come out here in the second half as well. So you don't have that option into the Twisted Fate either.
Yeah.
Keep betting junglers. Another Mundo ban.
Yeah, when you
Look at what's good into TF. The Silas would be good. That's been banned away from Fearless. Orianna was always a good choice. You want to be able to get push against TF, I think is the most important thing, to be able to limit his roaming. So pretty good protection bans there by FlyQuest with the Aurora and Anivia both being taken out.
Now let's see what the final lock-in is here for both teams. It's going to be Team Liquid locking in first. Anivia would have been that safe kind of blind pick if they wanted to go for it, but that's off the table because of FlyQuest bans, so they're going to have to show a little bit more of their cards. As, I mean, again, putting Morgan on a tank, letting him play weak side, it's been the name of the game so far, but no, instead they're going to lock in Victor for Quid.
Yeah, seeing something that can just push the wave and still have, you know, pretty good range with the lasers into the Twisted Fate. So he is going to be a low mobility mage, but does scale quite well.
And Ornn is still on the table as well. That was the tank that I was thinking maybe Team Liquid would want to lock in early. It has not been banned, it has not been picked so far. Kind of last premier tank. It's going to be Xin Zhao here for Griffin. And typically we see Gakkos perform better on the carries. It's going to be the Renekton lock-in.
Yeah, Renekton, good blinds here. That is left up since Gnar was already used, so a lot of these counters have already been used.
Yeah, very, aside from the Cog Lulu, the rest of the draft ends up looking fairly standard for Team Liquid. A little bit of a worry when you combo TF with Renekton, because exactly a pick like the Ornn that you called out, you're not killing him in the top lane. You're just, I mean, they could do what they did last game if they consistently send the whole team.
Challenge accepted. Never tell FlyQuest they can't kill Morgan.
Kill Morgan. This game is all about the carries and then Morgan on that weak side. So just based off this, what's worked for the teams, I really do like the Ornn for Morgan. The one worry would be if they have enough trigger pull, since CoreJJ is not on engage here. He is on a traditional enchant.
Yeah, he's going to be more facilitating and defensive for Jan and Quid to actually be the ones to carry, and then it's up to Morgan to be the one to primary engage for Team Liquid. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, not a lot of true engage either. They got Gold Card, they got Xin Zhao Renekton that can jump in there, but not that big, like, wombo combo ultimate that they can, you know, use to start up the fights.
Yeah, and then, so you got to play around your Gold Card timings with Twisted Fate and your W activation timings with the Kog'Maw. These are the two big power windows that are going to cycle through off these basic ability cooldowns for them when you see them get to the standoffs.
Coaches giving fist bumps here as the drafts are locked in for game number 4. Team Liquid 1 game away from locking in a ticket to Arizona and a finals weekend appearance for a road show. You talk to pros, many of them will say that's what you're working towards, the big road shows, the international potential. Team Liquid could make a lower bracket run. FlyQuest gonna have to win 2 in a row here with their backs against the wall if they want to be the ones to stamp their tickets on a plane ticket to Arizona. Riot Games Arena, here we go. Game number 4, Team Liquid versus FlyQuest.
Really felt like the Team Liquid bandwagon was empty after their last few weeks of play in the regular season. They started off 5-0. They lost their best of 3s to both Lion and C9. They then lost their first playoff series 3-2 to Lion. And even the sweep against Shopify didn't seem like people were that confident. But now 1 game away from going to Arizona. Big trade early. Quick exhaust.
Okay.
And early exhaust, not going to get a lot of damage down. It is answered by the heal, though, from CoreJJ, as we do have our update on the G size.
Pretty average. Yeah,
I mean, they evened it about up in the last one. Of course, the last one was a loss, so not that many kills were added. Not that much size added in the previous game.
We'll keep updating that as the series goes on. If the series goes on, FlyQuest, again, backs against the wall, have to win out from here if they want to give us some more entertainment today, as Quad's getting chunked out in the mid lane 1v1. Quid getting the better of that one, as we have Azael standing by with an interview with Coach Apollo.
Here with Apollo. You guys have had some cool drafts today, as always. Wanted to ask, do you think you guys overcooked with the Rumble Flex and the Vayne top? I don't know if it was an overcook, but I mean, it was a little spur of the moment decision, but we've obviously done it before, and I think it looked good, but then I think the problem is we get punished when we don't have a front line, so we really needed to have first set up on those objectives, and we just were like a little bit too slow. So talk to me about your draft this time. Bringing out the Cog Lulu. I think this happened in LPL as an answer to Lucian Milio just last night. So is this something that you guys have practiced and kind of prepared?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lucian Milio has been like kind of like rising in prio, lowering in prio, so it's kind of going through this ebb and flow of like the priority. And we thought it was going to be. I mean, it's a good matchup. We think it's a good matchup. Obviously, like we are good in the match. We're good on the reverse matchup as well. So. Yeah, just an answer. Yeah.
Cool. Got one final question that I do think is necessary. There was some controversy as you neglected to take a lucky squeeze. Do you regret it? And Raz, what's your question here?
Do you think it's necessary now?
I do think it's necessary. Okay, may I? Okay. Oh my God, didn't you know it makes noise?
Back to you in the cast.
We're going to game 5.
Yeah, game 5. Let's go. The
And-
lucky squeeze is activated.
And for anybody confused and it wasn't following that story, we're not going to explain it.
Yeah.
You know, that's just going to
Oh,
be.
I thought you for sure were.
No.
There's context.
Just going to
No.
leave him confused?
Just going to leave him
Okay.
confused.
Don't need to worry
No
about it.
context necessary.
The important thing is he got the lucky squeeze off.
He got the lucky squeeze. That's
Yeah.
all that they need. Yeah. Yeah, Kobe, I'm just going to assume our audience has watched the games.
2/3 of the time, the squeezers win. Yeah, that's the stats so
That's
far.
the precedent that has been set. That's
Correct.
the historical
That's true.
accuracy. We'll see about the future here.
Yeah, you never know.
But Raz looks good as a clown. You know, that's I think that was a takeaway.
He really owned it, you know. I think he's been, practicing his whole life for that role. As now the jungle path in here, let's catch up on what's been happening in game here as Quad's gotten back to laning phase with his teleport, pushing in the wave. Junglers on opposite sides right now as the 2v2 skirmish comes in. Jose's nearby, but it's always scary or rather hard to get onto things like the Kog'Maw Lulu. But Masu might just give them the angle here as Jose will jump onto the Kog'Maw, flash over the wall. Masu down to summoner spell.
Yeah, just a nice angle for Jose to take right there as Masu's trying to aggressively take a trade, but now 0 summoner spells, and they need to finish getting this wave in. A little bit dicey, but I think they're just going to slow play it and get it in. I want to point out the Doran's Helm again for Masu. He did this on the Senna, just really raising his effective health later on in the game on top of Lulu Shield for a team that's trying to assassinate him. I think I really like it on Kog'Maw.
Yeah, a little bit of resistances. Let's see, Yon. Okay, stopped his recall again here. And they continually going to have to deal with the constant push. They know that your jungler is going to have to go back for the camps on respawn right now. And so Jose went back to base for his pickaxe. Now can go for his second clear up, even though the camps are a little desynced, up to the top side of the map.
And we haven't talked about it for a while with Team Liquid, but it is, I think it's due for repeating, their all-time domestic results. How have they ended all of their splits in the history of the organization?
That's a lot of
Mostly fourth, actually, slightly more than first. If they lose this series, they would be fourth.
Yeah.
If they win, though, it's guaranteed to not be fourth.
True.
It's top 3.
Notice there were a lot of first places there as well.
Yeah,
And second and thirds. I mean, consistency for Team Liquid, you got to give props for how many top 4 finishes they've had, the majority of those being in a 10-team league. As, Dragon started up by Griffin right here on the Dragon. Taking the early objective. Jose's on the top half of the map, so no contest from Team Liquid right now.
I mean, now that we've done this graphic for Team Liquid, I think I'm going to want to see some repeats next year for some of the other teams in our league.
I would be curious what the average is for each team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't do Dignitas.
That's what I was thinking. Kobe, I wanted to see it.
They're not even here. They're
I
already
wanted to
dead.
see it.
That's the, I don't think we can show that.
Maybe FlyQuest. FlyQuest would be interesting. There's
Yeah,
highs and
there would be a
lows.
lot of ups and
Yeah.
downs on
Yeah.
There we go.
And we would have to show the different logos of FlyQuest. The different ages of FlyQuest have been fun to follow.
And if you're like me and you enjoy celebrating these stories, we could show like an old legacy org, TSM, show the downfall, and there we go.
Oh, sure.
CLG for life, baby. Team Liquid get the shove in the bot lane as Destiny comes in. The
is.
exhaust early here on Daejeon. Polymorph as well, but he's doing a good job of getting away so far. If Quad gets another gold card, maybe that's enough. Just the red card for the damage, and Jan gets out of there.
Wow, so they even live the TF gank before Milio is level 6 here. So they do have to use 3 summoner spells for the TL bottom lane, but still living really big there. The wave, of course, you still have to deal with it, but it allows your Victor to push in. He gets free money, extra wave, extra turret plates, and now they've got jungle as well.
Yeah, and the wave pushing back with still no summoner spells on the Kog'Maw, so it's going to be easy for Team Liquid to crash this with the help of Jose. I think Team Liquid's pretty happy about the first TF gank going that way.
Yeah. That being said, the wave is on the side of FlyQuest, so they're able to hold this here. Probably not going to get dove, so Masu's able to get all this CS regardless, but the fact that Quad spent all that time down there and get back to mid, not even behind Quid, also nice for FlyQuest mid laner. He didn't get super punished for the roam. Victor can struggle early game to really like punish a TF for roaming. You don't have quite that wave clear yet. Eventually though, if that TF leaves, say goodbye to the wave.
Yeah, but I think Victor is one of those low-key hyper-scaling champions where if he gets a little bit ahead, you can't really walk in range of him before he's able to take half of your health with just a Q auto E. So he's working slowly up towards that. Of the control mages that Quid plays, he doesn't play a lot of them. I have always thought as Victor has good team fighting, so I like the slot here that Team Liquid's picked it in.
And now he's going to go for his own reset here. So not going towards like a row build or anything tankier. He's going for more of that damage. As he also picks up a Dark Seal early back here for both mid laners. So looking to snowball the potential in that 1v1. And now we have Cryogen back out of the map into that mid lane, hovering Griffin.
So interesting, CoreJJ leaves behind the ward, but then immediately starts moving the other way, and FlyQuest move into the river to gain supreme vision control. They sweep it out. They got the little Scryer's Bloom plant as well, and
ooh, Arcane Storm for the poke on a quad.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to continue it. No teleport from Renekton, even though he's down bottom side, so it would be even 4-4.
And now the engage comes in from Morgan, called the Forge God. Chain the knockups out of Cryogen. Has to wild growth himself. Jose goes in, chasing for the kill. First blood the Morgan. And Team Liquid get their jungler out of there.
Yeah, great stuff here from the Ornn. Nice little combo from Morgan. They force it. They get the kill on the support. Huge stuff. The grubs as well afterwards. TL looking pretty good.
Morgie's revenge here from that last game. Not getting hunted this time. He's doing the hunting now.
He also gets the kill credit.
Yeah.
So usually the Ornn also doesn't get the kill credit, but he's like, I'm getting paid, okay? It's my turn to have some fun. Yes, I'm still playing the tank for the team, but nice little combo here onto Cryogen, who's right next to the wall.
Yeah, has flash,
Boom.
but doesn't. Once he gets this first CC, it's just a perfect double knockup combo. And Jose is able to dash through, keep the damage before Morgan gets the last hit on the Ornn. I don't know if they're going to be able to kill this guy. I'm looking right now. I see a Catalyst and some Swifty Boots on the TF. I see tank items on the Kog'Maw.
I see Gakkos in a 1v2 right now, trying to take down CoreJJ. He's got Griffin behind him. Flash from Corwin becomes lightning, sets up Gakkos for the kill. Under the turret, FlyQuest. Find one, can they get another one? Destiny in from Quad. Has the red card, Jan gets knocked up by Griffin, who will walk away. Double kill to Gakkos.
Wow. So all Enchanter supports are the target. They just also die. CoreJJ gets a little taste. He gets dove first, and then Jan follows back down to focusing on the bottom lane and get that Kog'Maw some more money to buy offensive items.
Well, the CoreJJ ultimate was burned in the previous fight at the Grubs. I was just surprised that FlyQuest had the tempo to make that play. Renekton, Xin, and TF all arriving with the wave crash. Just really excellent use of the tempo that they had left to get those kills.
I will say the cost, though, anytime Quad leaves the lane, especially from this point forward, Quid can just shove in so fast on the Victor. He got 2 turret plates there. He got a full wave in, and he is getting a bit of an advantage in the wave department, but Quad getting the kill participation also helps him out. Plus just the TF passive in general, kind of cheating anyway.
Yeah, FlyQuest pretty consistently getting Gakkos ahead in these games, but you really love to get your Kog'Maw ahead in these games. Because the Renekton, no matter how many kills he gets, I feel like he's not going to be able to move the Victor or the Ornn meaningfully in the mid game. So it's nice if they can use this Renekton to start stacking Drakes, but they really need to find a way to get gold on Tommaso.
Certainly do. Jungle being called now down to that area. There's plenty of wards, though, for Team Liquid that are going to see the move, and the Dragon started up. So Griffin will just pull it out of the camp. All right, is Victor going to collapse? Nope, Jose is going topside. So TL made the call. Fine, you can have the Dragon. We're going to trade plays to the other side of the map.
As long as the Gakkos can survive this, decent play for FlyQuest here, as it's essentially an unanswered neutral objective. Jose looks like he's just going towards the Krugs right now, calling from Jan to poke out Cryogen and Masu a little bit in that bottom lane, but not enough to threaten a kill. Jose will just take the Krugs, and that is a Drake picked up for Griffin.
I might have just been trying to call the wave enough so that they won't get threatened by this dive. There's no TF ultimate up, though, so it's probably just a bluff versus plate.
Yeah, he's also backing. We saw that Quid was hovering that bottom side. Would have been scary. Quite dicey for FlyQuest to look for that, so instead they back off.
I mean, one of the side effects of that gank that they were able to pull off on the bot lane isn't necessarily that Masu got gold, but Yeon and Core were denied gold. So even with that, the summoner spells burned, the minions lost. They're using a little bit of an XP advantage and just kind of keeping control of that bot lane with the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and Masu is pre-farming on the other side, so did get the gold income from the minions. Meanwhile, he's back, and we got Griffin here again to bottom side.
It's not onto the Raptors, it's onto the red buff, as no smite from Jose means that this should be easy for Griffin. Nice pickup there.
And again, look at this. Twisted Fate Ultimate had a few seconds left on the cooldown, but they're still threatening it, and you know, like, the exact number here is fine when you're, you know, threatening on the general timer of the next ultimate.
Well, the Forge God comes in from Morgan in the 1v1, pops the Dominus from Gakkos, but the Bellows Breath still means Morgan's winning the trade so far, as Gakkos will catch the wave and back off.
I mean, really nicely done, I think, by Morgan there. Sunfire Cake completed level 11 to level 10. Gets Gakkos to use the Renekton ultimate early before he ticks over to level 11. Not only removes that cooldown for a while, but gets the wave in to reset.
And this is with the nerfed damage on the Brittle procs for Ornn.
Yeah, interesting.
And he's still able to get a very offensive trade there. Nice little look, and the cooldown pretty short too. So Twisted Fate rotated up to match Quad in the side lane now. It's a little annoying because the Twisted Fate then doesn't have like full range to go to the whole map, but since Cog has been rotated in mid lane, still can make the move here.
Yeah, it's often where you're going to be looking as the TF anyway, and now it's going to be Gakkos versus Morgan. 1v1 back in the bot lane here. Minute and a half until that Herald spawns. Could see action there, but for now, it actually looks like FlyQuest are sending their bot lane back to the bot lane.
Yeah, last gold quest to be completed would be Masu, so he's going to want to use that gold. He's a little bit starved at the moment.
They're going to force this anyway? They're going to force it anyway.
Big plays from Quid here onto Quad, onto the turret. Clean dive. Quid with the kill. Jose will dodge the turret aggro, and that is a successful dive.
It wasn't quite C9 Rush vibes there, but you hit the trinket ward, you see it, and you're like, I don't care if that you saw me. We're still going to be able to force this. I can still dive this. And he's able to do it because the Fury can just drop aggro. Meanwhile, Morgan's like, I am weak side. I know. I'll back off. So good play there from TL. Quid just forces the trade, chunks him so low that, yeah, Quad is so low, we can make the dive anyway.
And despite Quad having the Rod of Ages build, so having more HP to work with, a bit tankier, as a mid laner, Quid's still able to roast through him regardless. It is Gakkos. It's trying to race for this first turret take, but Morgan's able to get back onto the wave, so it looks like Team Liquid will win the race for first brick, and that's gold onto Quid and Jose.
I realized, Kangas, do you remember that the Cloud9 rush play when he did that on Lee Sin, where he just ran straight past, never mind, Cryogen.
Pulling onto Cryogen. Can he get away from that one? He does. Morgan now the target here from FlyQuest, as he will knock up into the wall, flash over. Bot lane gets back to the safety of the turret.
I'm trying to remember how long ago that was.
It was 2015.
So I gave you a little nod and a little smirk, and I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, started watching 2016.
Rush 1 MVP on Team Impulse, Kobe.
Kind boy.
I missed Balls' pentakill. I didn't even see that. Yeah.
That was also 2015.
2015. Yeah. I've heard the stories. Yeah. Sometimes.
The legends.
I have gone back and rewatched some games, but here we go.
The legend of the Masu Rageblade. Rageblade Kog'Maw with Lulu.
Oh, Yan might just be dead here. No, Masu walks into the turret range. Yan's got the shields. He's alive.
The Ardent Sensor Rageblade spike right there. Masu and Cryogen taking over mid-prio. They've had a really high priority on Rift Herald as well, so it looks like they're going to try and just shift over to that as Gakkos is proxying with TP up. So a lot of tempo here for FlyQuest.
Teleport in from Morgan. He has the call to Forge God. So the engage and frontline is here for Team Liquid. Quid also full health. Call to Forge God just ripped immediately. Lands onto one. Griffin has the Crescent Guard. Flashes away from the knockup. Now Quad looking for the re-engage. Stun not quite landing there. As teleporting from Gakkos, he got the turret. Arcane Storm goes down. Not getting a kill, but chunking out members of FlyQuest, so they back off.
I mean, okay, so they end up answering teleport play, and FlyQuest, they're going to lose out on the Rift Herald, but kind of a draw right there. TL pretty happy to get the Rift Herald, though, since you want to use it to crack the mid lane turret. Is hugely beneficial to try and take away that area of safety, and so is still going to be quite nice there.
Got to track the cooldowns, though, as the Soul Point has spawned, and we're down a couple of key ultimates. It's the Xin ult is down, but also the Ornn and Melio and Victor ults are down. So I believe this is going to be FlyQuest walking in Soul Point.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Jose's on the other side, so he's going to have to book it there if they actually want to contest.
Teleported in, and they're just running in.
They're just
Okay,
moving.
maybe they can just push them off. Destiny Pop just to get vision for FlyQuest. They see the approach from Team Liquid as now Quad Joe goes in. Gakkos as well, flashing forward, lands a stun onto Jan, but the team is there. Quad's in trouble. Gakkos has to flash away. The Dragon is secured for FlyQuest. Gakkos almost goes down to the Bellows Breath. Morgan finds the angle. Team Liquid drop the Herald and will break the mid turret.
Yeah, they're snowballing. They're going to break this whole game, Kangas. They don't get the Dragon, but they do get a lot of gold here, driving it into number 2 as well. I don't know. The angle for maybe the Dragon's Soul could be the savior for FlyQuest, but it did cost them a decent amount here.
The game's in that really precarious spot now where one team has the Soul win condition, the other team just has the Gold win condition. Because FlyQuest loses so much off the back of that one. They had to, like, the aggression that Team Liquid kind of faked their contest with forced FlyQuest into a half engage because Griffin really wanted to take the Drake. He stays down there the entire fight while Gakkos and TF start the fight, so it's a split call by FlyQuest.
Yeah, and they all send everything here onto Jan, but Core is able to keep him safe, and they are murder down Gakkos here. Even with Krajen flashing to get the Lulu ultimate onto him, Morgan is here with the Bellow, and he's able to blow him up, and then they instantly get paid a lot. It's not just like the kills. Because they have the Rift Tail, they can get a lot of money out of the towers afterwards too.
Big injection of gold for Team Liquid, sitting close to 2,000 gold lead. FlyQuest are on that Dragon Soul point. One more Dragon and they can pick up a big objective, but Jose's trying to use this gold advantage. Invade Griffin right now. He's got Core in his back pocket.
Yoinks the red away from him. Griffin couldn't smite both the camps that he was pulling together, so Jose, one of his favorite picks, Nefiri, got a nice 2-item power spike now and really trying to advance the game. Now the Team Liquid has broken that outer ring of turrets in the top and mid lane.
Interesting too, because Renekton is unanswered right now. So Renekton down on the bottom side, they just, FlyQuest again, we are split push most of our games, and Gakkos down there does get the wave up to the secondary tower, so those minions just going into the dirt. And TL, we're trying to play on 2 lanes, but FlyQuest try and stay efficient.
And it does feel like FlyQuest has been getting Gakkos ahead, and Team Liquid hasn't cared. So in this game, as they might go for a play on the Quid.
Big chunk on Demacia right there. Quid exhausted. If that wasn't there, might have just taken down the Kog'Maw on his own as he just stared down 3 members. Now Call the Forge got from Morgan, gonna land onto 2. Masu in some danger, but he's gotten out of it so far. Morgan still walking forward. Team Liquid not gonna actually find the kill onto the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, gets the ultimate out of Gakkos as well as the exhaust out of the Kog'Maw, and Team Liquid keeps the pressure moving. And if Gakkos isn't making a play, like, he's got 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah.
There's a 2,200 gold lead for Team Liquid, which means the other 4 are actually 3,500 gold ahead, which are kind of the people that are mattering, because look at these team fights. The Ornn is doing way more work than the Renekton, despite the gold disadvantage.
Yeah, Morgan is getting in there this game. Front lines, he's like, I really want to start forcing these. Trying to get the engage there, but FlyQuest, they do avoid 4 now, although the gold here, 2K in the favor of Team Liquid. It's not anything crazy, but Ornn also gets to start upgrading items. Morgan, level 13 now.
I'm watching right now as the calling comes out onto Griffin. Quad's coming from base, has the Destiny available, but not going to pop it immediately. Team Liquid just chunking out the enemy jungler, take their crab, walk away. Also getting mid lane shoved in too, though, so Quid's always making action happen, even if he's not there.
And this is feeling like a really hard game for FlyQuest to win. Team Liquid's applying so much pressure as just to keep FlyQuest back from even thinking about getting set up for this next Drake.
Yeah, this is one of those moments. Maybe you just give this turret. Masu and Gakkos are feeling confident enough to hold the way for now.
Every time Masu gets a little time to attack, though, I'm starting to think, and I'm like, FlyQuest, let's see if they could. If they can get uptime for the Kog'Maw to attack, you know, Flicker Blades is done now too, so you get more uptime for your W, can get it back quicker.
You know,
there is a world. You know, Kog'Maw Lulu maybe.
Okay. There's an angle that we can get a 5-game series here, especially because it's kind of just takes one good fight for FlyQuest. That's where Team Liquid is. Team Liquid, I think, has the edge, but needs to do a lot of things consecutively well in order to win this game. Probably getting a couple Ocean Drakes in a row.
And we spent so much time talking about Big G this, Big G that. How about Big M? Masu has the ability to carry games, and it's kind of like raise the puppy here. Started off small Kog'Maw. He's getting pretty big, 0-0-0 still, but now 2 items. The more items he gets, the less threatening that front line starts to look.
They're pinging dive on Gakkos, and so he ults to go for the wave. I like that play. Clear out the
walks
wave.
into Jose Daejeon, though. Call the forge
Yeah.
god as well.
Yeah.
They just chained the knockups,
Wait.
and he's out of there.
He just ulted to clear the wave, but then walked into the jungle.
Well,
Team's on Baron.
he's delaying recall because FlyQuest started Baron when they saw people there, so he's trying to keep people
They're
there.
shredding this down. It looks like
Sacrifice.
FlyQuest should be able to get this. Trading their top laner. Good death for the objective. Quad's walking forward, or rather Quid looking for the damage. Yeah, not able to find it there. Griffin flashing the wall, and FlyQuest get out.
That is the way to keep him interested.
Yeah.
Offer up yourself.
Go right down there for the sacrifice for the Baron play. Okay, FlyQuest.
I can see it because I think ultimately, if they tried to 5v5 around this Drake, they would lose.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they were looking for a cross map the entire time, and they have a lot of Drake stacked up that allows them to do these cross maps. They're kind of, since they traded their own gold for the early Drakes, they now need to trade their Drakes to get the gold back and buy time from us.
True.
And did you see the timing on that? They got there basically as Baron was dying, so even a couple of seconds extra of the sacrifice delay there.
Destiny on Daejeon. Flashes early, flash follow, gold card from Quad. They got the damage. Living Artillery sets it up. Quad knocks it down. FlyQuest find a pick on Daejeon.
This is huge. FlyQuest making some plays. They sacrifice, they get the Baron. Now they make the pick. Now they can actually use the Baron very effectively. Towers are melting, and Gakkos flanking around.
Do you believe, FlyQuest fans, a big momentum swing for the young roster? As 5v4, they take a turret. They will back off from there. Griffin's in the jungle, taking away Wolves. He has no flash from the earlier play. Not knocked up by Morgan, but Jose looks to follow. Blast Cone gets him out.
At the very least, they've equalized this gold, and Charlie's back in.
He's literally going for the contest again. He's got the team behind him, but it's only Cryogen for now. Pops the Crescent Guard. Morgan looks to punish as the teleport comes in here from Gakkos. Morgan pops Call the Forge God. Where's he going to throw it? Throws it upwards as Quad's actually the one bursted down. Focused up by Team Liquid. Gakkos trying to buy space for Matsu to free fire here. Big damage onto Quid. Flash from Gakkos. Can't lock him down. Gakkos is going out of there. Yell's actually want to die. Gakkos survives. Matsu free firing on the Kog'Maw. And FlyQuest hold the line.
Matsu, the attack dog, with the flash forward. He is spitting right there. They chase him down. This is an absolute banger to try and push it to game number 5. FlyQuest, they want the re-engage. Griffin goes in off of the blue buff here because they know they have Renekton teleport to come into.
And it really looked at first like an overforce here as FlyQuest tries to chase into this really tight corridor. They can't get past the Ornn, and Quad dies over on the right side, but Matsu just keeps hitting. Rageblade goes max stack. He gets the Ardent Sensor bonus for himself, and just Yawn presents himself. Matsu says, I see you, I exhaust you, can't quite get the flash kill. Ends up kind of wasting the flash there before the fight.
Mana guys, I was very close. Very close, very close. Next on the play.
Yeah, Matsu stepping up and exhausting and making the space for Morgan. Saves Morgan's life. He gets to live after, you know, investing his flash aggressively. Wow.
But at the end of the day, I want to highlight what Jat was just talking about, trading the Dragon for gold. FlyQuest with that Baron have now evened the gold. So that lead that Team Liquid had gotten earlier kind of gone at this point, and Matsu now getting some kill participation is approaching that third item.
I do kind of think, though, they got to be very cautious. Look at this. No exhaust, no flash.
True.
No heal.
No rush. They don't have to go contest this Dragon. I mean, they could just wait it out.
I think they have their only flashes on Cryogen.
Yep.
They're sitting ducks for another Ornn ultimate from Morgan. I think they need to just kind of let Matsu continue to get these items, but that's dangerous as well because Kobe, the ornaments are also coming in already. Upgraded Blackfire Torch, upgraded Infinity Edge for Team Liquid.
Yep, Team Liquid with the extra scaling, not on the scoreboard there now.
Oh, they're still feeling confident to make plays despite the fact they don't have the summoner spells. They see Morgan, they say kill him.
Okay.
Matsu with the kill.
Okay. I said
You're a Kog'Maw believer now?
FlyQuest plays fast. No flashes, it's our time to attack.
and they absolutely melt him. You know, it doesn't even look like a tank there. Absolutely melted. Good Twisted Fate pick is going to earn them side tower.
Yeah, tier 2 top turret takes 2 plates worth of damage. That's a third now. Let's see if FlyQuest want to stick around for more as Masu's trying to get some big damage down, but hit by the Arcane Storm. Quid pushing back FlyQuest City Carry, and that will stop the siege from FlyQuest. But they already got the kill gold, they got plate gold, they're now 1.7k gold ahead.
And now, Kangas, it is time for the Dragon. So we got to recall set up for the Dragon. Vision control first is going to be a deal breaker here. Team Liquid have a lot of pre-existing wards in the jungle, but FlyQuest, they've got the momentum. It's 3 items done for Masu now with the Wit's End on top of it. The extra on-hit damage and plenty of magic resist to deal with all this Victor damage that has been problematic for him.
Yeah, a little bruisery build right there. 123 armor, 99 MR. We'll see if they still have very few flashes in this fight.
And again, they can play patient. They don't have to go for it, but if that last play is any indication, they might just be confident enough to do it anyway. Controlling the access point currently. Control wards going down from Team Liquid as they're trying to get some poke down. Big laser onto Cryogen right there.
Series on the line here for FlyQuest.
Griffin's the focus. Crescent Guard will keep him safe for now, dodging a lot of the damage. Gakkos is in the pit. He's looking for his own flank angle here as Griffin's still heavily chunked as now Gakkos finds his angle in, but as he jumps, Griffin has to kite backwards. Gakkos stunned up, in some trouble here as Team Liquid with Quid on a killing spree will take down Gakkos. They're flashing forward. They want to end this game right here, right now. Wild Growth on Amasu. He is out of there. FlyQuest will get the other 4 to safety, but that Dragon belongs to Team Liquid.
Great front to back from Team Liquid. They force it. Morgan unleashes the Ornn ultimate. Everybody sends on the Xin. Even though you can avoid a lot of the damage during the Xin ult, then they still chase him down, and he can't get out. They just move on. Frontline focus.
Team Liquid completely dominates right there. Gakkos can never find a window to go in from the side, so it's just Griffin taking free damage over on the right. And then even if Masu tries to step up, a Victor laser, there's a Victor ult behind him, right? It's complete front-to-back dominance by Team Liquid here.
And the gravity fields as well here from Quid. Quid flashing over that wall at the end of the fight too, so there won't be a flash on the Victor now, but he's still controlling a lot of the area of these team fights.
And that's what I want to highlight. I think it's very crucial FlyQuest didn't lose more there. They have the time to play with. They don't have to contest these Dragons. But now, this next Baron, no flash on Quid. Masu's about to have his back. This is a window they could look.
Really crucial thing happened there, actually. Cryogen interrupted Jose's R with the Wild Growth. Otherwise, I think Masu might have actually gone down. He was still flashless at the end of that fight. So crucially, they can now contest this Baron. And it's kind of a one-fight game here. One more pick could mean like a Baron and a big push for FlyQuest, but if they lose a fight or Masu steps too far, series would be over for FlyQuest.
Nice shield there from Cryogen, keeping Masu topped off as Jose's walking forward. Dodges the gold card.
Bunch of hot dogs.
We got 2 dogs in this game. We call the Forge God plus the Cole in the mid lane here. Team Liquid go forward, flash from Quad. Masu has some space, but the Chaos Storm onto him means that he's got to back off. Griffin and Gakkos are buying the space, but Masu's still ticking down. Almost died. Cryogen with one final shield will keep him alive, but FlyQuest with blinking health bars on multiple members have to get out of here.
They were not dealing with that Victor ult well. They kept going back into it. And Quid here from the back lines from downtown, able to push them all out, and that's going to be a Baron for free.
It kind of feels like it's Quid versus FlyQuest right now.
And
this
Quid's
mid
winning.
laner, he's stepping up.
41,000 damage,
That's
more than
insanity.
double the next closest in the game.
That's
he is
Baron to Team Liquid. Griffin could not get in there. You don't have to kill in the team fight. You just got to get them low enough that they have to reset. Team Liquid pick up the Baron buff.
Yeah, I mean, because he's zoning out 3 members with both his ultimate and his gravity field there. It's like Quad walked back into the gravity field, Masu was walking back into the Victor ultimate, and the front line had to escape.
Yeah, tough stuff here. As FlyQuest, they got to find a way to deal with Quid. Right now, it's dealing with Jose, polymorphed up as he walked into the line brush. Almost chunked down, but gold card not going to be enough of a setup. He gets out of there.
Yeah, and Team Liquid just staying grouped. Stay grouped around your Victor and your Lucian, and then just be close enough to Morgan that if they try to spend cooldowns on him, they can return. They have this Baron buff. I don't know how much they really can use of it. with how they don't want to expose themselves to a TF ultimate. So when they can group everyone together in the same lane, which I think is about now, is when they're trying to push mid. Notice how Morgan's like really not pushing that deep because they don't want to give the angle for the TF ult.
Yeah, exactly. And then everybody else is hugging by the Melio. So everybody stay together by the Melio, and we should stay safe.
Notably, no flash from Masu in that last play. It was looking dicey. Almost died to the Arcane Storm, but he survived, still has a Summoner spell. So maybe FlyQuest see a world where they can actually contest at this Dragon in a minute and a half.
But then Krajan did have to like flash back to him as he was melting it down there in the back line. So it's definitely getting dicey. And
flash by proxy, yeah. Team Liquid sieging on this tier 2 bottom turret. We'll make quick work of that one. That is now 5 turrets overall for Team Liquid, 4 to FlyQuest, as FlyQuest look to mount their Baron defense here at their bottom inhibitor turret. Team Liquid, Jan jumps forward, gets a big chunk on a quad right there as the engage from Griffin gets onto Quid, is able to get back to safety. No flash on the Victor, still not punished. The calling's enough to kill Cryogen. Team Liquid continue forward. Jan with the double kill, and Team Liquid might have just done it.
Team Liquid, they are going to do it, Kangas. The push for the base. FlyQuest, their last hope is Masu.
Masu Gakko still alive. They got him out the defense. Griffin comes out from the fountain, but with the Baron empowered waves, you got to imagine this is the victory lap for Team Liquid. Masu's trying to back off, has to flash. FlyQuest will take one Nexus turret. Looking at the second one here is Quid almost just one-shots Gakkos right there. Masu trying to find an avenue in. Griffin trying to buy him the space. It's not meant to be. The path to Arizona is paved. Road sign reads Liquid. TL 3-1 the series.
A steady performance here in the deciding game. Jose 0010, another 100% kill participation game for him. But Quid did so much work on the Victor.
So much work this series, too. Very nice
Incredible
performance from Quid and Team Liquid. They've been feeling a lot of pressure recently, so being able to rise to answer that pressure, get the win here, and continue their journey in playoffs.
And I'm liking this new look for Quid, man. When he stepped up in pros and said, look, give me the keys, give me the tools, I will carry these games. And he's showing it on the rip today. Well-deserved bow from Team Liquid.
You'd love to see it, getting back to his MVP form. And a disappointing end for FlyQuest. They had such a fast trajectory here, but they'll still be around for summer. There is a bright future for this FlyQuest squad.
Yeah, the literal youngest squad in all of Tier 1 League of Legends play this year. Very bright future. Because they had success, the expectations started to rise, and so it's definitely going to sting right now, but still very good showing in spring here for this squad.
That was a double-edged sword when you see a squad like that that doesn't have flashes, still make the play, find the pick. And then they're trying to contest for every last thing. Those are coachable moments that I feel you can, you know, when there's young players in the pressure seat, you can say, hey, you can slow down a little bit. You can take your time with the scaling composition. But this team on screen here, the well-deserved victors of the day, as we see Spawn taking some words with his players.
Yeah, a little bit of an exhale before they head to Arizona, knowing they didn't get eliminated here. They will play the loser of tomorrow's matchup between Lion and C9, and then they're 2 best-of-5s away from winning the LCS, which is what's most important to them. And we have Emily standing by with Quid for an interview.
Hello, I'm here with TL victorious mid laner Quid. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You had said earlier in an interview that you felt like now you could really be kind of the carry, or like everyone would play through you. How would you rate your performance today?
I think we really played well as a team, and everyone was connect around me, so I can do whatever I want. So yeah, I'm really happy to perform well.
Speaking of being able to do whatever you want, first pick Akali can be kind of risky, but you absolutely took over that game. So talk to me about how good it felt, especially since they were making so much space for you in team fights.
I wasn't really expecting we were gonna first pick Akali until like Spawn said in draft, how about first pick Akali? I was, yeah, just do it. I can play well. Yeah.
Nice. Well, you did. Congratulations. Another thing I did want to talk to you about is we've seen a lot of really fun pop-off moments and kind of heard a lot of noises coming out of you in comms. Do you want to talk to me a little bit about that? Or like, it just seems like you were having a lot of fun today.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm making those kind of emote things, to be honest, but at least it means I'm enjoy playing the game, so it's good sign.
Nice. Congratulations again. And then now you guys will be going to Arizona to try to qualify for the Mid-Season Invitational. So just talk to me about what you expect from your team and what you guys need to do to win LCS and go internationally.
I think everyone on our team is a good player, great player. So we just need to trust each other, building trust more, and we just need to prove we can be the best team in the LCS.
Nice. Well, I wish you all the best moving forward. Have fun in Arizona. And we will toss it back to the lounge briefly.
Thank you.
Well, that's congratulations to the big Q. The big Q.
The superior QD mid laner today.
Ah, true. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. He was actually very scary on the Victor that game.
Yeah, he was kind of 1v9, I feel like, on the Victor. He was doing such a good job of just getting poked down on the FlyQuest carries, pushing them out, and Quad wasn't really able to do a lot, it felt like, in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, with both, Breath of Life for Emilio cleanse and then Mikhail's cleanse, and Quad is just getting chunked out by Quid nonstop.
Yeah.
So Quid was, I think, on one. He was absolutely smurfing. And the player of the game is Quid here today. This guy, I think, was fantastic for them in this final game. I think he was incredible in the Akali game as well. He would be my vote for player of the series for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest stink on Quid's name was like, oh, is he going to be All-Pro? Because he was left off that list.
Yeah.
People didn't really like how his regular season performance was. But the biggest question is, how are you in playoffs? That's the only thing people generally
Damage
care
per
for.
minute, 1,600?
That's actually insane. That's actually crazy. That is bullying. And it was on control mages. That was the big question, is if he could do it on control mages. He absolutely did. His Orianna game was exceptional too.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think this is something that everyone knows he is capable of this level, right? Like, this is an MVP of our league, but he had not been playing like it in the regular season. And I think that had been leaving some of these questions around TL, because if Quid is playing this well, if the whole team is playing to their peak, they're absolutely capable of winning it all.
Damage per minute for this game for Quid was 9th of all time in the LCS. That's
crazy.
That is insane. And how much was that again? 9,000 damage? That was actually ridiculous to be able to hear that. And yeah, he popped off in this game. He did the same thing in the Orianna game. That being said, we're going to be hearing from Emily, who's with Masu for the interview.
Hello, I'm here with Masu. So Masu, firstly, this obviously wasn't the way you guys kind of wanted to end your split. Talk me through what went wrong today in the series.
I think, honestly, today we made mistakes that we usually don't do. I think we had decent early games. I think our plans and the way we moved around the map was honestly not bad. But I think team fights and just how we wanted to fight and where, we were kind of lacking on that and execution. And it's usually the opposite. I think usually we execute pretty well, even when we take bad fights. So yeah, I think that was one of the biggest reasons.
And then what is something you feel like you can take away, like something good to kind of try to carry into next split and have an even better performance?
I mean, there's a lot of good to take. I think we're a very young team, obviously, and we improved a lot during especially the last few months. That's why it would have been nice to go MSI, because I think that kind of experience helps teams a lot. But still, I think we can still improve a lot more on our macro. We can still improve a lot more on our comms and everything. So there's a lot of good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm sorry for the loss. And I will throw it back to the lounge to close out the day.
And we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think Masu might have been the best performing AD carry in the league in playoffs so far. I think Berserker was clearly the #1 in the regular season, but I feel like Masu, these last couple of series, has been playing so incredibly well. I think overall today he was fantastic. The last series he was completely 1v9 against Sentinels. So I feel like Masu is having a really good year overall, and this team obviously has a lot of room to grow, but you can see that their ceiling is incredibly high.
And speaking to that ceiling, the fact that they were, I think, really ahead of schedule, expecting this team to be growing at a slower pace, but that has not been the case at all. I think a lot of people were expecting FlyQuest to actually make it over this hump.
Yeah.
So that speaks very highly of what is to come going in the next split. So I'm really interested in seeing that because, like, even from the young players, I thought Cryogen had a great series. I thought if you look towards, like, Gakkos, that was a really big one for him. The individual players, I thought shown, it was more so, as you mentioned, those team fights that were just, like, Team Liquid having a good enough edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And TL, obviously, the deserving winners here today. And their player of the series is going to be Quid.
Yeah.
Not a big surprise to me. You know, I'm sure some other players might have caught some votes, but the Akali game, the Victor game, those were both massive Quid performances. And you called it out, the Orianna game, that big shockwave that he set up, you know, for himself. It wasn't even off of anyone else in the jungle fight. The 3-man shockwave had some big moments really across the whole series.
And all that matters is if you show up in playoffs. People will forget anything that happens alongside the journey if you clutch it up here. You have one more series to be able to now go to MSI. They're already locked in for Arizona. So, like, it's going to be fun to see how this team ends up getting the job done. I love the interview from Emily, just asking about, like, the lesson that he learned the last time we heard an interview from him. It's like, A, the trust has to be there. That was his answer. But also just knowing that now all players are kind of playing to what is expected from them.
And I mean, you got to respect it when someone calls their shot and then follows through. You know, he talked about it on Pros that he was sitting back and saying, oh, you know, there's all these good players. I'll just let other people carry.
Yeah.
Now he's saying, I'm going to carry. And 2 series in a row, he was popping off. So we know he's capable of it. They are going to be our final team that will be in Arizona. So definitely, if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, it's going to be amazing. Lion, C9, and TL will be the 3 teams that are there. So we know all of the attendees. Of course, we do not know their matchups just yet because let's take a look at the playoff bracket where tomorrow we are going to find out who will be starting in that lower bracket against TL in Arizona and who will be waiting in the grand finals with their trip to MSI already secured, which is a huge deal when you realize C9 has not been to an international since 2023 spring. It would
Crazy.
be an opportunity for them to go to their first international in 3 years as an organization.
On one side, you have Lion, who's the lock-in champion from just last split, and the other side, a team that Cloud9, undefeated this split, was nearly undefeated the last split until Lion beat them in the finals. Who did they lose to? Lion beat them in the finals. So, like, anything can happen. I cannot wait for tomorrow's games.
It's going to be really exciting. That is it for us here today. We're going to be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, C9 versus Lion for MSI. Don't miss it. And we're going to head over and say hi to Medios. Say hi to him, too.
We got an elimination series today as we've reached our last lap on the road to Arizona.
Jace, careful. Okay, Casino flash. Good job, Paul. Really good engage.
I'm looking at Ori. Watch Ori. Look. Ori.
We're killing J4 in the back. I'm killing J4. J4 no flash.
Flash engage from Core JJ. They got on the bottom again. Jose goes godlike as Team Liquid dives the turret, and this time around it pays off.
This guy's don't flash here, don't flash.
If I didn't there, maybe one shot.
Maybe. What happened no flash? Now no flash. What happened no flash? Okay, good.
That was not me.
I give confidence. Okay. Good job. Yeah.
It's fine. I'm going. I think we can win.
It looks good.
Kill one at a time. Kill Silas after.
Yeah, Silas is dead.
FlyQuest diving underneath the turrets. Team Liquid are mounting their final defense, but they're losing it for now. Big engage from Core JJ, but the damage just is not there to follow. FlyQuest.
Get this, bro. Look at this. Bro,
hey,
look at him shoot bullets.
Bro, let's go.
That's stupid. Get his ass. Wait.
Watching Quid.
I'm looking at Akin.
I need no flash. Silver. Vayne behind. Vayne trapped. Vayne.
Silver dead.
Okay, better. Nice fight.
Woo!
Guys.
Team Liquid, GG.
Okay, but no
flash.
Cover me.
Lulu dead. I'm looking TF.
Big in.
Okay.
I'm gonna bait the pigback. Yeah. We can end. Kogomo. Whatever.
Nice!
Good job.
Huge.
Top cap.